Morning. I will start as usual with asking our team to please elevate the court reporter.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am indeed. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Great
Thank
day.
you. Thank you. Then I will get started with introductions. I'll first note that several members of our team had some trouble with Zoom this morning, being a little operating a little differently than usual. I don't know why. So I don't know if it's Zoom or if it's our state services, but be patient if you had trouble with Zoom or any of the witnesses are having trouble with Zoom, and let me know. Good morning. It's June 9th, 2026. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording is also available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is with us today and will be handling screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of slides. So if you are a witness, please feel free to address Ms. Mullen directly during your testimony to move along the slides. And cross-examiners may, of course, address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up particular exhibits. We will take breaks today as needed, including mid-morning, lunch, etc. And we will once again have a hard stop at 5 p.m. Since we were together yesterday, I don't have additional procedural issues. Where we left off was with Dr. Karen and cross-examination, and I believe that's where we will be picking up this morning, unless there are other procedural issues that we should address before we get started. And while you're thinking about that, I will go ahead and start with elevations. If we can please elevate Ms. Carroll, Ms. Morris. Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Ann Carroll for DWR.
Thank you. And good morning, Ms. Morris.
Good morning, Stephanie Morris for Department of Water Resources.
Good morning. And your mic picked up at the second as you spoke, so I think we're fine. And let's please also elevate Ms. Safdie, and then Ms. Safdie, I think you're going to remind us. I think I can pick out our student lawyers here. It looks like Ms. Worth and Ms. Bear. Am I right on that? And good morning, Ms. Safdie.
Good morning, hearing officer. Yes, if we could please elevate Heather Worth and Augusto Colin.
I also see Tara Bear. Would you like her elevated as well, or is she?
Tara will be on for the ensuing witnesses.
Later. Okay.
Yes,
Good morning, Ms. Worth.
Good morning. Heather Worth for DTEC.
Thank you. And good morning, Mr. Colin.
Good morning, Augusto Colin, also for DTEC.
Thank you. And if we can please elevate Dr. Karen. Good morning, Dr. Karen.
Good morning.
And I will look to the room. Is there anyone else we should elevate before we get started this morning? All right, then I believe we have everything. I will start and turn to you, Dr. Karen. Do you recall yesterday taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Then with that, I will turn things back to you, Ms. Morris.
Hey, thank you. Good morning, Dr. Karen.
Good morning.
Ms. Mullen, I want to pull up Dr. Karen's testimony, DTEC 101, please. And Dr. Karen, if we could start on page 34, please. There are several places in your testimony and that you also referred to yesterday. I just want to through a couple of them and ask you some questions. So if we look on line page 34, but on line 14 to 15, do you see where you say, and she goes on to estimate the increase in water residence time in Discovery Bay at a day or two?
Yes, I do see that.
And that she's Dr. Priest, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then if we could go to page 35, looking at item C on lines 18 through 19, you say Dr. Priest reaches the conclusion that the 2-day increase in water residence time in Discovery Bay. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And going to the next page, 36, lines 5. Do you see where it says, therefore, an additional 1 or 2 days of cyanobacterial growth?
Yes, I do see that.
And that's in reference to line 1 where it says 2 additional days, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then finally, if we could go to page 38 and looking in lines 10 through 12, here you say, even a modest lengthening of water residence time, a few days as predicted by Dr. Priest, could be significant. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And in these statements, I didn't find a specific site, but if we could pull up, Ms. Mullen, please, DWR 404. And I think we'll just go to the first page first, and then I'll give you a page reference so that, to be fair, because we are more familiar, although not that much more familiar than Dr. Karen with all these exhibit numbers. So do you recognize this, Dr. Karen, as the report that you cited to from Dr. Priest regarding harmful algal blooms?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to page 42. And scrolling down to lines 25 to 28. Is this the section that you are relying on when you say that there would be a 2-day increase?
Yes, this is one location. I'm not sure if there are others in the testimony, but yes, this does say a day or two of additional residence time under the DCP is not enough time to cause significantly more cyanobacteria biomass or to cause substantially larger blooms. So yes, that's exactly what I'm referring to, at least one of the places where I am referring to that.
Okay. Are there other places? Because I didn't see any other citations.
You're asking me to pull, a line out of multiple documents. I can't do that off the top of my head. I would have to go back and search through. I think in my testimony, I've quoted a few places, or maybe this place where she's made that statement. So in fact, this is what I'm basing my estimation of the impact of a 1 to 2 day increase in water residence time on and its potential impact on CHEBs.
Okay. But again, when looking at those sections, we didn't see any other citations. So
No, I don't. Oh, I'm sorry. In my document, in my
we just went
testimony.
through, yeah.
Okay, fine. That's fine. But I
Okay.
don't know if there have been this same reference in Dr. Priest's testimony and rebuttals of the same nature. I'm not sure about that. There are places where she says, I'm sure, I know that it might increase a little, but it's not, quote unquote, it's not significant. Whatever significance means. I think if you're living in Discovery Bay, as I've described, a 1 to 2 day increase in water residence time is very significant, or could be.
What I'm really focused on your statements of a day or two or the 2-day increase. So that's what I'm looking for. So,
Sure. And And I've just quoted what she has said.
Are we just pulled up where it appears in her document? Okay.
Right.
Objection to counsel testifying about what a document contains or doesn't contain.
Noted. Please, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. Have you reviewed the modeling that Dr. Priest presented in her rebuttal testimony?
As I've said before, you've asked this very same question, I think. I have reviewed it only at a very high level because I am not a modeler and I don't know all of the grimy details that go into developing a model of that sort. I think that is a question that should be directed at Dr. Paulson, who is a modeler, has used these models and knows the ins and outs of them. It would be inappropriate of me to make a specific comment regarding the approach that the modeling has taken.
I'm not talking about the approach. I'm talking about the results from the modeling. Dr. Karen, are you familiar with box plots?
Yes, I'm very familiar with box plots. Thank you.
Okay. And if we can pull up DWR 514R, please. And did you review this document in preparation for your rebuttal testimony?
I believe I have.
Okay.
Yes,
And
I have.
let me ask a very specific question. Did you review the modeling results for residence time that were included? I said results. I did not ask you about the modeling. Did you review the modeling results for residence time included in this document?
Yes, I reviewed those.
And if we could please go to PDF page 233. In looking at this document, this table is the residence time for Discovery Bay to flush 90% of water from the location, correct?
As far as I'm aware, yes. It's not my document, but that's what I read here.
And if we are looking at the 2043 modeling, would you agree that the maximum median increase occurs in October?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, this is, where are you seeing the 2024 or 2043? Okay, I think I have that. Yes.
So do you
Could you
see
repeat your
in the
question?
middle of the table where it says 50 percentile parens median?
Yes.
Looking at that,
Yeah.
and I'm looking at, and I'm asking you, it appears that the 2043 modeling, so the difference between the base and the 2043 CC50, would you agree that the maximum median increase occurs in October?
Objection. Which line are we looking at
Yeah,
here?
I'm
We're not, yeah, this isn't specified as to which percentile.
I literally just said twice the 50th percentile paren median. And I asked Dr. Karen, do you see that in the middle of the table? And he said, yes. Dr. Karen, do you know where I'm referring to now?
I believe you're referring to the numbers 729 versus 753 with a difference of 24. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm with you.
And that's in hours, correct? That's 24 hours.
That is in hours.
Okay. And looking at that particular 50th percentile, that would you agree the largest increase is 24 hours in October?
In that particular instance, yes, according to the results of the modeling as it has been run. As I've said, given the way Discovery Bay was modeled, or actually was not modeled in its morphological context, and given the fact that we're talking about the particular residence time definition, that is correct. I see 24 hours there.
So under the planned operational scenario and more likely future climate conditions, the median residence time increases at Discovery Bay during the CHAB season range from approximately 0, which we see in the June column, to 24 hours, correct?
Objection is vague as to whether this question is asking the witness to make a statement about whether residence time actually increases in the way counsel has described, or whether that is simply asking for a statement of what is shown in this plot.
Ms. Morris, can we construe your questions to be based on the results of the modeling shown in this table?
I think so, since we're looking at it, that's my intent.
Okay, so that's the intent. Dr. Karen, please.
Based on the results I see here, yes, I can read a number. It is 24 hours, and that is at the 50th percentile, the median, which I think is not a terribly apropos metric for looking at the potential for the severity of CHABs that could result from the DCP.
Sorry, you think that using the 50th percentile median is not apropos, or is that
I
what
think well, okay, if you scroll down a little bit, let's look at Dr. Priest's data.
Well, I'm going to
Um,
ask you some questions about the box plots in a second. So
Well, you're
Well, Ms. Morris,
asking me
you just
about,
asked a question about whether he thought it was apropos. So do
yes.
you withdraw that question?
Can we let the witness answer the question, please?
now I'll
Well,
withdraw
only if
the
it's
question.
standing.
I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
If we look at the highest percentile in the table, the 90th percentile, do you see that?
If you're talking about the 977, the 972, and the -5, yes, I do.
Well, I'm talking about the 90th percentile, that entire section, not just in October. Do you see that?
Yes, the entire bottom 3 rows. Yes, I see those.
So looking at that highest percentile, when resident times are already at their longest and conditions are theoretically most favorable for CHAB development, the DCP produces changes ranging from -7 to +9 hours, correct?
I see that in the table. That is based on all of the assumptions that go into the construction of the model, parameterization of the model, the definition of water residence time. Yes.
Right, but I believe you just said you're not the appropriate person to opine about those parameters of the model, correct? And that you did
You're
not
correct.
look at them and that I should rely on Dr. Paulson, correct?
Yeah, you're correct.
Okay. And if we could if we could scroll down to the box plots that are shown below, and this is showing the similar information in box plot format, correct?
Well, the hours here are represented in hundreds of hours to thousands. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me here. My attention in evaluating this was to look not at the medians, which I believe are the bars across the boxes, but in the whisker part of this box and whisker plot. If you look at the month you draw attention to, October, if you look at the outliers to the high side, those are quite high. And it's hard to compare. It's almost apples and oranges here. So it's hard to, match them up. But in fact, it looks like you've got a large range and you're trying to show differences in 2 very large ranges, which would make even a significant difference minimized by that visualization. I don't think the medians mean a lot here because the delta doesn't work on a median. The average inflow to the delta is something on the order of 30 million acre feet annually, but it can be extremely low on a dry year. So you're presenting a lot of data which covers a huge range, which tends to visually minimize the differences that might be a consequence of the DCP.
Would you agree?
I'm sorry, I'm just going to pause on logistics. I'm hearing a little bit of feedback. I don't think it's from you, Dr. Karen. I wonder, Ms. Safdie, if you go on mute, there's an echo of Dr. Karen's voice. And I'm sorry, I know if you need to object, come off mute, but that may help. Let's see if it does. Back to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay. And looking at the box plots, would you agree that this shows the full distribution under the baseline and the DCP 2443 scenarios?
Based on the modeling outcomes, you're asking me to confirm if this is actually the data that the model has generated. There's no way that I can refute that, but that doesn't mean it captures what will actually happen as a consequence of the DCP, as I've said numerous times, because I think the accuracy and the precision of the model is as good as you want to assume it is, or as poor as it might be. I just don't think there is a lot of information that confirms that the DCP will not have a negative effect, particularly during hard years, that is dry years, in the Delta with respect to cyanobacterial blooms.
I would move to strike that answer as non-responsive. I was asking a very specific question about the box plots and what it showed, not a conclusion about the modeling.
And we would oppose that motion to strike. That was squarely within the realm of the question that was asked.
I'm not going to strike the response, but I will ask, Ms. Morris, will you ask your question, specific question again, and ask Dr. Karen to focus on Ms. Morris's question?
Looking at the box plot on the page before you, would you agree that that shows the full distribution under the baseline and the DCP 2043 scenarios?
Could you define full distribution? I'm not sure what you mean. Do I think that there are data that have been omitted? I'm not sure what that full distribution is referring to. I think the data that we're looking at portrays in a different way the data in the table above. Is that?
So does this show the full distribution of data? Isn't that the point? Sorry, Dr. Karen, isn't the point of a box plot to show the full distribution of data?
Objection, vague. I mean, the witness cannot answer general. It's not appropriate to ask this witness general questions about box plots. That's not within his realm of expertise. You can ask him about his understanding of this one.
Well, I'm going to allow it. Dr. Karen said he's very familiar with box plots, so I think we'll allow this question. Dr. Karen, if you're able to answer.
Well, okay, so I am unable to answer only because I don't know if these data have been simply taken in a different context than the table above. It should be the same information. I assume that all the data that have been used to generate the table just above have been plotted here. And what you're looking at, as box plots do, this is a box and whisker plot where the percentiles are indicated by the size of those rectangular boxes above and below. And then there is the line indicates another percentile, and then the dots indicate values that are considered as outliers based on where all the other numbers fall. Now, there's no way for me looking at this to know that all the data have been included. I assume if this box plot was created correctly, that all the data are represented here, and the dots are what are statistically considered outliers from the rest of the data. I don't know how else to answer that. I can't evaluate, since I don't have the data in front of me, other than the summary tables that have been presented above, whether or not the data have been presented accurately. You're asking me a question that no one can address unless they have the full data set in front of them and they can match up both the extent of the rectangles, the extent of the lines to and from, and the actual outliers in the figure. But
Dr. Are you
I assume
aware?
it's correct.
Okay, Dr. Karen, are you aware that all of the modeling data that is used to this extract and provide these charts were provided and are available to anyone who wants to look at them?
Oh, I would fully assume they are.
Yeah, it assumes facts, not in evidence.
Yeah.
I think that
Well,
I don't even know
Dr.
how to
Karen, were you aware whether this data was available?
I have been told that the data are available. I have not viewed the data because that is going way into the weeds for actually presenting these data. I have not gone in, taken those raw data, of which there are thousands and thousands, if not tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of actual numbers, and recalculated this plot in order to make sure that the data have been presented accurately. I have not done that.
Assuming all the data are correctly reflected in the box plots, and with the caveat that you completely disagree with any modeling results that are presented by DWR in this hearing, would you agree that these box plots show that the full distribution of data under the baseline and DCP 2043 scenarios are similar?
Objection, objection, vague, misstates testimony, and in general, we would object to this line of questioning as being far outside the scope of this witness's testimony.
I don't think, Ms. Morris, this is, as you've noticed, this is particularly productive. So let's move on.
Dr. Karen,
I can look at the box plot myself, so I can have an opinion about it.
Dr. Karen, is it correct that you've been, we can take this down, a research scientist and professor for over 40 years?
Yes, it is.
And in your scientific practice, when evaluating whether a change in environmental conditions will produce a measurable effect, would you base your conclusion on a single excerpted sentence from a report, or would you examine the full data set available?
Objections calls for speculation and incomplete hypothetical.
I'll allow Dr. Karen to answer it to the best of his ability, please.
Okay, please repeat the question. You have a wonderful habit of asking very complex, compound questions. I'd like to make sure I understand it.
I think I'll take that as a compliment today. In your scientific practice, when you're evaluating whether a change in environmental conditions will produce a measurable effect, would you base your conclusion on a single excerpted sentence from a report, or would you examine the full data set available?
Okay, this is going to be a long answer. There's no short answer to that. There's certainly no yes, no. The fact is, the way science works is that scientists look at data sets and they look at them differently because they have different amounts of information in their head. So this is the reason why most scientific publications are broken into an introduction, a methods section, a results section, and a discussion section. The introduction introduces the topic and what the study is going to be about. The methods should, in an appropriate peer-reviewed publication, provide all the data, all the methodology that's necessary to actually carry the study out. The results are supposed to be purely factual information. The discussion is where a author can wax poetic, if you will. They use the base of knowledge in their head in order to try to interpret that work in a larger context. However, a different scientist, another scientist, reading that information may take in the results, which, if the methodology looks correct, they would believe as factual information, but they may come up with a very different interpretation because they have a different base of knowledge in their head. Now, Dr. Priest is a very good scientist. I've said this. I have absolutely no problem with her work. She's produced some nice papers that I have read independent of this whole process, and I've enjoyed, and I find her information that she presents to be very good. But not to sound egotistical, but I've published an order of magnitude more papers than she has, so I feel I have a larger and broader database in my head to try to interpret the work that she has presented or anyone has presented. Now, in this case, I've read her papers, I understand her knowledge, and I also have a broad understanding of how important water residence time is. So I look at her, the one sentence that you ask if I have made my judgment on, and the answer is no, I have not made it on that one sentence. However, because of my base of knowledge, I feel the answer is different than 1 or 2 days won't make a big difference in Discovery Bay. I hope that answers your question. It is, in fact, not just me reading that one sentence and drawing a conclusion from that one sentence, is because that one sentence undermines a huge amount of information in my mind on how cyanobacterial blooms work. And in fact, even in my opinion, my professional opinion, refutes some of the remarks that Dr. Priest has made regarding the importance or unimportance, insignificance or significance of that 1 to 2 days.
And Dr. Karen, when you make the statement, 1 to 2 days of additional residence time, you were also relying on that same modeling, correct? You didn't do your own analysis.
Objection misstates testimony. The witness is simply here referring to Dr. Priest's own testimony about a day or 2 of residence time, not stating that as his opinion.
I'll allow the question. Dr. Karen can explain, please.
Repeat it, please.
In your testimony, you are relying on the same modeling to draw your conclusions about 1 to 2 days of residence time that Dr. Priest relied on, correct?
I am not concluding, I am not making my comments based on the modeling study per se. My comments on the 1 to 2 day importance of an increased water residence time is based on Dr. Priest's statement from her modeling work. I did not do the modeling work, so I cannot evaluate it. As I've said, I have great reservations about believing the numbers coming out of the modeling study for all the reasons that I've mentioned, including what another study has presented for water residence time in Discovery Bay. So I am simply taking her statement, which she bases on her modeling study, and I'm using that as a way of looking at whether or not 1 or 2 days of increased residence time in Discovery Bay might be important for cyanobacterial blooms.
And in fact, in reaching your conclusions, you did no quantitative analysis of residence time increases that may be caused from the Delta Conveyance project operations, correct?
I think that question has been previously asked. I have not done any modeling studies in Discovery Bay, and nor do I say that one of the 2 studies the one that has been done by DWR or the one that RMA Consulting has done is accurate. I'm simply saying that if it's 1 or 2 days, even by the work that Dr. Priest has done, it's a problem for the people who live in Discovery Bay. Maybe not for the people who are going to receive water from the DCP, but it sure is going to be a potential problem for the people in Discovery Bay and other areas of the Delta.
And let's go to page 37 of DTech 101. And if we can look, I think on line 1 through 3, just to direct your attention, you suggest the Wilson et al. Study conducted their study at a suboptimal temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, correct?
Correct. Just to clarify, that is suboptimal from the point of view of if you wanted to look at the potential highest intrinsic growth rate of the cyanobacterial strains they were looking at, they might well have conducted that at a higher temperature. However, I would note that both the light and the temperature are based on what is feasible and realistic in a laboratory setting. It's difficult to recreate it's actually, there aren't that many incubators that people own that will go nicely at 25 degrees, above 25 degrees C. It's also very difficult to increase the light intensity much above what they have provided, because you end up having areas within the incubator that are slightly different in intensity. So these conditions are common. As I've said, I think the Wilson study was a very good one, but it is not an appropriate vehicle for picking a median value among those strains as what the cyanobacteria in the Delta are growing at.
Thank you. Because that was non-responsive to my question, I just want to be clear. And you are suggesting, and I'm not asking why, that in your statement that the Wilson study concluded that, that the Wilson study conducted their study at a suboptimal temperature of 25 degrees Celsius.
Again,
Objection, is there a question in that?
Correct?
It depends on your definition of suboptimal. As I've said,
it's your words. Did you say that, Dr. Karen, or
yes,
not?
yes, I
We can
did.
do this all.
Objection.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
Stop. Thank you.
I'm going to
Let's
just
start
object.
over.
I would like to object to counsel interrupting the witness as he's answering a question.
Well, I understand, Ms. Morris has been also very patient, and Dr. Karen is very thoughtful and has a lot to say about things and has a very professorial approach, which I appreciate. But I can understand also that we do need to get through this today. But yes, let's please speak one at a time to the extent we can politely, and I think we're all attempting to do that. Back to you, Ms. Morris.
On page 37, line 1 through 3, you suggest that the Wilson study conducted their study at a suboptimal temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, correct?
From the point of view that there may be a higher temperature which would have yielded a higher growth rate, yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, those are your exact words. At a suboptimal temperature for cyanobacteria, 25 degrees, correct?
Objection
Well,
asked and answered.
Overruled. Please, Dr. Karen.
From the point of from the point that if they had used a higher temperature, they may have obtained a higher growth rate. Yes, 25 degrees C was suboptimal.
And if we go back to your testimony on page 19, looking at lines 2 to 5, you also testify, given that the seasonal maximum water temperature in the delta is typically approximately 24 degrees Celsius, green algae or other algal types, rather than cyanobacteria, should dominate the delta system based solely on the effect of water temperature and intrinsic growth rate, correct?
Correct.
So you testified that the delta water temperatures are typically below the suboptimal laboratory temperature that Wilson et al. Used, correct?
Well, he used a temperature of 25, so they are not always below subopt, or they are not always less than what the delta is. I'm not sure what you're asking there. The delta does, of course, it's a temperate environment. It has temperatures that seasonally go well below the anything near the optimal temperature for cyanobacterial growth. That is why we don't see cyanobacterial blooms throughout the year at this time. In all probability, that is one of the contributing factors. Hope that answers your question.
On what basis do you apply a maximum doubling rate of approximately 1 day, nearly 3 times faster than the Wilson et al. Suboptimal results? Natural microcystis populations growing in water temperatures that are actually cooler than the Wilson et al. Laboratory conditions.
Objection, compound, and misstates testimony.
Can you break it down, Ms. Morris? Is that possible?
I think when I break it down, I'm going to get an objection, but I'll try.
Okay.
I don't think this is the complex question. These are complex thoughts, and I'm
No,
trying.
I understand that.
I can answer your question if you would
Great.
like. Okay, fine. The reason is that it's not simply suboptimal temperature, which actually is not an unreasonable temperature to do those experiments at. The problem comes from there is also a compounding issue, is that they used a light intensity that's an order of magnitude less than what is typical in the delta. So combined, those values should not be, and certainly not the median value. Why would the maximal value, if you're going to look at the potential issue having to do with cyanobacterial blooms, why would you not look at the highest growth rates? That to me would be the best way of bracketing what might be the worst case scenario in the delta. The delta light intensity is, excuse me, the light intensity in the experiment was quite low, which again, as I said, is fine for what Dr. Wilson was trying to show, but it doesn't mean that that's going to be indicative of cyanobacteria under somewhat higher temperature, up to 27 or so degrees, and at optimal light intensity of 2,500 microeinsteins instead of 250.
And you're suggesting that the light intensity, as you quote, 1/10 of full sunlight in Wilson et al. Is not appropriate, correct?
It's appropriate for what he did. It is not appropriate to take that value and interpret growth rate in the delta as this is what it must be. That is inappropriate. And I've provided a range of what I feel are more appropriate values based on other studies that have been done.
And we're going to talk about those. Don't worry. The Sacramento San Joaquin, do you have an understanding that the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta is a turbid system?
At times.
And in a turbid system, how would you expect light attenuation in the Delta? Let me strike that. Would you agree that in a turbid system, light attenuation in waters can significantly reduce light availability for photoplankton?
It absolutely does, yes.
What evidence do you have that light conditions in Discovery Bay are substantially different from the suboptimal light conditions Wilson et al. Used in their laboratory study?
Are you asking me for the incident radiation that hits the water's surface Or are you asking me if the turbidity down in the water column is different than what Wilson used at 250? And I'll answer it, assuming that is your question. At some depth in the water column, certainly the light attenuation could be the order of magnitude less that Wilson used in his experiments. At the surface of the water, where cyanobacteria tend to aggregate, as I've indicated in discussing their ecology, it would be full sunlight irradiance of 2,500 as opposed to 250. So at some depth, the statement you have asked is yes, at some depth, the irradiance would probably be something close to what Wilson used. The question, of course, the relevant question is that what the cyanobacteria are seeing? And my answer to that would be no, not if they're at the surface, which is where cyanobacteria tend to accumulate.
And I believe you testified to this, so correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it true that cyanobacteria cells are moving up and down in the water column? They're not just staying at the surface
That
due
is
to the
not
tidal
true.
mixing.
I did not make that specific statement. I said under stable conditions, cyanobacteria have flotation ability. They will and do float up near the surface, and this is obvious to anyone who has witnessed a cyanobacterial bloom. They form scums, they form aggregations at the surface. I can show you 1,000 pictures from dozens of different environments where that is the case. That is part of their ecological strategy, in part because they enjoy and benefit from that very high light, and in part because they also shade the water below them, which means that competing beneficial algae are at a competitive disadvantage from the point of view of light acquisition.
Is it your opinion that tidal mixing doesn't cause the cyanobacteria cells to move up and down?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Are you aware if in the delta, cyanobacteria are observed mixed throughout the water column and do not
Yes, okay.
necessarily aggregate only at the surface?
Okay, so we're not talking about Discovery Bay right now. Yes, absolutely. There's turbulence, there's mixing in the delta. I think that was well covered by Dr. Priest's testimony. I've sort of reiterated quite a bit of that. That is, in fact, somewhere in my testimony, I mentioned that is actually a strategy that has been used in some lake or pond environments to actually disadvantage the cyanobacteria a bit, meaning that there are bubblers that can be used. There's various mechanisms for moving the water vertically, mixing it deeper, and getting the cyanobacteria away from the environment that they like, right at the surface with very high irradiance. And by mixing them deeper, you're depriving them to some degree of very high light, which reduces their growth rate relative to beneficial algae. That is a mitigative strategy that has and is used. So yes, the answer is yeah, there are obviously places in the Delta where that is occurring.
Thank you. But it's your testimony that's not occurring in Discovery Bay.
I think it is occurring to a lesser degree in Discovery Bay because of the increase in water residence time in Discovery Bay relative to other parts of some other parts of the Delta.
After you talk about the Wilson on this, we should go back. Sorry, Ms. Mullen, if we could go to page back to 37. After you talk about the Wilson report, you talk about the Lurling report in your testimony, correct?
Okay, could you point out where you're referring to?
Sure. I'm looking at lines 15 through 17 in general.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay. What mortality factors did the Lurling paper consider in their growth rate experiments?
It's a good question. I don't remember off the top of my head if they looked at mortality at all.
In these lines, you rely on Lurling et al. 2013 as providing a more reasonable growth rate range of 0.66 to 1.05 divisions per day, correct?
That is correct in comparison to the value that was pulled as the median value from the Wilson study. The Wilson study, as I mentioned, was measuring intrinsic growth rate only at suboptimal conditions. I don't believe the Luring study considered mortality either. So these values, presumably, but I'd have to go back and look through that particular publication in detail more. But I believe these are also expressing values of intrinsic growth rate.
And are you aware that the 0.66 divisions, strike that, let me start because I cannot enunciate today. Are you aware that the 0.66 divisions per day rate in Lurling et al. Was also measured at 25 degrees Celsius?
Nope, but as I said, that is a common approach of laboratory-based experiments because the logistics of doing higher temperatures are complicated or they're difficult. So that would simply indicate that actual intrinsic growth rates at higher irradiances may even be significantly faster. So that is actually not suggesting that the rates would be lower. It would be indicating the rates are probably higher. But I will add, cyanobacteria just don't grow that fast intrinsically relative to other algae. There are algae that can grow faster, as I've indicated with figure 1 in my testimony, at a lot of temperatures. But the fact is that there are mortality issues that are quite different between cyanobacterial populations and algal populations.
So the Lurling et al. Paper used the same suboptimal temperature and even lower light than the Wilson et al. Paper that you characterized its growth rates, and yet you characterized the Lurling growth rates as more reasonable, correct?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence. The witness is not testified as to exactly what temperature was used. I think that was just established.
I think we just established it in the previous
Please,
question.
yeah, please, Dr. Karen.
Could you repeat the question again then?
So Lurling et al. Used the same suboptimal temperature and even lower light than Wilson et al. And you characterized its growth rates as more reasonable, correct?
Correct, because those growth rates are significantly faster than the growth rate that Dr. Priest picked from the Wilson study. This indicates that even under other suboptimal conditions, if you look at a more realistic range of growth rates of cyanobacteria, you get values that are faster than what Dr. Priest suggests is what should be used to calculate the potential change in population. Given that these values, as you seem to know more about the Luring article right now than I do, given that these rates are faster, if you increase the temperature and you increase the light intensity, you may get even lower or faster growth rates, which I did not feel was appropriate because those values aren't available in the scientific literature. These values are, so I feel they're more appropriate than a doubling time of 2.6 days.
Lurling et al. 23 measured diversion rates under controlled laboratory conditions, correct?
Lurling et al. 2023, did you say?
2013, I said?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard you.
My fault. Do you want me to repeat the question?
You asked if these were done under laboratory conditions.
Correct.
As far as I know, yes, all of those were.
What basis do you have to apply maximum laboratory growth rates to natural microcystis populations in the highly variable field conditions of Discovery Bay?
I never said
Objection.
that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I never said that these are maximal growth rates. These are more realistic growth rates, in my opinion, and they are faster than the values that Dr. Priest has used. So I feel that they are more appropriate. They are not optimal. They are not necessarily maximal. And these, this is a range of different strains than Dr. Wilson studied. Dr. Wilson's study was designed purely to take a bunch of isolates from an environment and see how their growth rates compared under constant conditions. The Luring article, I think, is more indicative of what other populations of cyanobacteria may be doing in terms of growth. It is not, and did not say that these are optimal or maximal growth rates. They're simply probably closer to reality than the single value that Dr. Priest chose.
All right, let me re-ask the question because I
Okay.
don't think I got an answer. We've established that the Lurling et al. 2013 measured division rates under controlled laboratory conditions. On what basis do you apply the Lurling growth rates to natural microcystis populations in a highly variable field conditions like Discovery Bay?
Okay. As I've just said, because I feel these values are closer to reality than are the conditions that the single value that Dr. Priest used. The fact that you can do the same sort of work under laboratory conditions and get faster growth rates than the median growth rate of a bunch of strains of microcystis, to me, based on all my experience, indicates that these growth rates are more realistic of what one might expect intrinsic growth rates to be in the real world under natural conditions of higher radiance and temperatures that are acceptable, meaning 25 degrees or so.
Would you agree that phytoplankton and natural systems face losses from grazing?
Of course they do. That's been sort of a stated part of my testimony, that those grazing or losses due to mortality are different than for cyanobacteria, many cyanobacteria, and beneficial algae.
And would you agree that phytoplankton and natural systems face losses from viral lysis?
They do, although the amount of losses of these natural populations is, excuse me, very poorly characterized. Viral lysis of cyanobacteria does occur. There are publications on it, but viral lysis of beneficial algae also occur. It's an area of study that science is only within the last several years has really picked up on.
And would you agree that phytoplankton and natural systems face losses from sinking and flushing throughout the growing period?
Yes.
So the actual net growth rate of microcystis in Discovery Bay over an additional 2 days would likely be substantially lower than the laboratory doubling rate you applied in your testimony, correct?
Yes, intrinsic growth rates may not be realized as a consequence of losses due to grazing or other losses, other mortality sources.
And I believe earlier you testified that zooplankton grazing is a critical mortality factor for phytoplankton in the delta, correct?
It is.
And the doubling rate calculation you rely on in your testimony applies laboratory growth rates to natural Discovery Bay populations without accounting for the grazing losses you've identified, correct?
Correct, because I feel that the mortality losses are low relative to the mortality losses of other beneficial algae.
So the same grazing pressure you argue Dr. Priest underweighted, you also did not take into account when relying on a laboratory-based doubling rate calculation. Correct?
Objection asked and answered. We've been going through this several times now.
If I'll allow it, Dr. Karen.
Could you repeat the question, please?
So the same grazing pressure you argued Dr. Priest underweighted, you did not consider when relying on a laboratory-based doubling rate calculation in your testimony in this matter.
I qualified yes, given that I used the 0.66 to 1. In fact, I believe I used the doubling time of 1 day, which does allow for significant losses due to mortality. I would say yes, that is partially true. However, I would also take into account the fact that these doubling times of 0.66 to 1 day are not optimal, maximal intrinsic growth rates. They were done under suboptimal conditions, as I've indicated, and one would expect that the actual intrinsic growth rate is somewhat higher. So again, I feel these doubling times, it is my opinion that these doubling times are more appropriate to use when trying to determine whether or not a 2-day change in the water residence time as a consequence of the DCP could be important in terms of the cyanobacterial bloom if one is taking place or stimulating one.
I'd like to look at page 39 of your testimony, please. And looking at paragraph 68, do you see you're quoting, you have a quote here.
Yes, I see the quote.
And in this section, you testified that shorter water residence time suppressed cyanobacterial dominance, correct?
I've quoted Dr. Berrigan-Perea as noting that higher flow years result in diminished bloom situations near Stockton. Yes, that's the quote.
Is Miss Barbara Berrigan-Perea have a doctorate degree?
Objection. Objection. That's not an appropriate question for this witness.
You
I'm
said
sorry,
doctor.
I
I'm trying to clarify the record.
okay, I do not know if she's a doctor. Usually in a scientific circle, I credit the person I'm talking to having a PhD unless I'm told otherwise. I've been told otherwise, that's fine.
So you're relying on this testimony, this quote, for the fact that the shorter residence time suppressed cyanobacterial dominance, correct?
No, I'm simply noting that it seems to correlate that when flow is increased, blooms are diminished. When flow decreases, blooms appear in abundance. This is a personal observation by Ms. Berrigan-Perea. It's not my quote. It's not my statement.
Okay, I'm going to point you directly to your language, which I do not believe is a quote. On line 13, shorter water residence times under the same environmental conditions of highlight high nutrient. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
So is it your testimony that shorter residence time suppress cyanobacterial dominance?
That again is a question with much more depth than I think you credit it for. That is saying is that you have a flow through the system, whatever flow. Again, my bathtub analogy is a good one, I think. If you have a tub of water that's filled with nutrient-rich water and you add algae into that system, it will grow. It will form a bloom if there are enough nutrients in there. If you turn the spigot on and there's the same nutrient-rich water coming in to the tub, it will overflow eventually, and the cyanobacteria or algae that you put in there will become washed out. If you increase the flow fast enough, the algae will not have a chance to be able to increase in abundance. That is simply the situation that is going on, I believe, it's my opinion, in parts of the delta. That is, you have flow moving through, and the conditions are such that perhaps the cyanobacteria are growing, but are not accumulating at great rates because the water flows through too fast for them. There are other issues involved. It's complicated because you also have mixing turbulence that are involved. There are those sorts of issues. Temperature is obviously involved. And what I'm simply saying in this sentence is that there may not be sufficient time for competition between the cyanobacteria and the beneficial algae for the cyanobacteria to essentially crowd them out by the ecological principle of competitive exclusion.
Okay, thank you. But the words you wrote were not what you just said. The words you wrote are, thus a shorter residence time acts to suppress cyanobacterial dominance, explaining the absence of CHABs during these years. Yes? Correct?
That is correct, and that is exactly what I just answered.
And
perhaps you didn't understand it, and I can rephrase it for you if you'd like.
no, I understood it. I just am trying to lay the foundation to ask a question so that we can all get you out of here. But I understood your words. Thank you very much. You also state that slowing of the water movement through this area of the delta in reference back to Miss Barbara Berrigan Perea's statement in Stockton is sufficient to result in significant CHAB events under similar environmental conditions, correct?
Objection, misstates testimony. Counsel has just characterized or interpreted what that statement is saying without laying the foundation for that.
Wait, wait, I have to understand. I think Ms. Morris just read verbatim Dr. Karen's testimony. Is that not accurate?
So she inserted some language there where she said in reference, a portion of it she interpreted as being in reference back to a prior statement. Those words are not a prior statement by
Okay.
Ms. Berrigan Perea. Those words are not in there.
I can re-ask the question and lay a
Thank
foundation
you.
and then reread the statement. Looking at lines 17 through 19, Dr. Karen, when you say water movement through this area of the delta, are you referring back to the statement that you quote from Miss Barbara Berrigan Perea, where it states that the area is Stockton?
I'm sorry, that's a very convoluted question. Could you break it down? I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, or I would be happy to respond to it.
Let me ask a
Let me
question.
try again.
Let me try. Dr. Karen,
Thank
in
you.
line 18, when you refer to this area of the delta, what do you mean there?
This area of the delta being the area that Ms. Berrigan Perea has observed, where higher flow rate years seem to have less of a problem, slower flow rate years have a bigger problem with respect to cyanobacterial blooms. My scientific take on that is that it is
Well, let me this where I think we're just focusing on the geography here. So excuse me for interrupting, but is it your understanding that this area is near Stockton?
Oh, absolutely. That's what her statement says. Diminished near Stockton. I
Okay,
mean,
I think
thought that was
I
pretty
think that's
obvious.
where Ms. Morris was going. So with that, I'll turn back to Ms. Morris for
Okay.
the substance of the question.
Thank you. What evidence do you have that water residence time in this specific area, Stockton, of the Delta is shorter during years without significant CHAB events?
I believe Dr. Priest's own research has established that pretty well. She has noted, and in fact, I think I may have included a quote in my testimony somewhere to the effect that in the Stockton area, they see the biggest problems in areas that have higher radiance, slower water movement, and there may have been another one, higher temperatures as a consequence of slower water movement. So that I think, again, correlates with my scientific conclusion that it is water residence time because length of time of higher radiance, exposed to higher radiance, length of time exposed to high nutrients, and water temperatures all relate to how fast the water is moving through the system.
And just to be clear, the evidence that you cited from Dr. Priest wasn't water residence time. You listed a number of other factors, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
In your last response, relying on Dr. Priest's work,
Yeah,
you listed a number of factors, but that none of those were water residence time, correct?
absolutely. I said that the water movement, I believe she used the term water residence time. You can check that publication, or I could check myself, but I'm pretty sure she used the specific words of longer residence time is a factor. So absolutely. And again, if you are considering a location, higher flow rate through that location than otherwise low float rate means it can't be anything other than a difference in water residence time. If the water is moving through at a faster rate in a given volume of water, it has a shorter residence time. So again, this hair splitting between flow and water residence time is completely scientifically inappropriate. They're the same. If you're considering a particular location, which I now realize you're referring specifically to the Stockton area.
The Stockton area and the area that you're just discussing, are you aware that that's a dead end channel system?
Yes, I am.
And in a dead end system, do you know how, well, sorry, strike that. Do you know how far this dead end channel system is in miles from the San Joaquin River?
Uh, Not specifically.
Um,
I've looked at it on the map, but I haven't measured it.
would that matter would it, in your opinion, would it matter how far the dead end system is from the main channel?
Yes, it would, because,
Understand the,
go ahead, sorry. You want to finish your question?
I, yes. And looking at residence time and how it may be different in different locations, would it be important to understand how far a dead end channel system is from a main channel where tidal exchange can occur?
Yes, it would. In Dr. Priest's own testimony, her testimony, I believe, maybe not her testimony, but certainly her publications indicates that the area around Stockton that sees the worst problems is quote unquote more lacustrine. That means it's more like a lake and less like a river. And that is all keeping with the idea that a longer residence time provides the changes in the environmental conditions, temperature, light, water stability that result in cyanobacterial blooms. This is very similar to the situation in Discovery Bay, except that it is actually a flow-through system. It's just a greatly slowed flow-through system relative to the rest of the Delta. But yes, it's totally important. But
Would you agree that it, sorry,
sorry.
go ahead.
I was going to say, but the exact, whether I know it's 2 miles or 20 miles is not really consequential. What is consequential is how much those waters turn over, how much flow there actually gets through there. And you'd have to have a very accurate hydrological model that could indicate how often those waters actually turn over.
Would you agree that a dead end system that's at a distance from a main channel, that tidal exchange is the primary driver of water movement and residence time?
Yes.
And would you agree that tidal exchange is primarily what is controlling residence time at the Stockton waterfront?
You're asking me for a question about the hydrology of the system I do not know well, but my assumption would be yes, it matter. It is an important tidal flow, tidal oscillation, may be the main driver of water exchange in that those far reaches of the Stockton area.
And if we could go to page 43 of your testimony, 9(6) through 7. You testified that the DCP could lead to new areas of CHAB occurrence, correct?
Correct.
Which specific locations have you identified as new areas of potential CHAB occurrence under the Delta Conveyance project that are not currently affected?
Specific areas I think I've kind of said are extremely difficult to predict because CHABs in general and their ability to develop are extremely difficult to predict. I think I've mentioned there are only two modeling studies that I know of in the world, and they're both marine, where predictions of CHABs are relatively accurate, and that is on an annual basis. And that is because those are places where they almost always occur every single year. Trying to identify specific areas is very, very difficult. But I will give you two examples of where I think the issue is going to rear its head. And I hope I'm wrong in the future. But my scientific knowledge suggests that the relatively new development of I think it's is it Delta Coves, I believe it is, in Bethel Island. It is a warren of waterways very similar in morphological arrangement to Discovery Bay, which we know is a hotspot. I think in future, if that waterway has similar problems with water exchange with the rest of the Delta, it has the potential for having relatively long water residence times, warmer water, high irradiance, high nutrients, and it is likely to be another hotspot in the Delta. So I will say that is my prediction on that, and that is based on general ecological principles and what I know about water residence time and its effect on CHABs. The other area that I would say is that of Clifton Court Forebay. And the reason for that is, as Dr. Priest's own research shows, microcystis populations, as they grow and bloom during the latter part of the year, when the bloom dies down, the cells will form resting stages and sink to the bottom or move with the water. That has the potential for spreading a microcystis bloom from one hotspot to other areas of the delta. I think that has been going on in Clifton Court Forebay. And in fact, Clifton Court Forebay has had some CHAB problems. It is a highly managed and mitigated environment. So these are things that complicate the understanding or the prediction of when a CHAB might get out of control. They treat Clifton Court Forebay for the vegetation, for the subaquatic vegetation that has some impact on some positive impact in knocking down algal populations as well as the benthic algae or the benthic plants. But at the same time, by using those herbicides, which the plants are more sensitive to than most cyanobacteria, they're creating a situation where they are knocking down the competition. So that problem, I would predict, could get worse as a consequence of the fact that Old River is carrying water from Discovery Bay as a hotspot and probably seeding Clifton Court Forebay on a regular basis. And whether or not they can keep ahead of that problem, the CHAB problem in Clifton Court Forebay, will be a consequence of how aggressively they mitigate that environment.
What quantitative basis do you have for concluding that Clifton Court Forebay under the Delta Conveyance project operations would cause more CHABs to move into other areas?
There is no quantitative information, as I just said, because these blooms, where they appear and the magnitude they will reach and the longevity they will have is extremely difficult to model or predict under the best of circumstances. So there is no quantitative information. Ecological principle, basic ecological principle, and how the arrangement of Clifton Court Forebay north and receiving water from Discovery Bay are oriented, that in and of itself suggests that there is a significant risk to Clifton Court Forebay.
Does Clifton Court Forebay behave like a dead-end channel similar to the Stockton waterfront?
No, my recollection, my knowledge is that no, it has removals that are managed. So it is not quote unquote a dead end, but it is a location where water movement is slowed relative to some other parts of the delta. So it therefore, in my opinion, my expert opinion, it has the potential for, and it has in fact had cyanobacterial blooms.
Do you know where the Delta Conveyance project intakes are in comparison to Clifton Court Forebay?
Relatively speaking, yes. My understanding is that the DCP withdrawals are up in the Sacramento River. Clifton Court Forebay, of course, is in southern reaches of the Delta.
Do you know if there's any water leaving Clifton Court Forebay going back into the Delta?
Water moving back into the Delta. I'm not knowledgeable about that movement.
What quantitative analysis do you have that the Delta Conveyance project would change residence times in the area that you identified as Delta Cove near Bethel Island?
What quantitative information? I have no quantitative information. I have correlative information that indicates where you slow the water down in Stockton, where you slow the water down in Discovery Bay. There are big problems. Given the morphology of the Delta Coves, I would expect that similar hydrographical conditions vis-a-vis water residence time are going to be established or are established there. And in my expert opinion, it is a matter of time under the conditions that are prevailing that they're going to see a problem. whether or not the DCP in particular is going to exacerbate that, well, as I've stated, there's no quantitative information, but the indication, as with Discovery Bay, as we've been discussing, of a couple of days extra water residence time, that's really important, in my opinion, in Discovery Bay, and it could be similarly important in Delta Coast, but that's speculative at this time.
You testified in looking at these same lines, 7 through 11, same page 43. You testified that Dr. Priest's conclusions are based on her interpretation of model data that does not focus on environmental conditions during extreme scenarios in dry years and drought periods, correct?
Yes, I did say that.
Are you aware that DWR's modeling specifically includes dry and critical water year analysis under multiple climate change scenarios?
Yes, I
Object,
know. Sorry.
please.
Sorry about that.
I think he answered yes, I am.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
You may continue. Thank you.
And Dr. Priest's testimony addresses residence time, temperature, and other parameters across all water year types, including dry and critical years, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
So your characterization that her analysis doesn't focus on extreme scenarios would not be completely accurate, correct, Dr. Karen?
No, I think it is accurate. I said it does not focus on those environmental conditions, and it does not. It deals with median values, and median values, I don't think, capture the real extreme scenarios of dry years and what additional water removal from the delta will mean in those dry years. I understand the perspective that's being presented by Dr. Priest. Don't, I'm not a simpleton. However, I don't think the analysis and the modeling has focused on those extreme environmental conditions. We know that high flow years, big rain years, tend to minimize the cyanobacterial blooms in the delta. We also know that the dry years are really the ones we worry about at this time. That's not saying the picture can't get worse in the delta, even under good years, but right now we know that dry years are a big problem with respect to CHEBs. I don't believe the way the overall testimony and rebuttal has been presented really focuses on the environmental conditions during extreme scenarios. I think that comment is accurate.
But would you agree, based on the information we looked at together today, that Dr. Priest's testimony relies on the full distribution of data, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Please, Dr. Karen.
I think it focuses on, or not focuses, it provides the full modeling outputs. Whether those modeling outputs are an appropriate and sufficient way, see, I do know what sufficient means, sorry. If it's a sufficient way to analyze what will happen in bad years in the delta, I question that greatly. And again, to me, this comes down to risk benefit. I fully understand the benefits of the DCP for people who need that water and for agencies that need to move it around. However, the risk to me, or the risk in my mind, are all those people who are in the delta and will be subjected to whatever conditions arise should the DCP be enacted.
And we looked earlier today, Dr. Karen, at the 90th percentile of the data in terms of residence time, and those are the driest and most critical years, correct?
To my knowledge of the way the modeling was done, yes, which is limited.
The extreme dry year and drought conditions you describe, low flows, high temperatures, extended residence times, those are all driven by climate and hydrology, correct?
In a general sense, I would say that's correct, yes.
And the Delta Conveyance project does not create more extreme climatic conditions, does it?
To my knowledge, the DCP can affect climate.
And the
If that's
extreme
your
conditions
question.
would occur regardless of whether the Delta Conveyance project is built, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow it, Dr. Karen.
Could you repeat the question?
The extreme conditions occur regardless of whether or not the Delta Conveyance project is built, correct?
Extreme conditions will occur in the Delta regardless of whether the DCP is built or not. That is not the question. The question is, will the DCP exacerbate those conditions? And I think that's why we're here today.
And you haven't looked at when, in those extreme conditions during summer months, the Delta Conveyance project would be able to operate, or how much water it could take during those conditions, correct?
Objection, that was both vague and compound.
Overruled. Dr. Karen, if you understood the question, please.
Yes, I have not studied the quantitative. Again, as I've said before, it seems that how much water would be allowed to be removed at a given year, at a given time of year, has been a moving target, at least for me. I have not followed all of that discussion. So quantitatively, I cannot make a conclusion one way or the other on that.
Do tidal exchanges with partially closed systems like the Stockton Ship Channel still occur in low flow?
Again, you're asking me a hydrology question for which that's not my area of expertise.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for answering my questions. At this point, I don't have any further questions, Dr. Karen.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Thank you, Dr. Karen. I will look to you, Ms. Safdie. Do you want to take a break and think about redirect, or would you like to jump right into redirect?
I think we will have a few minutes of redirect. If we could take a brief break, I think that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and take our mid-morning break. We'll take 10 minutes and come back at 10:33. Thank you. Welcome back. It is 10:33. For the court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. Then I want to make sure that we have Ms. Morris with us as well, and Ms. Safdie, of course. Excellent, thank you. Then I will turn to Ms. Safdie. Do you have redirect for Dr. Karen?
Ms. Worth will be doing the redirect. Thank you, hearing officer.
Excellent. To you, Ms. Worth, please.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
And Dr. Karen, you will probably have to come off mute, but you are ready. Yep.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Dr. Karen, do you recall being asked by Mrs. Morris about your experiences performing studies that analyze CHABs in the Delta?
Yes.
And to clarify, have you performed research in freshwater systems?
Many lakes in California. I think some of those are listed in my testimony. I've performed lakes as far away as Lake Ontario. In fact, pertinent to this topic, we were the first publication to document a dominant cyanobacterium in Lake Ontario. We published that decades ago. But I've worked in a number of lakes in Massachusetts, in the Pocono Mountains, Lake Texoma, which is the big reservoir lake between Texas and Oklahoma. So yes, many different lakes.
And could you clarify your qualifications to assess Dr. Priest's testimony in this proceeding and the shortcomings that you've described?
My qualifications in the sense of what I have researched on, I'm not exactly sure what you mean by my qualifications. I think my qualifications are pretty clear from my CV and obviously my opinions and reasons for some of the disagreements I would have with the priest's testimony are a consequence of the fact that I do have those qualifications. I'm not exactly sure what you're looking for.
No, that's fine. We'll move on. Do you
Okay.
remember a long line of questioning during cross-examination regarding your knowledge on modeling inputs? This was yesterday.
Yes, I do. Not
And
fondly, but I remember it.
Just to clarify, Dr. Karen, you are a biologist, right?
I am. And if I could actually say something, I know the way that it came through is that I sound like I am a non-believer in terms of modeling. And that's not at all the case. As I tried to get out, and I think I was sort of cut off from it, I've done a lot of modeling work. I understand what models are about, and I understand what they're for. As I've said, traditionally, these are mechanisms for trying to understand a system better, not predicting to the pinpoint accuracy of knowing exactly what's going to happen, what will happen in the future. I think a perfect example of this is right now, global climate models have changed just recently. There was a lot of work by many scientists across the world to try to come up with what is our best guess on what climate is going to do. That involves extremely sophisticated, well-designed, well-parameterized models that predicted nothing short of, oh my God, with respect to climate change. This has been a furor over the last several years. Just recently, scientists, now this is not politicians, this is scientists, have reevaluated those models. They were based on estimations of what emissions are going to look like and how that would affect our atmosphere and therefore our climate. Those models have been revised significantly. They have dropped both the worst case scenario and they have dropped the best case scenario. And they're focusing more on what emissions actually are now that we are in the future from when those models predicted the climate change. What that means is that it has been a tool. We've guesstimated based on the modeling what's been done, or we know what's been done, what's going to happen. And then knowing as we move forward what actually has happened, those models become more constrained. Scientists have learned the emissions are not exactly what we thought they were going to be. As a consequence, they have revised those emission estimates, and that changes the prediction of the model into the future. This is exactly my qualm with all modeling. It's a learning tool, and it's great. I'm not in any way taking anything away from the modeling that's been done, but it is not necessarily indicative of what the future will bring, with or without the DCP. And we have to be, I think, very cautious about accepting more risk by simply going forward and saying, yeah, it's not going to change anything at all. And I've used that as the basis for my saying, well, there could very well be some changes that we do not want with respect to harmful algal blooms in the Delta. And that's why, even though I am not a modeler and I am not a hydrologist, I recognize that risk. And based on that risk, my scientific expertise tells me that could be the outcome that we're seeing and in specific locations and generally within the Delta. So I want to go on record as saying I am not a non-believer in modeling. I just know its limitations because I've dealt with models all my career.
Mhm.
Sorry, that was way longer. I promise I'll be shorter next time.
No, it was great. Do you recall being asked during cross-examination about the MIRSA analysis?
I do remember that, and I am not terribly familiar with what specifically is the MIRSA analysis, quite frankly. I've tried to answer those questions as to the level of competence I have, but yeah.
Do you recall why? Can you explain why you used the source in your testimony?
The source, which source are we talking about? Maybe, I may be completely off base in exactly what you're referring to.
Yes, Mrs. Mullen, could we perhaps have your help here pulling up DTech 101? This is Dr. Karen, this is your testimony. We'll just quickly jump to it.
Sorry, I can't memorize every word of the 38 pages or whatever it is.
And Mrs. Mullen, could we please go to page 34? And Dr. Karen, once we get to this page, we're just going to look at lines 24 through 26.
Oops. Oh, there we go. 24 through 36.
Lines 24
Okay.
through 26. Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, now I realize why it was the pronunciation that I did not recognize clearly. That value, I'd have to look back in my notes as to where I got that particular reference, but it was simply meant, and I guess this is the where it becomes very easy to pick apart. That is meant to be a water residence time that has been quoted as a typical or a general estimate of how long it takes water to get through the Delta. And I honestly, again, I did not look closely at that. It was simply that there was a contrast between the residence time through water moving through the entire Delta of days to weeks, where the residence time in Discovery Bay was modeled by DWR as being multiple weeks. And I'm not a hydrologist, but it makes no logical sense to me as a biologist that the entire water residence time of the entire Delta can be days to weeks, and yet water stays in Discovery Bay for 60 days. That made no sense to me. I recognize that the imprecise nature of this quote is what Ms. Morris took exception to, and I get that. I can understand where that would be an argument, but is simply basis on logic. As I said, the amount of water coming into the Delta is estimated. There's records on what comes in with the SAC and the San Joaquin. And, it's on the order of 33 million acre feet a year. And they know kind of what goes out. Again, estimates based or estimates that make that approximation. But in a typical year, a good portion of it goes through. In a wet year, in a dry year, very little of it goes through. Now, how much more can you add to that removal process? How much more can you take away from the Delta and have a bad year become significantly greater? You can model it a million different ways, but in fact, the fact is you don't exactly know how CHABs are going to react because, as I said, there are no good understandings of exactly what causes CHABs. They've been modeled all over the place in many different locations, and they're extremely poor. Unless, one of the examples I was thinking of is off the west coast of Florida, they have a problem called brevetoxin. It causes red
I'm
tide.
sorry, Dr. Karen. I think we've strayed off the question. I'd like Ms. Worth to redirect you with a particular question, because I think you've responded to this particular line of your testimony.
Okay.
So back to you, Ms. Worth, please.
I apologize, hearing
Yeah,
Officer
you have a
Kinsey
lot of
being-
knowledge to share,
Yeah.
and I enjoy it.
Dr. Karen, just one quick question, and then we'll move on from the MIRZA study. Is it your understanding, I believe you said this, but is it your understanding that this study was a DWR study?
Yeah. This particular one, I don't recall.
Okay. We'll move on. Mrs. Mullen, you can go ahead and take this down. Thank you so much for your help. And Dr. Karen, just to be clear, because I think the questions were getting a little muddled just now in cross-examination, do you recall being asked about studies showing that the low flows correlate with harmful algal blooms in the Stockton area?
Yes.
And do you recall pointing to Dr. Priest's own published studies for support on that point?
Yes.
And just for clarity, is it your opinion that Dr. Priest's studies support a finding that relatively longer residence times in the Stockton area lead to more harmful algal blooms formation?
They do, which is why some of her testimony is confusing to me. The topic of water residence time in her testimony and rebuttal is all dependent and constructed around the idea that the DCP will cause no significant change in water residence time, even though water residence time is stated in her own testimony as it will change in some environments by such as Discovery Bay.
Mhm. And do you recall being asked about your testimony regarding the consequences of an increase of a day or two of residence time?
Yes,
for
I do.
harmful- And a day or two, was that a direct quote from Dr. Priest's report submitted in this proceeding?
Yes, or it was a paraphrase thereof. I think she said 1-2 days, something like that. But that's my understanding.
Do you recall being asked if your testimony on this subject meant that you were endorsing Dr. Priest's conclusions as to the DCP's effects on residence time in Discovery Bay?
I do recall several times being asked if I was endorsing it, and to me it was a muddled question asking me to endorse Dr. Priest's findings as being accurate, and in fact I did not. I said that given her stated changes in water residence time, to me, my expert opinion is that that would be enough time for a significant change in the CHAB problem in Discovery Bay.
And just one more time for clarity, do you disagree with Dr. Priest's conclusion that DWR's estimates of residence time are unlikely to significantly worsen the harmful algal bloom problem in Discovery Bay?
I do disagree with that, and I provided 2 examples where I think we can unfortunately almost count on there being problems.
Mhm. And just wrapping up, do you recall yesterday a long line of questions on cross-examination about how external factors like climatic conditions and additional water projects could explain harmful algal bloom growth in the Delta?
Yes.
And can you clarify your opinion of the risks when these conditions stack up and a project like the DCP is added on top?
Yes.
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to conditions.
Officer Kinsey, in my previous question, I specified that this was in reference to climatic conditions and other external factors, but I'm happy to re-specify that in this question.
The question was additional water projects. It's vague and ambiguous as to what additional water projects, unless it's just talking about DCP.
I believe that was in my previous question.
Will you please restate the question, Ms. Worth?
Certainly. Would
Thank
you like
you.
me to restate the question that I just asked or the one that he previously answered?
The one that you just asked, please.
Okay. Dr. Karen, can you clarify your opinion of the risks when these conditions stack up and a project like the DCP is added on top?
Yes.
Vague and ambiguous as to whether conditions includes other water projects and as stated previously, and whether and what those other water projects are.
So, all right. So, Ms. Worth, I think we can add, if you'd like to ask the question specifically with respect to DCP, what I heard was DCP as an example. but let's try the question with respect to DCP, and then if we want to get into other water projects, we can go there and we can attempt that as well.
Certainly. Dr. Karen, can you clarify your opinion of the risks when external factors stack up and a project like the DCP is added on top?
Yes, I can. And I would go back to the seesaw analogy. We have an adult on one end and we have a small child on the other end, and obviously the adult is on the bottom. That has been, I wouldn't say it is necessarily now, but it has been the ecological state of the delta. That is a healthy food web, no cyanobacterial blooms, fish populations and other populations that depend on beneficial algae growing and doing fine and returning to that healthy condition each season. Over the last 20 years, that has changed, where there have been numerous projects, not the least of which, of course, is agricultural activity that has removed water from the delta before it gets through, lengthening the water residence time and exacerbating the conditions that lead to cyanobacterial blooms. We are now at, in my opinion, we've added several children onto the high end of the teeter-totter. And the question is, how many more projects could be added and expect the delta not to shift its ecological state? And I would argue scientifically that we are close to that tipping point. So any project, including the DCP, if it has any significant impact on the water residence time in the delta by increasing water residence time, it most definitely has a significant risk of exacerbating the problems that exist, as we've talked about a million times with Discovery Bay, and also creating new problems by virtue of the fact that those populations like Stockton, Clifton Court Forebay, Discovery Bay are spreading that problem by virtue of Dr. Priest's own research on overwintering populations of microcystis, and we are potentially creating new sub-environments or subregions within the delta that may be excellent places for those seeding populations to take root and form additional harmful algal blooms.
Thank you, Dr. Karen. Officer Kinsey, we have no further questions for redirect at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Worth. Ms. Morris, do you have follow-up questions?
I do not. Thank you, Dr. Karen, again for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Then thank you, Dr. Karen. I really appreciate your testimony with us and spending so much time with us and answering all of these questions. I also really appreciate your style. I can tell you're a professor and the analogies are wonderful. So
I apologize. We are what we are.
No, I very much enjoy when we have professors here with us to testify. So thank you so much, and you are excused.
Thank you. You're welcome.
And with that, I think we turn back to DTEC. We have two additional witnesses. Are you planning to present Dr. Finn and Ms. Berrigan-Perea as a panel or separately?
Thank you. Our intention is to present them sequentially. So we'll start with Dr. Fenn, please. And if we could also elevate Tara Bear, who will do the direct. Thank you.
Wonderful. Looks like we already have. Ms. Bear, you're welcome to make your appearance.
Fantastic. Good morning, Officer Kinsey and parties. Tara Bear for the DTEC parties.
Thank you. And it looks like we have Dr. Finn. And my understanding, Dr. Finn, is that you previously testified in this proceeding. Am I remembering correctly?
Yes, hearing officer.
Thank you. And do you recall in that context taking the oath with respect to your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Then with that, I will turn to you, Ms. Baer, to present Dr. Finn.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Dr. Finn, and thank you for being here again.
Hey, good morning, Ms. Bear.
Dr. Finn, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure, my name is John Cassidy Finn, JOHN CASSIDY FINN.
And Dr. Finn, just to confirm, have you previously testified in this proceeding?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Is Exhibit DTEC 110R a true and correct copy of your revised rebuttal testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have any additional corrections to make to your written rebuttal testimony at this time?
There's just one typo that I've discovered. Page 7, line 13, it should say northwest rather than northeast. But other than that, no other corrections.
Noted. Thank you. And you can clarify that during your presentation as well.
Thank you.
Is Exhibit DTech 111 an updated copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. We won't take up time now to reestablish your expertise, but have there been any changes to your professional credentials that you would like to highlight since you last testified in this proceeding?
Yeah, a couple of articles, have proceeded through the peer review process, into review, through review, published, and I've been the recipient of 2 competitive grants, one federal grant and one competitive internal grant to my university. And I've just was in the last month promoted to full professor at my university.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
Mhm.
Are exhibits DTech 112, 113, and 114 copies of guidance documents produced by DWR that you relied upon when preparing your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
And is exhibit DTech 115 a copy of the bibliography of academic literature on data disaggregation that you compiled for your rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much, Dr. Finn. I will now turn it over to you to summarize your rebuttal testimony for the record.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Ms. Bear, and thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie, for this opportunity to provide this response to Ms. Wolf's rebuttal testimony to my original written and oral testimony in this case. In this presentation, I will first respond to Ms. Wolf's statement that, quote, "There is no one fixed standard approach to environmental justice outreach or analysis," end quote. I will then address the 3 areas from my written and oral testimony that were the primary focus of Ms. Wolf's rebuttal. First, my methodology for measuring and mapping disproportionate potential environmental impacts. Second, my spatial analysis, specifically around the northern 2 intakes on the Bethany alignment. And third, my spatial analysis along the length of the below-ground tunnel of the Bethany alignment. And before I get started, I will note that for me to adequately respond to Ms. Wolf's rebuttal, it will be necessary for me to engage directly with some of the methodologies employed in Chapter 29 of the DPC Certified Final Environmental Impact Review, of which she was the primary author and which she cited to and extensively drew upon in her rebuttal to my testimony. So first, Ms. Wolf began her written rebuttal noting that there is, quote, "no one fixed standard approach to environmental justice outreach or analysis," end quote. In a narrow technical sense, this may be true. However, that does not mean that all approaches to environmental justice outreach and analysis are equally robust or in accordance with well-established best practices. Rather, the suitability of any approach to environmental justice outreach and analysis can and should be evaluated against an existing and significant body of academic literature, as well as its consistency with federal guidance. Academic literature defines 3 intersecting dimensions of environmental justice. Those are distributive justice, procedural justice, and recognition justice. Environmental justice outreach, in Ms. Wolf's statement above, fits under the rubric of procedural justice, which refers to the processes and procedures of community outreach that decision makers should engage in to ensure that all potentially impacted people and communities have the ability to have their voices heard and interests recognized during decision-making processes. The relevant question here is not whether there is one fixed standard, but rather if DWR demonstrated that its environmental justice outreach lived up to any standard at all, and if so, how that was assessed or evaluated. This section of my written testimony that focused on procedural justice was narrowly tailored to the sworn testimony of Ms. Barragan-Perea, Dr. Sarmento, and Mr. Murdoch in terms of the 5 principles of procedural justice as laid out by Hunold and Young. And I'll ask Ms. Mullen, do you mind for me, please, pulling up DTech 110R, and maybe you can scroll to the middle of PDF page 4.
And sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I just want to ensure that this 110R is not the one with the significant revisions, but that was struck from the record, but is just merely the one with the typo revisions.
This
There
was
was no rebuttal testimony with significant revisions submitted for Dr. Finn's rebuttal testimony. That was for his original written testimony, and that was not admitted into the record. So this is his rebuttal testimony with very minor red line revisions that was on the FTP site and submitted in May.
Thank you, Ms. Bear.
and thank you, Ms. Mullen, for pulling that up. As you can see in Table 1, those principles include inclusivity, consultation over time, equal access to resources and information, shared decision-making authority, and authoritative decision-making. Based on my analysis, I concluded that the community engagement undertaken by the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority, quote, fell far short of these principles of procedural justice, end quote. In her rebuttal, Ms. Wolf did not challenge or refute my conclusion, nor did she question or challenge my methodological basis for making it. Furthermore, in her oral testimony, Ms. Wolf specifically testified that, quote, there's nothing that would contradict, end quote, my findings with respect to procedural justice. Ms. Mullen, you can pull down that exhibit. Thank you very much. Moving on to Ms. Wolf's critique of my methodology. This critique falls into two broad categories. First, Ms. Wolf asserts that my study area was too narrow, arguing in favor of the broader EJ study area defined in Chapter 29 of the FEIR. And second, she questioned my use of disaggregated race and ethnicity data, arguing that it would be more appropriate to consider all non-white and racial, she argued that it would be more appropriate to consider all non-white racial and ethnic groups together as a single non-white minority population. So let me take those two items in order. First, on defining my study area, I limited the geographical scope of my analysis to the Bethany alignment and conducted a ring buffer analysis measuring the demographic and socioeconomic characteristics of the population at 0 to 500 meters, 500 to 1,000 meters, 1,000 to 2,000 meters, and 2,000 to 5,000 meters from the project's infrastructural footprint. In her oral testimony, Ms. Wolf specifically critiqued this approach as resulting in, quote, a narrow view compared to the complete project geography that was analyzed in the environmental impact review, end quote, noting that Chapter 29's environmental justice study area analyzed a much larger area than my testimony. That is, in fact, true. Chapter 29's study area was significantly larger and was defined by the boundaries of census tracts that intersected all project infrastructure and mitigation areas. This approach in GIS is known as spatial coincidence, or the spatial coincidence method, and it's one of the least precise ways of assessing environmental justice impacts. It asks only if the geometry of a project's infrastructure intersects the geometry of a census tract, which itself is unrelated to any potential environmental impacts of the infrastructure. In doing so, this approach assumes that any potential environmental impact of the project will align one-to-one with the coincidental shape of the intersecting census tracts, and it understands the risk of exposure to those potential impacts as binary. Either a person is inside an intersecting census tract and therefore exposed to the risk, or the person is outside the tract and therefore not exposed to the risk. The primary limitation of this approach is that air pollution, noise, dust, vibration, and many, if not most, other potential environmental impacts decay with distance. The approach employed in Chapter 29 ignores gradients and distance decay and instead delineates a study area boundary that is based on the fixed lines of census geography. As a result, Chapter 29's methodology would understand someone who lives 50 feet from an intake valve as having the same potential environmental exposure as someone who lives 2 miles away but happens to be in the same census tract. Conversely, if a community is located close to the infrastructure site but happens to be located in a census tract that doesn't intersect the project infrastructure, that community would be considered unimpacted. This effect is particularly pronounced for infrastructure projects on the urban-rural fringe, such as the DPC. Census tracts can vary dramatically in size and shape depending on population density. Because most census tracts have between 3,000 and 7,000 individuals, as population density increases and tract size decreases. Thus, as project infrastructure comes closer to urbanized areas with higher population densities, a study area delineated based on spatial coincidence with census tracts will shrink substantially in size. This is clearly illustrated in a map of chapter 29 study area, which is on page 7 of chapter 29 of the FEIR. Ms. Mullen, do you mind for me pulling up AHO 1195? And it's on PDF page 7. And then if you can zoom in kind of on the top half of that map. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. That's outstanding. The distance between the northernmost intake and shaft locations near the town of Clarksburg and the northwest corner of Census Tract 104.01 is about 14 miles. Based on Chapter 29's methodology for determining a study area, the unincorporated area known as El Macero, located in the northwest corner, and there's that correction, the northwest, not the northeast, but El Macero, located in the northwest corner of Census Tract 104.01, was included within the EJ study area. At the same time, nearly the entirety of the city of Stockton and the majority of the majority of the population of the city of Sacramento, within the same 14-mile radius of proposed project infrastructure, were outside of Chapter 29's EJ study area. Ms. Mullen, if you could go back to DTEC 110R and scroll to PDF page 9, I created a map to illustrate this. Thank you. And if you can make the full screen so you can see the full extent of this map. Outstanding. I appreciate that. As a direct result of using spatial coincidence for establishing the environmental justice study area, the population of El Macero, located 14 miles from the nearest project construction and with a population of less than 1,000 individuals, that is 90% white and with an annual median income of over $130,000, was included for environmental justice consideration. At the same time, over 97% of the population of Stockton, which is 80% non-white, and close to 70% of the population of Sacramento, which is 68% non-white, including a combined total of over 110,000 individuals below the federal poverty line, were excluded from the environmental justice study area despite being situated within the same 14-mile buffer of project infrastructure. Ms. Mullen, if you don't mind scrolling up one page to page 8, all of the figures I just cited are included in Table 2. Thank you. I think you can pull down that exhibit. Now, in Ms. Wolf's written testimony, she noted that she and her co-authors relied on the 1997 environmental justice guidance under the National Environmental Policy Act in designing Chapter 29's methodology. And in her oral testimony, Ms. Wolf pointed to 2 additional federal documents: the U.S. Department of Energy's 2012 information brief regarding EO 12898, Federal Actions to Address Environmental Justice in Minority and Low-Income Populations, and the 2012 Promising Practices for EJ Methodologies in NEPA Reviews, as also informing the design of Chapter 29's methodology. I have reviewed all 3 of these federal documents. None of them describe or even suggest the spatial coincidence methodology used in Chapter 29 as an appropriate approach for defining a study area or determining the affected environment for the purpose of conducting an environmental justice analysis. To the contrary, the 1997 guidance specifically states that agencies should identify the potential impact area of a proposed action, select an appropriate geographical scale for analyzing demographic characteristics within that area, and then use census data to describe impacted populations. In other words, the spatial extent of analysis should be driven by the geographic distribution of potential impacts, and then census data can be used to understand the demographic profile of the population in that area. The 2016 guidance is even more explicit in indicating that the appropriate study area for environmental justice analyses should be derived from the geographical footprint of the potential impacts of a proposed action, which may vary in scale, shape, and continuity depending on the specific impact being analyzed. To use census geography to delineate the study area, as Chapter 29 does, inverts the analytical sequence that is either implied or described in these guidance documents. The approach that I employed in my analysis is standard in environmental justice research and is consistent with both the 1997 and 2016 guidance. I define my study area based on the spatial extent of the project's potential construction impacts around the Bethany alignment. Specifically, I constructed a series of buffers radiating outward from the project's footprint, which I then overlaid with census data at the block and block group levels, themselves finer grained spatial units than census tracts. This allowed me to create a demographic and socioeconomic profile of the population living within specific distance bands from the project's infrastructure footprint and quantify potential environmental exposure gradients experienced by different populations at varying distances from project infrastructure. Next, Ms. Wolf questioned my use of disaggregated data on race and ethnicity, stating that it would be more appropriate to consider all non-white racial and ethnic groups together as a single non-white minority population. She also stated that I arbitrarily omitted Asian or Pacific Islander, or API, Native Hawaiian, and Black minority groups from my analysis. There are two interrelated issues here that need to be separated out. First, on the question of arbitrary omissions, Ms. Wolf's comment that I arbitrarily omitted API, Native Hawaiian, and Black minority groups from my analysis is categorically false. All of my analyses included all 8 predominant racial and ethnic groupings as articulated in the U.S. Census and American Community Survey. Those are white, non-Hispanic, Black or African American, non-Hispanic, Asian, non-Hispanic, American Indian or Alaska Native, non-Hispanic, Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, non-Hispanic, some other race, non-Hispanic, 2 or more races, non-Hispanic, and Hispanic or Latino of any race. This is reflected in my prior written testimony in order in Map 3, Table 1, Table 2, Paragraph 12, Paragraph 13, Map 5, Table 5, Table 6, Paragraph 17, Map 7, Table 9, Table 10, and Paragraph 21. Based on my analysis of all racial and ethnic groups, my quantitative findings showed a high level of proximity-based disproportionality on 2 of those 8 groups, Hispanic, Latino, and American Indian populations. For that reason, I focused on those 2 groups specifically in paragraphs 10, 16, and 20 of my written testimony. Excuse me. Second, Ms. Wolf repeatedly critiqued my use of disaggregated race and ethnicity data. Instead, she argued that aggregating all minority groups together was enough to establish that minority populations taken together make up greater than 50% of the population in the study area, something that is referred to in the 2016 guidance as the 50% analysis. Doing so, she argued, was enough to show that minority populations are present in high proportions throughout the entire study area. There's actually quite a lot to unpack here, so let me get into this. First, while Ms. Wolf is not factually incorrect that it is possible to aggregate race and ethnicity data to show that minority populations make up at least 50% of an area, or that there are majority minority census tracts present throughout an area, all 3 federal guidance documents that Ms. Wolf cited indicate that this kind of screening should be understood as an initial step towards a more robust analysis. The 1997 guidance specifies that the purpose of an environmental justice analysis is to, quote, determine whether a proposed action is likely to have disproportionately high and adverse human health or environmental effects on low-income populations, minority populations, or Indian tribes. Similarly, the 2012 information briefs directs federal agencies to identify and address, quote, disproportionately high and adverse human health or environmental effects on minority and low-income populations. As such, the central analytic task of environmental justice analyses, according to these documents, is to determine disproportionality, something that Chapter 29 does not consider. The 2016 guidance is even more comprehensive. It specifically notes that a 50% analysis is an initial screening tool, and that some agencies may want to employ a more robust, meaningfully greater analysis, something that Chapter 29 also does not do. Interestingly, in drafting Chapter 29, Ms. Wolf and her co-authors seem to understand that environmental justice analyses should go beyond simply identifying whether or not minority or low-income populations exist near project sites. They write, quote, "An environmental justice analysis typically assesses whether and to what extent a proposed project would disproportionately locate adverse environmental effects on identified disenfranchised or environmental justice populations," end quote. In other words, Chapter 29 understands that environmental justice analyses are not typically about saying that minority, low-income, or environmental justice populations exist within a project area, but rather are about actually measuring and quantifying the potential disproportionate environmental impact of a given project on those communities. But Chapter 29 does not do this. Instead, the chapter identifies and represents that minority and low-income communities in aggregate are present throughout the study area, but stops well short of taking the vital second step of analyzing disproportionality in the way that all three federal guidance documents indicate is at the heart of environmental justice analyses. In other words, Chapter 29 answers the question, are minority or low-income households located in the study area? The answer is in both cases is yes, as Chapter 29 and Ms. Wolf's testimony points out. However, neither Chapter 29 nor Ms. Wolf's testimony meaningfully answer the question, are minority or low-income populations disproportionately exposed to project impacts? The latter is the question that Chapter 29 outrightly states is the typical purview of environmental justice analyses and would be in line with federal guidance in all three cited documents, but neither Chapter 29 nor Ms. Wolf's rebuttal conducted this kind of analysis. This was a methodological and analytical choice. And in making this choice, the authors limited Chapter 29's ability to shed light on the variance of the racial and economic geography within the study area. Such an analysis would have been possible by applying standard methodologies to the very same data that were used to prepare Chapter 29, and such an analysis could easily have measured whether specific racial and ethnic minority groups, or racial and ethnic minority groups in aggregate, or low-income populations would be disproportionately impacted within the study area. The purpose of my analysis was to actually engage the analytical question at the heart of a robust environmental justice framework. What is the project's potential for disproportionate environmental impacts on racial and ethnic minority populations? To do so, disaggregating data by race and ethnicity was essential. Indeed, not disaggregating data would be far outside the methodological norm for environmental justice research. I have compiled a bibliography on data disaggregation that constitutes only a small sampling of the overwhelming body of literature across numerous fields that show the importance of data disaggregation. That bibliography is available as Exhibit DTEC 115. Here, I will just tick through a couple of points that are particularly pertinent to the case at hand. At its broadest level, it is widely recognized that different racial and ethnic groups have differing group-specific disparities in exposure to, vulnerability to, and impacts from different environmental risks and hazards. Unnecessary data aggregation would introduce multiple specific analytic risks. First, aggregation can mask heterogeneity among non-white populations. Imagine, for instance, a Latino farm worker population in close proximity to a proposed infrastructure project and a professional Asian population several kilometers away. Aggregating those groups together would mask any disproportionate environmental impact of the project that specifically impacted the Latino population. Second, data aggregation can mask harms to small population groups, such as Native or Indigenous groups. Any disproportionate harm specific to the small group would be rendered invisible if that group were aggregated into larger surrounding populations. Third, aggregation can undermine procedural justice and public participation. For instance, geographically concentrated and specifically identifiable pockets of linguistically isolated populations can get lost or diluted into otherwise aggregated non-white population that appears diverse but is broadly English proficient. Fourth, and particularly relevant to this case and to Ms. Wolf's testimony, data aggregation reinforces an EJ everywhere, EJ nowhere logic. That is, if all minority communities are grouped together, thereby spreading any potential environmental impacts across all minority groups, assuming they're all the same, then it's easier to argue that there's no place a potential project could be cited that would have less impact on minority communities. Disaggregating, by contrast, can help pinpoint specific minority groups that would be potentially overexposed in different siting scenarios. One could fill a small library with the academic literature demonstrating the importance of data disaggregation in social science, environmental justice, and public health research. The bottom line is that there is no methodologically justifiable reason to aggregate race and ethnicity data in environmental justice analyses in the way that Chapter 29 does, and in the way that Ms. Wolf suggests that I ought to, when high-quality disaggregated data is available, as it is from the U.S. Census and the American Community Survey. Excuse me. Next, Ms. Wolf turns to the findings of my spatial analysis. She first summarizes, without refuting, my key findings that Hispanic, Latino, and American Indian populations are, in fact, disproportionately impacted in terms of proximity to the construction site of the northern intake valves and the full length of the tunnel. In the next paragraph, she zooms out, making the argument that, quote, minority populations, of whom a significant proportion in many census blocks are Hispanic Latino, exist throughout most of the study area and virtually the whole delta, and that, quote, the entire study area can be considered low income, end quote. She continues, quote, accordingly, a focus on one or two ethnic groups within a given buffer area, rather than all the minorities and low-income populations in all census tracts and block groups of the study area analyzed in Chapter 29, mischaracterizes the scope of Delta communities with environmental justice concerns, end quote. This is a perfect example of the risk of data aggregation. A pattern of disproportionality that is clear and measurable in disaggregated data disappears when distinct groups are needlessly combined or aggregated. Doing this enables Ms. Wolf to deploy precisely the EJ everywhere, EJ nowhere logic described above. In fact, as my analysis shows, when race and ethnicity data are disaggregated, it is possible to identify specific racial and ethnic minority groups that are disproportionately geographically close to specific project sites and therefore disproportionately exposed to the project's associated potential environmental risks. The final point in Ms. Wolf's rebuttal to my written testimony focuses on my buffer analysis around the length of the below-ground tunnel. She stated that the FEIR found, quote, that ground-borne vibration from the tunneling operations is not predicted to exceed limits for ground-borne vibration or ground-borne noise at sensitive receptors nearest to the tunnel conveyance, and that operation and maintenance of tunnel segments are not anticipated to exceed limits for noise or vibration above ground, end quote. As a result, she concludes that, quote, my implication that the project would have disparate impacts on the population with environmental justice concerns above the underground tunnel segments is misinformed, end quote. This argument is a red herring. The geographical extent of the tunnel analysis is essentially coterminous with the extent of the shaft analysis in the previous section of my written testimony, since the 5-kilometer buffers around each shaft point merge together along the full length of the below-ground tunnel. So even if the tunnel itself does not produce significant noise or vibration impacts, the residents in the below-ground tunnel corridor are the same residents as those impacted within the buffer rings in the shaft analysis. And that shaft buffer analysis does show disproportionate proximity-based impacts, which Ms. Wolf neither refuted nor contested in her oral or written testimony. By focusing her criticism on my analysis of the below-ground tunnel, Ms. Wolf avoids the fact that the essentially parallel analysis of shaft construction shows substantial disproportionate impacts. In short, my below-ground tunnel analysis could be entirely removed from my testimony, and my analysis and conclusions would remain unchanged. In conclusion, I stand by my previous testimony, which I conducted using standard and accepted methodological and analytical frameworks and approaches. My procedural justice analysis was based on principles endorsed by peer-reviewed literature, and I employed standard methodologies in spatial analysis. I defined the study area through a distance-based approach. I analyzed census and American community survey data on race, ethnicity, poverty, and language at the smallest geographical units available, and I disaggregated that data by race, ethnicity as is essential to assess the potential for disproportionate impacts on specific minority populations in specific geographic locations throughout the study area. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finn. I will look to, it looks like Ms. Carroll. Do you have questions for Dr. Finn?
I do, thank you. And Hearing Officer Kinsey, I just wanted to flag that we had been trying to upload a cross exhibit to the FTP site all morning. It seems to have resolved itself, but I just wanted to let you know that others may be experiencing a lag in upload.
Interesting. Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah, no worries. And Dr. Finn, thank you for joining us again, and congratulations on your promotion at your university.
Thank you. It's good to see you.
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask, do you know if California has a standard for the sufficiency of environmental justice outreach and analysis to comply with the California Environmental Quality Act?
I'm not.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
To the extent you have knowledge, Dr. Finn.
I'm not aware.
And you previously stated that you narrowly tailored your procedural justice evaluation to the sworn testimony of Ms. Berrigan-Perea, Dr. Sarmento, and Mr. Adam Murdoch. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you agree that Ms. Berrigan-Perea's case-in-chief testimony that you reviewed primarily focused on the SEC process?
If I recall, I did not go back to that in preparation for today's testimony. That was several months back. But if I recall, I believe so, but I could be wrong.
Thank you. And similarly, would you agree that Dr. Sarmento's case-in-chief testimony primarily focused on the tribal outreach via the SEC process?
Again, I'm going to hedge because I was focused on my rebuttal, the Ms. Wolf's rebuttal to this to my testimony, which didn't delve into that. She rather had just the one line about the no one standard and so on. So I was focused on that, and I didn't go back to review those. I would be happy to do so. So with hedging that my recollection could be wrong, that does strike me as correct.
Appreciate that. Are you aware that while DWR originally suggested the Tribal Engagement Committee, it was developed and run by the tribes?
Objection outside the scope of this witness's rebuttal testimony. This witness doesn't testify to the Tribal Engagement Committee. That's referring to another witness's testimony.
Understood. Ms. Carroll, do you want to respond?
Yes, he said he reviewed the testimony of Ms. Berrigan-Perea and also of Dr. Sarmento, which is why I'm asking this question.
He said that he reviewed it for his previous testimony, but we're talking today about his rebuttal testimony specifically.
Yep, I think that's outside the bounds of Dr. Finn's rebuttal testimony.
The only reason I bring it in is he consistently refers back to his original testimony and his rebuttal. So I just wanted to reach some clarification.
With respect, and where are we going?
We will move on from after this. I just wanted this particular clarification of his understanding of the TEC.
I will maintain that's outside of the scope. He doesn't testify to the TEC.
I think we need to move on, Ms. Carroll. Thank you.
Are you aware that DWR, as the lead agency, conducted most of the environmental justice outreach for the DCP?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. Are you able to identify other environmental justice outreach conducted by the department other than the SEC?
I reviewed Chapter 29 and what was written in Chapter 35 of the FEIR. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And would you agree that DWR conducted more outreach than just the outreach through the SEC and the TEC?
So I want to make sure I understand your question. Are you referring, when you say just the outreach through the SEC and the TEC, are you referring to the outreach that I discussed in my previous testimony, my original written testimony, referring to Ms. Barrigan-Perea, Dr. Sarmento, and Mr. Murdoch, as opposed to what was in the discussed by DWRs in the FEIR?
Yes.
Yes.
Let's see. Did you review any other materials related to the environmental justice outreach conducted by DWR in developing your rebuttal testimony?
I reviewed chapter 29 and chapter 35, but I tailored my rebuttal to the one point that was made in the rebuttal to my testimony, that there is no standard approach to environmental justice outreach or analysis. So I think that it was appropriate to go into a broader analysis of DWR's EJ outreach. At that point, I was responding very narrowly to that one point that Ms. Wolf made, that there is no one fixed, I don't have the quote in front of me, there's no one fixed standard for environmental justice outreach or analysis. So I did review, I'm for sure chapter 29, and I think it was chapter 35 that, if my memory serves, that delved more into the processes and procedures that DWR went through. I did review those documents, but they did not end up in my rebuttal testimony, because I kept my rebuttal testimony narrowly focused on Ms. Wolf's rebuttal to my original written and oral testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Finn. Would you consider it a best practice in determining the sufficiency of environmental justice outreach and analysis to consider all available information regarding environmental justice efforts?
That I find that question really vague. Can you give me a little bit more to hang an answer on?
Sure. So is it best practice to narrowly tailor your evaluation to specific testimony and materials? Or is it best practice to use all available materials and testimony in creating an
Objection. Continue. I was going to say objection, compound question. Incomplete hypothetical.
with the or. Ms. Carroll, let's please try again.
Okay. Is it best practice to narrowly tailor an evaluation for environmental outreach and analysis, or environmental justice outreach and analysis, to specific testimony and materials?
Again, this feels like super hypothetical for what I'm dealing with here.
Okay, then in this instance, in evaluating the environmental justice outreach and analysis for the Delta Conveyance project, to complete a best practices, and would you have considered all available information and materials, including testimony?
Oh, I feel like you're driving at my original testimony related to my kind of my case in chief testimony. I think I'm getting the lingo correct. Forgive me, I am not an attorney. Going back, and I don't remember I think it's DTEC 060, going back to the original testimony that I submitted, where I actually did have my analysis of Ms. Barrigan-Perea, Dr. Sarmento, and Mr. Murdoch's testimony. And I feel like you're driving at that and not really the questions aren't really about the testimony that I just submitted here.
Well, I'm going to allow this question. So please, Dr. Finn, if you have an opinion, and you can express whether there are limits on that opinion.
So
I would just add an objection to the record as well. This feels vague and speculative. I'm not quite sure what Ms. Carroll is getting at.
Yeah, so why don't you repeat the question for me? Because I truly don't understand kind of what you're driving at here, but I'll try to answer the question as best I can.
Okay. Dr. Finn, it's your field of study, and you are aware of best practices for conducting an environmental justice outreach analysis, correct?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so in your expertise, is it a best practice to consider all available information in determining whether or not an environmental justice outreach was done sufficiently?
Yeah, I think you would want to be as broad as possible.
Thank you. Okay, in preparing your rebuttal testimony, did you conduct another procedural justice evaluation to consider the additional information you reviewed in chapters or in the EIR.
Did I do another procedural justice analysis? No, I did not.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, could you assist me? This might be a stretch for you. Hearing transcript, volume 49, page 124, please.
Nothing is a stretch for Ms. Mullen.
I know.
But it'll take a moment.
Yeah, it's just outside our normal realm of exhibits, but
It's a new folder.
yeah, we'll put that in the record. Ms. Mullen, you're fantastic. Thank you.
'49. It was volume 49.
That's correct. '124 and to lines 7 through 10, Ms. Mullen. And Dr. Finn, can you please correct me if I'm wrong, but you cited these lines in your testimony on page 4, is that correct?
Let me refer to my testimony, if you don't mind giving me just a second to pull that up on my end. Is that okay for me to pull up my testimony on
Of
my end?
course. Yes, please.
Yeah, it's page 4, line 28, if you're looking for it.
Yeah, just give me 1 second to pull. I had my script pulled up, but not my actual page 4,
Line 28
line 28.
at the bottom there.
Okay.
And is it correct that you only cite to lines 7 and 8 of this transcript in your testimony?
Oh yeah, it looks like yeah, that looks like it's right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you agree that Ms. Wolf testified she did not address procedural justice in her testimony?
Oh, so she says, no, there's nothing that would contradict this because I don't discuss them at all with regard to procedural justice.
Mhm.
Okay.
And would you agree that not addressing an issue is different than finding no contradiction with that issue?
I mean, she doesn't challenge it. She brings it up by saying that she brings up my procedural justice analysis by making this statement. There's no single or no one standard of procedural justice. And in writing and again in her oral testimony, doesn't challenge or contradict it.
I
Or
would like
refute it for that
to
matter.
strike as non-responsive, but would you agree that not addressing an issue is different than finding no contradiction with an issue?
Objection vague.
I think like I understand what you're trying to get me to say, and I don't agree. And so I am going to answer your question. In specifically writing a rebuttal to me, she is writing a response to me. So her document and her oral testimony is a response to me. And she brings up the question of procedural justice by making this statement about there's no fixed standard for environmental justice outreach. So then to later go on to say that, like she did in this transcript, that she doesn't discuss it, she does discuss it because she does make an affirmative statement in response to my testimony that there is no one fixed standard. So in a certain sense, she's trying to have it both ways here rhetorically as I read it. And so I do stand by my statement that she brings it up, does not challenge, and does not refute my statement.
Thank you, Dr. Finn. So you assert that the definition of the geographical extent of the study area is best determined by the specific questions being asked and the specific scope of analysis, correct?
Yes, that is a line from my written rebuttal testimony, yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, do you know if intake facilities must be sited on a river to operate it as intended?
I'm not aware of that. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. You testify that you focused on the Hispanic, Latino, and American Indian population groups because your quantitative findings showed a high level of proximity-based disproportionality. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up DTEC 60, Table 1 on page 8?
And this is my original testimony. This is not the testimony from today.
Correct. Page 8, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, down to Table 1, please. Did I get that wrong? There we go.
This is the wrong. I believe this is the wrong report.
Wrong version.
The
This
wrong
might be-
version.
Is this
Yeah.
DTEC 060 or 060R? Okay, so we want DTEC 060 without the R. Apologies, Ms. Mullen.
There we go. I was like, that doesn't look like my version. Okay. Dr. Finn, would you agree that the percentage of the population that is Hispanic decreases with distance from the intakes?
Are we talking about Table 1?
Yes.
Yeah, it remains pretty constant at the first 3 buffers and then decreases into the 4th buffer.
Okay. And would you agree that the percentage of the population that is Asian increases with distance from the intakes?
Yeah, that's what it shows there. Yeah, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And would you agree that that increase is more than the decrease the Hispanic population percentages decreases from distance of the intakes?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. Ms. Carroll is asking the witness again about his original case-in-chief testimony, which she already had an opportunity to cross-examine Dr. Finn on. I'd like to tie this very closely back to his rebuttal testimony. Otherwise, we are getting a second bite at the apple here.
Ms. Carroll, will you just let us know where we're going with respect to Dr. Finn's rebuttal testimony?
Sure. I mean, he raised in his rebuttal about the geographic areas and the finding in proximity to the base. So I'm just using the data that he used for his evaluation. And he refers back to his original testimony for that data and the percentages that he used. So that's really the only place that I can look to for that. I think I can also look at DTEC.
I'm sorry, Ms. Carroll, just can you point me to where in his testimony I should be looking?
Sure. Let me.
The rebuttal testimony, I mean.
No, I understand. Yes.
Thanks.
Let's look at DTEC 110R, page 11, starting on line 19.
I see. All right, I'll allow you to, we can go back to DTEC 060 and I will allow you to continue on this line, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you. I appreciate that. This is a similar line, but it's the table right below that for additional data on disparate impact ratios. Do you see that, Dr. Finn?
I do.
Would you agree that if a ratio is less than 1, it means that the population percentage increases with distance from the intakes?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then Ms. Mullen, apologies, but can you scroll back to table 1? Dr. Finn, would you agree that as shown in table 1, the white population decreases with distance from the facilities?
That is correct, yeah.
And would that indicate that the minority populations increase with distance from the facilities?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Would that decrease in the white population with distance from the facilities indicate that the minority populations increase with distance from the facilities?
Objection. Vegas to minorities. Do you mean a specific minority as specified in this table or minorities in the aggregate?
Minorities in the aggregate.
Well, this is actually a really great encapsulation of the need for disaggregating by race and ethnicity, because each one of those, unless I screwed up the math, each one of those columns, if you sum up each one of those columns vertically, at the bottom, it sums to 100. And so you're really just looking at the population share of each racial or ethnic group within each distance band. And so if you were to do what you're suggesting and what Ms. Wolf suggests is what I ought to have done, and group all non-white populations together, you would lose the visibility of the fact that Hispanic Latino populations are more than 2-to-1 disproportionately represented in the close proximity bands compared to the far proximity bands, because precisely the hypothetical that I drew out in my rebuttal that I just read a few minutes ago is happening here, where there's an Asian population further away. And if you group the Asian population, if you you aggregate the Asian population further away together with the Latino population close to the environmental hazard, the fact that the Latino population is closer and the Asian population is further away, that distinction that is in fact knowable, that distinction disappears, and you basically you create invisibility where visibility is in fact possible. So this is actually, I'm kind of thrilled that you're asking me this, because this is a perfect example of precisely the point that I'm making about the need for data disaggregation in this kind of research, because it can show you things that otherwise would be invisible by using the methodology, honestly, the deeply problematic methodology used in Chapter 29 of aggregating all non-white groups together as a single kind of amorphous non-white group. Sorry, that was a long answer to that question. Not sure if that was what you were after, but I'm happy to see if you have yeah. Let me just stop talking.
Thank you, Dr. Finn. But it does indicate that the minority populations increase with a distance from the facilities. Is that correct?
I mean, again, I'm not going to take the bait, and I'm not going to, after making this long, extensive argument for disaggregating data. I mean, like you can make that statement if you want. I'm arguing precisely for the value of disaggregating data and the need for disaggregating data, and it would be research malpractice, in my opinion, to essentially to go down that road of aggregating data. You can do the math and aggregate data in that way if you want to.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I understand his feelings about the matter, but I do have these questions to clarify my understanding and the record. So I would ask that he can please answer the questions to the ability that he feels he can.
I think in this, thank you, Ms. Carroll. In this instance, I think the point is made and we can all read the table for ourselves, and I don't need Dr. Finn to read it for me. However, I will just mention, Dr. Finn, I think, I know you seem to be having a response that this is it is an adversarial process, but Ms. Carroll does get to ask her questions, and she is doing her job and you are doing yours. So I think you don't need to, you may be aware of where you think Ms. Carroll is going and this kind of thing, but your role here is to answer her questions to the best of your ability and based on your opinion and your knowledge. And that's what we're looking for.
Forgive me for getting, I do get sometimes animated about these topics. Forgive me.
Thank you. Back to you, Ms. Carroll.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see. Ms. Mullen, can you please scroll to table 2? And Dr. Finn, looking at this table, can you tell if some racial and ethnic groups show a decreasing percentage moving away from the intakes?
I mean, any number that is over 1 is a population that has a lower value further away and a higher value close to, in closer proximity to the intakes.
So would I be correct in understanding that anything less than 1 is the opposite of what you've just said?
That is right, yes. I think I explained that above, but yes, that is correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Mullen, we can take that down. Thank you. Dr. Finn, are you aware that the EIR includes disaggregated race and ethnicity data?
I think I even make the point in my own notes marginally in my review of chapter 29 that it's interesting. Yeah, sorry. Yes.
Thank you. And then, Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up DTech 110? I'm guessing it's R now, page 11. And then looking here at lines 23 and 24, is it correct that this discusses how you overlaid census data at the block and block group levels?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall that I requested through your counsel that you provide the data you use to do your analysis with block groups and blocks?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And do you recall providing that data?
I think I do.
Okay, thank you. I will represent that. Yes, we did receive that data. So thank you very much.
Good.
And then Ms. Mullen, we can take that down. Thanks. Do you recall testifying that most census blocks fit inside the buffer rings of your analysis, but that a census block may be bisected by a buffer ring?
Sure.
Okay. And then how did you use the data from a census block that was bisected by a buffer ring?
Again, this is, if I just may note, this is way deep in my original testimony, not anything to do with my testimony from today, but I'm happy to get in the weeds of that methodology. I used basically if it intersected, it counted. So it counted in the buffer that it intersected.
Okay. And then Ms. Mullen, can you please pull up what DWR submitted as cross exhibit 1167, DWR-01167? Okay, and Dr. Finn, do you recognize this data?
It's been a minute, but I'm assuming that this is the data that I provided, but I would have to cross-check it to.
Can I jump in just to say I don't see this on the FTP site? Is the staff in the process of moving that over?
They should be. Let's see. This is what you just uploaded or referenced, Ms. Carroll, right?
Yes, that's correct.
01167. So we should be moving it over now.
Okay, thank you.
And Dr. Finn, I'll represent that this is just the first sheet from the data that you provided for simplicity and narrowing it down. In looking at this data, wait, you just answered that question, never mind. So in looking at this data, if a block intersected 3 of your buffer rings, would you have counted 3 times?
I think the way that I constructed it, the answer to that question theoretically is yes, but I don't think that happened or that it would have happened in very many cases.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, could you just scroll down to rows 19 through 22? It should depict block 1003 identified as Yolo County. And then, do you see that, Dr. Finn?
Yeah, sure.
22. And then, Ms. Mullen, if you could scroll over to show columns H through Q, please. Okay. So, Dr. Finn, we're still looking at rows 19 through 22 for your reference.
Yeah.
Would you agree that this census block 1003 intersects all 4 of the buffer rings that you created?
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. DTech provided this data in reference to Dr. Finn's original testimony. He does not discuss this data in his rebuttal testimony, and this feels speculative and far outside the scope of what Dr. Finn testified to in rebuttal.
Will you tie this in, Ms. Carroll, please, to the
Sure.
rebuttal?
Dr. Finn talked about the use of block level and block group levels on page 11, line 24 of his rebuttal. He also talks about the importance of geography and geographic location. He also talks about disaggregating data, and the use of the smallest unit possible. So we're trying to understand how his evaluation used these units in comparison to the testimony of Ms. Wolf.
Understood. I will allow this line. Please, Dr. Finn. Well, we may need the question again.
I remember the question.
Okay,
Okay.
please.
Yes. The answer is
Checks all 4 of the buffer rings. Okay. Thank you. And so please bear with me. We'll look through at a couple more of these. Ms. Mullen, can you please scroll to rows 36 through 39? And Dr. Finn, if you need, we could scroll to the left, and it shows that this is a Yolo County block 1011.
Yeah, that's fine. That's that big one in the top, the northwestmost
See that?
census tract, 104.01. Yeah.
I'm sorry, did you freeze, or is it just me?
Oh, did I freeze?
I don't think so. It may be.
It might be you, Miss Carroll.
I think it's because my
sorry to say.
I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm sorry. With lines or rows 36 through 39, you agree it's Yolo County block 1011?
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I see that.
Okay. And then Ms. Mullen, if we could please go back to columns H through Q.
Mm-hmm.
Am I understanding correctly that the population for this block is 51?
Yeah, that looks right.
And so when it's listed for each of the buffer rings, does that mean the population is 51 for the entire block or for each buffer ring?
Well, so this is honestly, this is one of the limitations of this, of my method, and I can speak to that. I'm happy to speak to it because any kind of methodology using census geography has limitations based on the data structure that the census provides. But in this case, that block, because it is a very rural block, it's the one that's the really rural block. Excuse me, yeah, it's the census block going from in the northwest corner of the study area that I showed in my rebuttal testimony a while ago. That 104.01, it's part of tract 104.01 in Yolo County. Because it's so large in a pretty rural area, in this instance, it counts across, it covered across all 4 buffer rings. And so in my analysis, it did end up getting counted in all 4 buffer rings.
Okay.
And I'm happy to talk about that more.
I
And
have some more questions for you. Don't worry.
good.
Ms. Mullen, can we go down to row 85 and 86? I'm just making sure I got this right, Dr. Finn. So similarly here,
Yeah.
that would be the same counting of the population in additional rings, even though the population total is 25, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And then would you agree that if you counted the population of the entire census block for each ring, that you're basically counting the population multiple times, same population?
Yeah, no, that's fair. There's it introduces some error on the edges by marginal amounts of double counts around the edges. Yeah, the numbers are fairly low. The overall patterns don't change. But it is a methodology that does have that limitation. I will say I mean, and like I said, there are in spatial analysis, because the census, to protect people's privacy, doesn't provide household level data. There's I believe it's a 72-year embargo on household level data. So data is kind of aggregated out to blocks, then block groups, then tracks. I think the last time we spoke, I referred to it as those kind of Russian nesting dolls. And one of the challenges with all kinds of spatial analysis is that you don't know, take, for example, the row 84, the 100 people that are in that census block. You don't know where exactly in that census block those 100 people live. And there is no way that it is kind of unknowable. And you don't know where the 15 Hispanic people live, the 24 white people, and so on. And so I mean, this is just a limitation that every single spatial analysis or GIS problem that or a project that uses census data. This is a limitation of every single one of them. So there's different ways around it. I will say that if I may, to test this, that was the big revision of DTEC 060 that I did.
Since that was from the record, Dr. Finn.
I'm sorry?
I said the revised was struck from the record, Dr. Finn, so I'll ask that you stop with your answer there.
It was,
Okay,
but he's allowed to reference that it existed.
It's also not responsive to my question.
All right, and I think that's right. Let's go to the next question, please, Ms. Carroll.
Okay.
Thank you. And Dr. Finn, it would take a while for you to look at this entire Excel sheet. So I'm going to represent to you that of the 31 blocks of data in this sheet that intersect the 0 to 500 buffer ring, only 2 blocks fit into the entire 0 to 500 buffer ring. Do you understand?
If that's what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, yes.
Okay. So is it fair to say that for the 29 blocks I've represented, where you've counted the population multiple times, that let me strike that. Let me try again. So if I've made that representation that 31 blocks are in the sheet and only 2 blocks fit entirely within the 0 to 500 buffer ring, to say that for 29 blocks, you counted the population multiple times across buffer rings.
If that's how I haven't looked through this spreadsheet, but in that way, but if that's what you're saying, I'll trust that it's accurate.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. And then we can take this down, Ms. Mullen. Thank you so much for that. And Dr. Finn, of the census blocks that you used in your buffer ring evaluation, would you agree that those census blocks include a portion of the community of Elk Grove?
I would need to actually look at a map. I'm not deeply familiar with kind of the colloquial geography of that region.
No worries. And I'm going to go to DTEC 60, page 7, Ms. Mullen. It's just the clearest map showing your rings. If we could zoom in, I think the top one is the clearer of the two. It's to the upper right-hand corner of Hood. Can you see Elk Grove written there on the upper right-hand corner?
Yep, I see it.
And is it correct that that last white line bisects a portion of the Elk Grove community?
Yeah, and again, like I'm just going to continue to say that I'm actually not really super prepared to talk about my original testimony from several months ago, because I prepared today to speak about Ms. Wolf's rebuttal to this testimony, which this is not about. But yes, I do see Elk Grove on this map.
Okay, and would you agree that that outer line is your 2,000 to 5,000 buffer ring?
That's what it says on the map.
Okay. And I'll make another representation to you that this is true, that in your 2,000 to 5,000 buffer ring surrounding the intakes, there are 260 census blocks in your data, and 116 of those are located in the city of Elk Grove. So based on that representation, would you agree that that's about 85% of the population in the 2,000 to 5,000 buffer ring is located within the city of Elk Grove?
I'm going to object to this again. This is outside the scope of Dr. Finn's rebuttal. Again, we submitted that data in accordance with his original testimony. What we're looking at is his original testimony, and we're here today to discuss his rebuttal. This feels far afield.
Well, let's remind me too, is this to either Ms. Baer or Ms. Carroll, this submission of additional data, when did that occur? Did that occur before Dr. Finn's original cross-examination?
No, it occurred after.
After. Okay.
It occurred after, but was for his original testimony, and he did not discuss that data in his rebuttal.
Well, I'm going to give.
And it wasn't just, it was, forgive me, it wasn't discussed in the rebuttal to my testimony either.
Understood. But I think I am going to give Ms. Carroll a little bit of leeway on this because it is the first opportunity to ask questions based. I mean, I understand that it's all related to your original testimony, but based on that data, I also think, I mean, I have asked Ms. Carroll to tie this back. So I will allow the questions. And just as a reminder, Dr. Finn, I think my role here is to decide, to make the decisions about the boundaries of the questions. And then your attorney's role are to raise objections, as she has capably done. And then your role is to answer the questions to the best of your ability. And if the answer is, you don't know sitting here today because that was not what you focused on, that is a fine answer.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have to know all things. So thank you. Do we need the question again? Or do you recall, Dr. Finn?
I do not recall the question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I had represented to you that this 2,000 to 5,000 buffer ring included 260 census blocks, 116 of which are in Elk Grove.
Okay.
Okay. And so based on those numbers, would you agree that 85% of the population in the 2,000 to 5,000 buffer ring is located within the city of Elk Grove?
I don't have enough data at my fingertips and looking at this map to make that judgment.
Okay. And then I'll make another representation to you that the Elk Grove census blocks has a 17.6% Hispanic population within that 2,000 to 5,000 buffer ring.
Objection, counsel read that into the record. Where's the foundation for that statement?
It's the foundation for my question. I'm sorry, I lost my place because of the numbers. I'll be honest.
Take a moment, Ms. Carroll, and I will caveat that I don't know that this is going to be very productive. I suspect Dr. Finn will give you a similar answer, but you can try it if you would like.
I'll give it a shot. We'll see what happens. Okay, so the percent Hispanic population within the city of Elk Grove census blocks is 17.6%. But the percent of Hispanic population within the 2,000 to 5,000 meter buffer ring that is not in Elk Grove is 44%. This is my representation to you as true. Using this representation, do these numbers indicate that the inclusion of Elk Grove distorts the racial and ethnic conditions within the other parts of the buffer ring?
Objection, again, that still lacks foundation. Ms. Carroll, you essentially read that statement into the record. There's no foundation from which the witness can see that your representations are true, and the question was also compound.
I think maybe the way to ask this, Ms. Carroll, because I think that objection, there is it's a lot of these are detailed numbers. It's not just a basic representation. You could try to ask it as a hypothetical, right, of the differences in percentages as between two areas in the buffer ring. I know that might take some work. I don't know if you can, I couldn't do it on the fly, but maybe you can. Anyway,
I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
In my hypothetical scenario, the Hispanic population within Elk Grove is 17.6%. And the Hispanic population in the areas that do not include Elk Grove within your 2,000 to 5,000 meter buffer ring is 44%.
Okay.
Would these numbers indicate that the inclusion of Elk Grove distorts the racial and ethnic conditions within the other parts of the buffer ring?
Objection, again, calls for speculation, incomplete hypothetical, vague as to distorts and other
I'll
phrases.
overrule it and we'll just say, we're calling it Elk Grove. We can call it Elk Cove. It's a hypothetical place. So on that basis, Dr. Finn, if you have enough information.
I mean, I don't think I can answer that question because I don't know, like the word distort seems to be doing a lot of work here, and I don't know what you mean by kind of distort. And I'm not trying to dodge the question. I'm taking the question as a good faith question. I'm trying to answer it in good faith. I don't know what you mean by kind of distort. I do understand the premise of the question. But like that, this is actual decennial census data. This is just where people live, and so yeah, I don't understand what you're asking me.
I'm asking if that would change or mask the data in a way that would come up with a different conclusion, knowing those percentages.
Well, I would not be comfortable kind of saying that without actually getting into the map and the software and actually kind of mapping that out. I don't kind of have enough to go on to be able to make that judgment.
No worries, Dr. Finn. And thank you. That was my last question. So we'll end on the hard one.
Thank you. Then with that, I will look to Ms. Safdie and Ms. Bear, really, whether you have redirect and whether you have a preference about conducting that redirect now or after we take our lunch break.
We will have limited redirect, but I'd appreciate the opportunity to consolidate my notes for that. And so if we could go after lunch, I think that would be preferred.
All right, then let's do that. Before we break for lunch, are there any other procedural issues we should address? And thank you, Dr. Finn, for hanging with us and returning after the lunch break. Let's go ahead and break. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. It is 1:01. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Excellent. And we have Ms. Carroll, Dr. Finn, and Ms. Bear. So I think we are, and Ms. Safdie. Excellent. We are well represented here. I think I need to turn back to Ms. Bear, and you may have redirect for Dr. Finn.
Yes, thank you, Officer Kinsey. We do have some limited redirect for Dr. Finn.
Please.
Good afternoon, Dr. Finn. Thank you for returning after the lunch break with us. Just a few questions for you to clarify some of your responses on cross-examination. Dr. Finn, do you recall being asked by Ms. Carroll about your rebuttal of Ms. Wolf's testimony on the topic of procedural justice?
Yes, ma'am.
And for clarity, are you intending for the procedural justice portion of your rebuttal testimony to specifically address Ms. Wolf's statement that there is no fixed standard for environmental justice outreach or analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that statement that there is no fixed standard for environmental justice outreach or analysis, is that a direct quote from Ms. Wolf's testimony in this proceeding marked as DWR 01300?
I believe that is a direct quote, yes, from her rebuttal to my original testimony.
Thank you. And given that there was some confusion around objections during this portion of the cross-examination, could you just clarify for the record your expert opinion of Ms. Wolf's testimony on that point?
Sure. So she didn't really engage with the content of my original written or oral testimony. Really, I think the extent of her testimony or of her rebuttal was to say that there is no one fixed standard for environmental justice outreach or analysis. Sure, okay, that's true. But there are different ways of looking at different standards, and there are different ways of articulating those standards. There are different ways of living up to those standards, and there are different ways of assessing whether you have lived up to those standards. And so, in as much as she wanted to make the statement in response to my testimony that there is no one standard, my response was to say that is fine, true, but there are multiple different ways of thinking about and assessing environmental justice, outreach, and procedural justice. And there are ways in the academic literature of assessing those standards.
Thank you. And Dr. Finn, do you recall being asked about the methodology that you used for your environmental justice analysis in your original case-in-chief testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you just explain again your use of buffers and block groups in that analysis?
Yeah, so at the kind of the non-technical level, the purpose of any kind of buffer analysis is to create distance gradients to assess whether the profile of a population changes as you get closer to or further away from something, whatever that thing may be. In this case, the construction and infrastructure footprint of a proposed infrastructure site. And so the actual distance of the buffers isn't as important as the patterns that they show. And so whether it's a 0 to 500, 500 to 1,000, or if it's a 0 to 1,000, 1,000 to 2,000, 2,000, however you kind of slice and dice the buffers, you can kind of, reasonable people can argue about in different types of analyses with different geographic scales of data where to set your buffer levels. But the point isn't that the 0 to 500 is the standard. The point is that creating a buffer in this way, a multi-ring buffer, enables you to see if the population changes as you get closer to a proposed infrastructure site in a way that can show if there's the potential for disproportionate exposure on different population groups based on proximity and based on distance. And so that's the kind of the non-technical version. In this analysis, I set up the analysis based on 0 to 500, 500 to 1,000, 1,000 to 2,000, and 2,000 to 5,000 buffer rings to do that. And am I able to pull up a exhibit? Is that possible?
Certainly, yes, if
Talk
this
through that.
will help your
The, pull-
response.
the very same table that Ms. Carroll had pulled up, I believe it's table 2 in my case in chief testimony, DTEC 060, not 060R.
Please, Ms. Mullen.
Yes. Oh, sorry, Ms. Molly. Yes, please. I
Yes.
appreciate
Yes.
that very much.
I'm sure she's on it. There we go.
Yeah. So and this is actually a really interesting point, and it kind of shows that what really matters is the
I'm sorry.
pattern.
Dr. Finn, did you mean to refer to table 2 or table 1? This is
Oh, sorry.
table.
Thank you for that. Table 1. This is. I'll get to table 2 in a second and talking through this. And this actually helps to kind of refine the point that it's not the buffer distances in and of themselves that matter. It's really the pattern that matters. I believe Ms. Carroll cited, and please, Ms. Carroll, correct me if I'm wrong, that in the 0 to 500 meter, and I'm doing this from memory. I was not taking notes before the lunch break. I think you said that of the 30-something census blocks that were in the 0 to 500 meter, 29 of them were also in the 500 to 1,000 meter buffer. So if you say a large majority of the census blocks that were in the 0 to 500 meter were also represented or also captured in the 500 to 1,000 meter buffer, you can almost kind of just erase that first column of data, the 0 to 500, because almost all of those census blocks are also represented then in the second column, the 500 to 1,000. So that 500 to 1,000 meter column, almost according to what Ms. Carroll herself said, and honestly, this is something that if I had spent more time with this, I might have refined my model and done just a 0 to 1,000, a 1,000 to 2,000, a 2,000 to 5,000, and not gone for the granularity of a 0 to 500 meter buffer. But honestly, almost if according to what Miss Carroll presented before lunch, if nearly all of the 0 to 500 meter census blocks are also present in the 500 to 1,000, if you just get rid of that first column, that 500 to 1,000 is actually functionally a 0 to 1,000 because it captures nearly all of them. And then if you just compare the new kind of 0 to 1,000 meter buffer to the 2,000 to 5,000 meter buffer, the patterns are effectively the same. That if you recalculate the disproportionality ratio or the disparate impact ratio that's in table 2, the numbers will be a little bit different around the margin. But they're actually going to be, in the case of Hispanic and Latino populations, it's going to be the disproportionate index ratio is going to be even stronger. And so the point is with these tables, the point is not to get lost in precision, but rather to see the broad geographic patterns. And so the point of a buffer analysis isn't the 0 to 500 meter or 0 to like the actual specific bounds, but the point is to use some kind of bounds to create proximity-based or distance-based gradients that then you can understand how populations change and shift over distance. And so that's really kind of what I was getting at with this analysis.
Understood. Thank you, Dr. Finn. And in your opinion, how significant is the attribution of certain census groups to multiple buffer rings for the conclusions of your spatial analysis? Does it affect those conclusions?
Well, and especially what I went through right now, and I want to be really careful about what I can't say because of the report that was struck from the record. But I'm very confident that the patterns that this analysis show are true. That is to say, I'm very confident that the patterns that this data show are true in the real world in terms of population on the ground. The data that this report that is represented in this report is true to what the population looks like on the ground. In terms of the broad geographical patterns, that is what these buffer analyses are all about, is the broad geographical patterns, and I'm confident in that conclusion.
Okay, and just to confirm, did you rerun the analysis in Exhibit DTEC 060 to eliminate the double counting issue to confirm that it doesn't change your results?
Just ask me that question again.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, objection. This is information that would be outside of the cross and the rebuttal testimony if he did a new analysis.
It's not outside the scope of cross. Ms. Carroll, you asked him about whether his analysis is sensitive to double counting, and Dr. Finn should be allowed to respond. He's not relying on the exhibit that was excluded, and that exhibit denial was not a permanent exclusion of that evidence from the record or a statement that Dr. Finn
I'm
could
going to
never
allow
reference it.
the
It was
question.
just that
Thank
he
you, Ms.
could
Bear.
not swap. Sorry?
I'm allowing the question, so
Thank you.
thank you. You have a very thoughtful response. I think we need the question again, though.
Yeah, can you repeat the question, Ms. Bear?
Yes. Dr. Finn, after submitting DTEC 060, did you rerun the analysis in that exhibit to eliminate the double counting issue to confirm that it does not, in fact, change your results, as you've just testified to?
Yes, I reran analysis using a centroid-based method, and I'm again happy to get into the details. But the
This
centroid.
From the testimony, this is from his revised testimony that was struck from the record, and this is their attempt to get that testimony into the record.
It's not. I've just asked him whether he reran the analysis.
Ms.
That's it.
Bear, Ms. Bear, wait. Ms. Carroll, did you finish?
No, I'm sorry.
Apologies.
He's talking about the analysis that was in the revised DDEC 60R, and they're attempting to get that analysis into the record because I asked him about sensitivity. I don't mind questions asking about sensitivity, but including an entirely new analysis that wasn't submitted timely and was previously ruled as being excluded from the record shouldn't be allowed in on this redirect.
Can I respond to that, Officer Kinsey?
Of course, please.
Thank you. I understand, Ms. Carroll, we are not attempting to submit that analysis into the record here. I simply asked Dr. Finn whether he ran that analysis, and to finish my earlier objection, that exhibit denial was not a permanent exclusion of referencing that at a future point in the hearing. That exclusion was just that Dr. Finn could not swap his initial exhibit, DTEC 060, for this revised exhibit because of a timing issue. There was no, in that ruling, there was no statement that Dr. Finn could never reference that he reran that analysis. We are not attempting to put that exhibit into the record here. I'm just simply asking him whether he did run that analysis.
And Ms. Bear, I would say that the time for the resubmittal should have been at the time you submitted your rebuttal evidence.
Understood, and that's why it was excluded. I'm simply asking whether he ran that analysis.
And I'm thinking about this because it's tricky. I mean, if we let the reference to the analysis in, then Ms. Carroll's in this position of having to ask a lot of questions about how that analysis was conducted. I'm going to uphold the objection to this line of questioning because I think that's going to take us down to a rabbit hole, and the chance to submit it was properly on rebuttal. So I think that leads us to your next question, Ms. Bear.
All right. Dr. Finn, do you recall testifying that you are aware of best practices in environmental justice analyses?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you clarify again whether the methodology that you used in DTEC 060, the spatial analysis methodology, is, in your opinion, a best practice?
It's with the distance-based methodology that I employed is one of a suite of different types of pretty standard GIS spatial analysis methods in environmental justice. So depending, I mean, the type of analysis that you put together depends on the research questions that are being asked. And so there's kind of multiple ways of doing distance-based analyses, but this is one distance-based analysis of several different methods for doing so, which is fairly standard. And it is, in terms of, since you were asking about best practices, In all of the well, let me not say all of the literature because I have not read all of the literature, but in the dominant literature in environmental justice spatial analysis, it is superior to the spatial coincidence method that was employed in chapter 29 of the environmental impact review, which is referred to in different articles over the last 10 or 20 years as weak, imprecise, et cetera, as I cited in my report.
Thank you. And just to be crystal clear for the record, are you confident that your conclusions from that analysis are not sensitive to the double counting issue, as in your results would not change?
Yeah, and 100%. And if you want it in a complete sense, I'm confident that the results in my analysis would hold up, including sorry, let me start over to make sure because you asked me to be crystal clear. I am very confident that the results of my analysis hold up in showing true patterns on the ground, and that is would be captured under multiple different other distance-based GIS analyses or procedures for measuring using distance-based GIS analyses, but also shown right in this very table that we're looking at, table 1 in DTEC 060. By like what I walked through on the fly just a few minutes ago, by removing the 0 to 500 column and just looking at the 500 to 1,000, or even if you combined, or let me just end there by comparing the 500 to 1,000 column and so on, like I walked through earlier. So yes, I'm confident in the results.
Great. We will leave that line of questioning at that. Just a few more questions for you, Dr. Finn. Do you recall being asked by Ms. Carroll about whether Chapter 29 of the EIR displays disaggregated data?
Yeah, I do remember her asking me that.
Okay. And Ms. Mullen, could we pull up DTEC 110R, PDF page 12, paragraph 27? Perfect. Dr. Finn, you testified in your rebuttal that the EIR considers minority racial groups as a single homogeneous population. Is that right?
What lines are you referring to here?
The first few lines of the paragraph 27.
Yeah, she definitely did state that it would be more appropriate, as I'm saying here, to consider all non-white racial and ethnic groups together as a single non-white minority population, as they did in Chapter 29. Yes.
Okay, and since I think you might have been cut short a bit in your response to this line of questioning during cross-examination, could you clarify your opinion on the adequacy of Chapter 29 of the EIR's consideration of disaggregated data?
Objection. This is part of his rebuttal testimony and has already been provided.
I'm asking him to clarify his opinion on this topic since the questions were muddled during cross-examination.
I will allow the question, please, Dr. Finn.
Yeah, sorry, Ms. Bear, can you repeat that question for me?
Sure. I'm just asking if you could clarify your opinion on the adequacy of Chapter 29's consideration of disaggregated data, since you testified that you did know that Chapter 29 included disaggregated data. What is your opinion of that?
Yeah, sure. That's a great question. Thank you. I'm working from memory, so I don't know the exhibit number. Maybe it's
AHO 1195.
1195. I was going to say 195. Whatever is Chapter 29. And I'm not sure what page it's going to be, but it's somewhere in the first 6 or 7 pages. Miss Mullen, I'm sorry to make you scroll like that.
I believe it's the bottom of page 6 might be what you're referring
Might be
to.
one page up. No, it's a table. The whole page is covered by a table. It might be down below the map. It might be page 8. Sorry. I'm working off of memory here.
It's page 10 of the PDF.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll.
Yeah, so they in this table, it of course includes, as you can see, the table does include all the race and ethnic groups from as the census data and ACS data have. But if you were to scroll and read through the rest of the report and also have a look at the map and the map legend, the entirety of the report is focused on all racial and ethnic minority groups in aggregate, not split out by race, by individual race and ethnic groups. So there actually isn't any, other than this one descriptive table of data that's just pulled from the census website or whatever kind of third-party data poll. Other than that, there's actually no kind of analytical work being done in this chapter on the data in a disaggregated format. Even in the map legend just represents census tracts and block groups where there are 50% or more of the population in the aggregate is racial or ethnic minority, and the entirety of the chapter refers to it that way. I don't think, I could be wrong. I don't like to speak in absolutes, but I'm pretty sure there's essentially no other mention of disaggregated race and ethnicity data in chapter 29, and certainly no meaningful one other than this kind of descriptive data dump here in table 29-1.
Thank you. Last question for you, Dr. Finn. In your expert opinion, if an agency wanted to understand the disparate impacts of a proposed project on minority groups, should they have conducted an analysis with disaggregated race and ethnicity data?
Sorry, say that one again.
Sure. If an agency wanted to understand the disparate impacts of a proposed project on minority groups, in your expert opinion, should they have conducted an analysis with disaggregated race and ethnicity data?
Absolutely. It's really standard practice. It's across environment. I mean, there's even there's a whole special issues of journals, there's reports, there's art. It was not a difficult task to put together that bibliography of 25 or so recent sources on the vital importance of data disaggregation across fields, including environmental justice. And so if we want to understand the impact that potential, in this case, infrastructure projects are going to have on the population, like I said in my rebuttal report, different racial and ethnic groups based on different, based on lots of different factors have really unique experiences and geographies and realities, and to group all of those groups together into a single kind of raced group as opposed to the unraced white group really does a disservice to our ability to understand the multi-level impacts that infrastructure projects could potentially have on individual racial and ethnic minority groups.
Thank you very much, Dr. Finn. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baer. And Ms. Carroll, do you have any follow-up based on that redirect?
Just a couple very quick questions.
Sure.
Dr. Finn, just going with the discussion we've just had, have you ever done an environmental justice analysis under the California Environmental Quality Act?
I have not done, sorry, like for a state entity?
Or for any entity that needed to construct an environmental impact report?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Are you aware if your process for your evaluation has been used in an environmental impact report?
In California?
California?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then do you know if Elk Grove represents the area near potential impacts from the Delta Conveyance project?
Again, Elk Grove is being in the kind of northeast of the northernmost intake valves in the Bethany alignment.
Yes, that's correct.
And so tell me that question again.
Do you know if Elk Grove represents the area near potential impacts from the Delta Conveyance project?
Objection, that's outside the scope of redirect. I didn't ask him about Elk Grove.
I'll allow the question. I think I'll allow that if you know, Dr. Finn.
I guess so I'm trying to understand what the question is actually asking. Do you mind asking it one more time?
Sure, I'll ask it one more time and then I'll also preface it with your evaluation is based on distances to potential impacts.
Yeah.
Asking you if Elk Grove represents an area near potential impacts from the Delta Conveyance project.
Yeah, so my analysis actually doesn't have anything to do with place names. It's with census blocks, and in the case of ACS data, because it's not available at the block level, census block groups, irrespective of whether it's within certain municipal boundaries. So, I mean, I mean, I could look on the spreadsheet and tell you if some of the blocks and block groups that were in my data set correspond to the municipal boundaries of Elk Grove, but offhand, I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know what the census blocks are that make up the Elk Grove, city of Elk Grove?
Again, objection. I did not ask about this on redirect. Recross needs to be limited to the scope of redirect. I did not ask any question about Elk Grove or this topic on redirect.
Ms. Carroll, do you want to expound on how this is within the scope of redirect?
I'm talking about his analysis and the use of census blocks and the evaluation basis on distance and the disaggregation of minorities. So I'm trying to understand about a specific area we've already talked about that I can use that he can reference to understand his evaluation.
We didn't talk about that area on redirect.
But you spoke generally about the census block methodology. So that's the basis for me allowing the question. I will allow the question, Dr. Finn.
Can you repeat the question, please, Ms. Carroll?
Maybe. So let me see if I can try this again. Do you know if the city of Elk Grove is within the area of potential impact from the Delta Conveyance project?
Other than going to my spreadsheets, the same ones that we provided to you, and looking in the column in the census data that indicates the municipality, and sometimes it's a code and sometimes it actually says the municipal name. Other than going there, I don't offhand have that information at the kind of thing at my fingertips.
And then does the racial data of a census block representative of the area? Let me try that again. So the data for each of the racial and ethnic groups in the census blocks that you used, how do you determine that it's representative of the areas closest to the Delta Conveyance project proposed infrastructure?
Objection again. This is vague. What do you mean by representative? What do you mean by areas close to?
Particularly work on representative. I think that would help me.
Sure, representative of the ethnic and racial makeup of the population. Like, is the data for your, hold on, Ms. Bear, I gotta explain this. If the data for your 0 to 500 ring, for example, is saying that that census block has a 44% Hispanic population, you had represented that those people could live anywhere within that block. How do you know that it's closest to the infrastructure?
Again, objection. This is outside the scope. I asked Dr. Finn to, at a broad level, describe how he used block groups and buffer rings. I didn't ask for specifics, nor did he answer to specifics.
I'm going to allow this line. We can talk about whether there should be an additional round of redirect, but I'm going to allow this. Dr. Finn, please. If you need more clarification, that's fair.
No, I think I got it. And I'm pretty sure I answered this question in cross-examination earlier before we broke for lunch. And I said that this is the challenge of any any analysis based on census geography, is that the census geography itself doesn't tell you where inside of the geography. I'm not using geography loosely to refer to tract or block group or county or whatever. It doesn't tell you where inside of that that geography the population lives, which is why, if I may, for this, you use the smallest geographic unit possible, and then you create multiple buffers, understanding that on the edge cases, and there could be a lot of edge cases, but on the edge cases, there's going to be some slippage. Some people might live just outside the 500. If in an intersecting block, sorry, I'm using my hands. The buffer ring bisects a census block, and you don't know where inside of that census block that the population lives. It could be that some of that population lives outside of the census block, some of that population lives inside of the census block. The point of the analysis is not to achieve the level of precision that can tell you, because it is not possible to know from this data, what proportion of the population lives where. The point of a multi-ring buffer is to establish patterns. And that's why we have multiple buffers kind of radiating outward. And so what you lack in the possibility of precision, because it's a data limitation that's built into the data, what you lack in precision, you make up for in observable patterns through these buffers. And part of my level of confidence comes from, in terms of this analysis, comes from the fact that the patterns are similar when you look across 3 or 4 buffer rings over here, and then we run the same analysis over here, and we run the same analysis down over here. Those same patterns of similar disproportionality on similar populations are similar. So again, I think you're kind of you're chasing smoke. I think I'm mixing my metaphors. But you're chasing something that is unachievable by trying to get that level of precision out of census data. And it's almost like kind of besides the point. The point with this kind of buffer analysis is really those identifying those broader patterns.
Thank you, Dr. Finn. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. And with that, I'll turn to Ms. Baer. Based on that, are there additional follow-up questions that you would like to ask of Dr. Finn?
I have one additional follow-up question, if that's okay.
Please.
Dr. Finn, one last question for you from me. Is your methodology, as opposed to DWR's methodology in Chapter 29, well supported by the scientific literature on disparate impact analysis?
I would say I'll correct the question and say disproportionate impact analysis. My understanding is that disparate impact analysis kind of gets more into, well, in the EJ literature, we talk more in terms of disproportionate impact. But yes, I think that is an accurate statement to say that this kind of distance-based analysis, these distance-based analyses, the ring buffer approach is preferable to the spatial coincidence approach of Chapter 29.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And based on that limited, I will give you one more shot, Ms. Carroll, as these things go.
Appreciated, but no need. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Then with that, Dr. Finn, thank you so much for hanging with us over the lunch hour and coming back and returning. And thank you for answering all of our questions and being with us here today. Your testimony is very much appreciated, and you are excused.
Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. And with that, I understand next we will have Ms. Berrigan-Perea. Is that correct?
Yes, that is
And
correct.
I'm looking, and sounds like I should look to you, Ms. Worth. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Wonderful. And I will see if we have, there's Ms. Berrigan-Perea. Would the hearing team please elevate Ms. Berrigan-Perea for us? And good afternoon, Ms. Berrigan-Perea. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Good afternoon. Let's test your mic. Looks like I can't, I'm going to say it looks like I can't hear you, but it sounds like I can't hear you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. It is
Great.
working. Wonderful. And you have previously testified in this proceeding. Do you recall taking the oath with respect to your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And please, Ms. Berrigan-Perea, if at any time you need a break, please don't hesitate to let me know. And we
Okay.
will take breaks as needed, certainly. So
Thank you.
feel free to speak up. And Ms. Worth, feel free to speak up as well, as if when you think a break might be appropriate. I want to make sure we have our DWR representative. I know, Ms. Carroll, you were just here, but I just want to make sure we're ready to go. Yes. Thank you. Then with that, Ms. Worth, you're welcome to introduce Ms. Berrigan-Perea.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Barbara Berrigan-Perea. My last name is spelled Barrigan -Parrilla. My legal name is Barbara Berrigan.
Thank you, Ms. Berrigan-Perea. Have you testified in this case before?
Yes, I have.
Because you've testified before, is Exhibit DTEC 042 still an accurate copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
And is Exhibit DTEC 116 an accurate statement of your rebuttal testimony for today?
There is one correction on page 3, line 4. I misspelled Miss Reese's last name. That S should be corrected with a C.
Okay.
And on that, Ms. Berrigan-Perea, we are correcting your name and your title on the Zoom. So
Okay,
I
fine.
did note that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Berrigan-Perea, can you describe the opinions you offered in your rebuttal testimony for today?
For the rebuttal testimony today, I focused on 3 areas of testimony: the purpose and efficacy of the SEC committee process, community benefits, and personal protective equipment use for HABs testing.
Okay, and we'll walk through each of those subjects in turn. First, could you describe your involvement in the Stakeholder Engagement Committee?
I was recruited by Catherine Mellon of the DCDCA and Janet Barbieri of DWR to participate in the SEC committee process. I was asked to provide a list of community members who I would recommend or thought should be included in the process. Community members, representatives, people with varied interests in the Delta. I was advised that the SEC would be a forum where I would represent and could raise environmental justice issues as related to the project. And I participated in the SEC from before its inception by giving that support through the whole process until the time I resigned at the penultimate meeting.
And when you initially joined the SEC, were you optimistic about the future of the project?
I was optimistic about my ability and the committee's ability to make the project the best that it could potentially be. People widespread have been opposed to the project for many decades in the Delta. But my belief was if that project were to come to pass, then this was the opportunity to be able to impact the project to be the best version of itself.
Do you recall Mr. Murdoch's testimony as to why the SEC was convened?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall his testimony that the SEC was convened to initiate a planning effort which included considering new concepts or configurations with respect to the DCP?
Yes, I do.
When you heard that testimony, did you agree with it?
Well, he said new configurations or concepts were developed and considered with a full examination of the input from the SEC members. But I believe important concepts or configurations raised by SEC members were immediately determined not to be part of the project or would be considered at a later date.
And do you recall Mr. Murdoch's testimony that the SEC meetings provided a forum for its members to discuss their own input, community concerns, and questions?
Yes.
Do you agree with that characterization?
I think that there was the ability for people to provide input for very localized issues, such as being able to provide input that resulted in reconfiguration of a traffic pattern or moving a tunnel shaft site in one direction or the other. I think there was input that helped impact what happened with barge movement or the use of barges, whether they were to be used or not as part of the project construction period. I believe that community input that came to very specific design items that could have impacted the operation of the project was discounted or ignored or not dealt with.
Do you recall Mr. Murdoch's testimony that results of SEC feedback were incorporated into the proposed project?
Yes.
And do you recall providing feedback during those meetings?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe some of the pieces of feedback that you provided to the project?
Roughly, if you look at the SEC comment log, there are instances, and I think that's DWR 0010/2021-1208. I had raised issues around improvements for circulation projects to be considered for Mormon Slough and the deep water shipping channel. You can find that information in item 7.66 and item 7.67. And then Jim Cox and I had raised issues around rescreening the existing pumps as part of operation of the project, either in an additive or alternative way. And those were items 769 and items 835. And we were told that those requests were not part of the project. So and overall, I had raised about 154 questions or comments during the SEC process. And going back and just doing like a stroke tele survey, about half of them were to be dealt with in the EIR and were deferred, even though I raised these issues in relation to improved design and mitigation for construction. A lot of them are regarding HABs and water quality. So I'll stop there.
You mentioned that many of these concerns were to be dealt with in the EIR. Was that something that you were told by the department?
Yes, early on, well, what happened was in the process, we were told that we were only going to focus on design and construction, and there was a presentation, and that questions then would be noted and dealt with later in the EIR. So there's a number of comments on issues that I raised that I believe were related to, again, design and construction questions that were deferred to the EIR, and I was told to provide comments to DWR for the EIR.
And in your opinion, was the input that you were told would be deferred to the EIR, was that incorporated into the EIR?
Today I'm really focusing on what happened in the SEC. I think I testified prior that we had a lot of questions about what was covered and not covered. That went into the EIR comments that I turned into DWR and are now part of ongoing litigation.
Do you recall Mrs. Reese's testimony that DWR removed a water intake from consideration due to tribal concerns?
Yes.
And is that testimony an accurate reflection of your understanding as to why the intake was removed?
Not fully and not completely. And, Mrs. Reese's testimony regarding the removal of intake A, and that seems to point back to Mr. Murdoch's testimony that intake 2, those two, of course, were renamed. I can't even keep track of the order, honestly. That it was removed due to comments from tribal representative, proximity to the community of Clarksburg, and geomorphic considerations at the site. Well, DWR did take input at SEC meetings from tribal representatives and community members, And they received regular input from landowners in the North Delta behind the scenes regarding the site of the intakes. But DWR never expressed to the SEC that this info figured into that final decision. In fact, the December 23rd, 2021 technical memorandum evaluating the 5 potential intake sites along the Sacramento River for sustainability as candidate intake sites for Delta Conveyance, the DCA made no reference to tribal or community input or impacts on cultural resources as relevant consideration for intake 2 or any of the 5 intakes. In summarizing consideration for selection of intake 2, DCA stated this site has an depth and straight back river condition that meets siting criteria. However, due to the water depth, this site would have the longest vertical plate intake structure and relatively high landside impacts, mainly related to residential impacts. It is recommended for further consideration if 3 intake sites are required. I think it's noticeable that the DCA created this report on siting considerations several months after the very last SEC meeting in September of 2021. Also in DWR's exhibit, again, 0010 ID number, that's the SEC packet, S117. In response to my comments about siting locations, DCA recorded that it considered potential interferences with existing development, including farms. In the identification of intake locations, no mention was made of tribal concerns in the documentation. I think that the attribution to tribal and community input for the siting in Ms. Reese's testimony and Mr. Murdoch reads more like a cure for ongoing public critique of the SEC process and DWR's overall engagement with concerned parties and mitigation choices than what actually fully transpired.
And moving on to the second topic that you provided testimony on today, the Community Benefits Program. Can you just briefly describe what this program was?
Yes. Well, the Community Benefits Program was described as being something additive to whatever mitigation came out of the EIR, and there was going to be an ombudsperson to administer the project. Mr. Murdoch testified that the purpose of the Community Benefits Program is to provide resources to direct benefits toward communities most impacted by implementation based on community collaboration. In my expert opinion, that the needs of some of the most impacted parties were ignored during the SEC process by deferring concerns for design and construction to the EIR. The project footprint excluded a sizable population of impacted parties by implementation. And when you consider that he used the word implementation, which to me would extend beyond design and construction, but actual operations of the project, I find difficulty with how the Community Benefits Program has been defined.
In your opinion, is the Community Benefits Program an adequate substitute for environmental review and mitigation?
No. It feels like it is an incorrect cure, I think, for procedural and distributive justice issues, because the full analysis of water quality and air quality impacts on Delta environmental justice residents were excluded from the footprint, as we saw on the map from Dr. John Finn, especially in relation to urban areas around Stockton, that 14-mile radius that was left out. Community benefits without full mitigation for the total impacts of all affected parties, particularly disadvantaged residents who already are burdened disproportionately by pollution burdens, is unjust. In my expert opinion, $200 million for the potential disruption of our aggregated $7 billion a year economy between agriculture, recreation, and commercial fishing. Does it make up for that disruption? If you use a total population number for the 5 Delta counties, that's 4 million residents. I don't know what the number is if you shrink it to the footprint of the project. But if you use the 4 million number at $200 million, that's approximately $50 per person for limited projects that do not change the potential water quality outcomes with construction and operation of the project, or air quality burdens during construction.
And moving on to the last topic that you provided testimony on today, do you recall Dr. Priest's testimony regarding the use of personal protective equipment during scientific monitoring of harmful algal blooms?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall Dr. Priest testifying that she doesn't see anyone sampling for harmful algal blooms in the Delta wearing a mask or other personal protective equipment?
Yes, and I think that statement contradicts best practices issued by the state water boards. First off, if she were with our staff wears gloves at all times for testing in the field and in the lab. And as we were trained, we use additional PPE when HABs are visually present. So, I know this firsthand because we were trained and advised. I had to go find the funding for additional PPE purchase of N95 masks to have always in stock, and water boots and other protective items. The board's own guidance on harmful algal sampling safety states that California water bodies under the effects of HABs present different hazards to samplers, including inhalation of aerosolized water, toxins present in water droplets carried by the wind, such as from motorboats, jet skis, etc. Their guidance also states that samplers should wear appropriate PPE throughout sample handling, including sample collection and processing. And it goes on to list typical PPE and other equipment for HAB sampling. That's DTEC Exhibit 118, pages 1 and 2, and 2 and 3. So we use their guidance. We follow best practices to protect workers. And if that even means skipping testing on extreme heat days, we do it, because wearing full PPE can add to the heat hazard and put our staff in danger.
What is your overall opinion regarding how the SEC meetings impacted the design of the Delta Conveyance project?
I think overall it fell short. I think there was a great opportunity to actually deal and create in the design more robust mitigation measures that could have better protected the community. And while I never have been, a complete fan of the project, we wrote a report around that time on seismic safety and flood threat that I had delivered personally to the Secretary of Resources. And we made recommendations in that report for many ways to mitigate and solve a lot of issues in the Delta with or without the tunnel. And those were the recommendations that I carried through into the SEC meeting and that other members brought up regularly. And instead of that being built robustly into the plan and really thinking about the co-equal goals of the Delta Reform Act and trying to use it as an opportunity to not just mitigate the burdens of construction and environmental harm, but to maybe actually reverse some of the damage from years of exports and disenfranchisement of disadvantaged communities and communities of color that have been redlined throughout the Delta that have had no input in processes, but live with a very high pollution burden. Instead of it becoming an opportunity to do the mitigation right, and maybe even perhaps reverse some damage. A good project in California should look towards reversing damage if it's really going to apply the lens of justice. It fell short. I feel like it was a collection exercise to limit the scope of who and what would be protected later on in the EIR. And that even now with DWR finally leading input 5 years later into community benefits outreach for such a small dollar amount, it just completely fell short. In terms from beginning to end, the SEC was the base of the scaffolding to handle all of the processes in the proper way for the correct implementation of this project. And that base was never built properly. And from there, it's trying to cure past problems, but not in a way that really gets to those root causes where full mitigation and correct mitigation could have been applied, and actually leaving the Delta better off with the project could have become a goal.
Has this experience impacted your trust in the adequacy of the department's consideration of environmental justice communities?
Oh, most significantly. It's really heartbreaking. Delta people get wrongly accused of just being anti-everything and anti-government, and that's so far from my personal philosophy and beliefs and activities away from Restore the Delta. But I really do not have trust in the project with DWR. I think that what happened with the SEC all the way through is really a nihilistic vision, nihilistic plan for California water management. It is really based on taking from one community and all the communities that are in that region and that watershed, putting the water somewhere else and leaving us all with the environmental and economic destruction of the project without any attempts for building true equity along the whole footprint of the project.
Thank you, Ms. Berrigan-Perea. Officer Kinsey, we have no further direct questions at this time, but perhaps if we may, before going into cross, if we could give Ms. Berrigan-Perea just a small break.
Please, we'll do a 5-minute break and come back at 1:40. No, what time is it? At 2:05, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And it looks like we have our relevant participants.
Yes.
Thank you. Then with that, I will turn to Ms. Carroll. Do you have questions for Ms. Berrigan-Perea?
I do. Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Berrigan-Perea. How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Well, thank you.
Good.
Did you review DWR's response to your comments on the environmental impact report?
At some period, perhaps in the past, yes, not most recently.
Okay. And did you review chapter 23 of the EIR?
I don't know the chapters by number.
Oh, okay. Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up AHO 1172? Thank you, Ms. Mullen. It's the air quality and greenhouse gases chapter, Ms. Berrigan-Perea.
I had reviewed this some time ago when we were working on the EIR and making decisions of the EIR. I have not been in it very recently.
Sounds good. Are you aware that DWR evaluated sources of localized toxic air contaminants for multiple existing sources located within 1,000 feet of the project footprint?
Objection. This is outside the scope of the witness's testimony.
I think Ms. Berrigan-Perea directly raised the air quality impacts, and that's where Ms. Carroll's going, so I'll allow it.
I raised the air quality impacts as I had put in questions fed into the SEC. What I can tell you that I remember about this chapter at a very high level is that there was analysis done within certain ranges from the footprint of the project, that there was a limited area of analysis for the city of Stockton, around the port of Stockton, that there are certain monitors for air quality conditions in Stockton that were cited. My difficulty is that during the SEC, I raised a number of questions about full analysis for the AB 617 community. That was a designation that was given to a very large percentage of Stockton situated near the port and near the waterways. That was the result of Cal EPA's Environmental Justice Task Force initiative that ran in 2018 and 2019 in Stockton. Restore the Delta was the convener for the 56, the local convener for community with the 56 state, federal, and local agencies. So my questions were raised in the SEC about really looking at analysis for the entire AB 617 community. I raised questions and resigned ultimately at the penultimate meeting because I was unhappy with the dated data that was presented. Okay.
Interrupting you. However, we've strayed from my question.
Well, I was just giving you a summary of what I know.
Understandably, but could you please give me a summary of what you know as it relates to my question about your awareness of the evaluation of sources of localized toxic air contaminants evaluated by DWR? Do you know if that is real?
Objection. I believe that is what the witness was giving a summary of. If she could please finish her answer.
I probably strayed, but roughly I know one exists. Can I tell you any details of it at this moment? No.
Thank you. And then are you aware that this chapter 23 of the EIR includes air quality mitigation measures?
I'm aware that some are included. Yes.
Okay. Do you know if the community of South Stockton is within the analysis of impacts in air quality impact 2 for San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District?
I just objection again that this is straying quite far outside the witness's testimony. As she stated, she testified to the consideration of air quality impacts during the SEC process, and we're asking her about methodologies in the EIR.
Let's see.
And I apologize. That's why I was giving the summary, because I was trying to explain to you what I knew.
No, and I understand,
Yeah,
and let me
yeah.
think this through. I mean, I think, Ms. Carroll, you're welcome to respond, but I think that's fair. The air quality, there was reference to air quality impacts, but it looks like to me now that it's only in reference to the SCC meeting and then issues that Ms. Berrigan-Perea raised at the SCC meeting, which means we wouldn't necessarily, I don't think it includes the substance of what those comments would, I mean, would include what the comments were, but not the substance of the issue necessarily.
Sure. So maybe I need to tie them together. Would the recommendations made at the SEC reasonably be expected to be integrated into the environmental impact report?
Objection again to the extent that this is asking the witness to testify to DWR's own processes.
No, I think it's a fair question to the extent you can answer, Ms. Berrigan-Perea.
Well, as I was kind of going down the path, I understand that there were, at a high level, that the air basin doesn't necessarily fully match up with the impacts of where the pollution would be, that the footprint of the project did leave out a significant portion of the AB 617 community, which I had raised. And as far as the mitigation measures went, I'm not going to say there weren't any that were added, but because of who and what areas were left out, and that I understand from community, but have not reviewed for myself, that mitigating pollution in other parts of that San Joaquin Valley basin, air basin, for air pollution nearer to the site of the project aren't the proper offset. And that is what I have been told. And I would leave it that that is my full understanding of the EIR. I would also add that in our EIR comments in response to the project, we didn't really add much on air quality. We focused on water quality and the project footprint more. And I believe that, as I had testified last time, that most of that was dealt with by the Central Valley Air Quality Group, CVAC, in a letter that they provided to DWR.
Thank you, Ms. Berrigan-Perea. I'm going to move over to some SEC meetings. Do you recall if you attended the July 22nd, 2020 SEC meeting?
I would have to look at the log. There was one meeting that I had missed. Oh, July 22nd, 2021?
2020.
2020. I'd have to look at the log to remember.
Ms. Mullen, can you please pull up DWR 8? And it is, let's go to PDF 1597 first so that she can see what I'm looking at. Ms. Berrigan-Perea, do you recognize this as meeting minutes from an SEC meeting? It's the wrong one.
Yeah, I'm confused by the date.
Oh, there it goes. It moved.
They look like minutes from a meeting.
Okay, and would it be from the July 22nd, 2020 meeting?
That's what it says.
Okay, and then could we go to page 1607, please, Ms. Mullen? Okay, and I believe on this page, there's a reference to a statement you made. We could please scroll down, Ms. Mullen. Maybe I have the wrong page. Okay. Maybe if we could go to page before, Ms. Mullen, I apologize. I must have written down the wrong. Oh, there it is. Ms. Berrigan-Perea, do you see that there was a statement attributed to you at that meeting?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So is it safe to assume you attended the July 22nd, 2020 SEC meeting?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then if we could go to page 614 of this document, please. Ms. Berrigan-Perea, do you recall that Ms. Buckman made a presentation about alternative selection at the July 2020 meeting?
I can't say I recall it specifically to that meeting. I remember covering this at some point during the process.
Okay, and then Ms. Mullen, if we could go to page 639, please. Do you recall having a conversation or a presentation about the screening and intake 2 during that time period?
I recall in general that there was presentations about screening and intakes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, I'm good with this document. Thank you very much. And Ms. Berrigan-Perea, in a CEQA process, do you know what a notice of determination is?
Objection to the extent that this calls for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Please, Ms. Berrigan-Perea.
I mean, as an element in the process, yes.
Okay, and did you happen to review the notice of determination for the Delta Conveyance project?
If I did, it was quite a long time ago and is not part of my current testimony.
Okay, thank you. Would you agree that archaeological resources include Native American resources?
Objection, vague as to archaeological resources.
Do you
I-
need
I
I'm
also,
sorry.
I'm
Can we-
also confused that that's not part of my testimony. So, yeah.
And maybe, Ms. Carroll, if you want to pursue the question, it might be helpful if you're clarifying in a CEQA context or something else.
Well, Ms. Berrigan-Perea has testified that the consideration of tribal input and culture was not a part of the selection or to remove the intake. So I'm trying to understand Ms. Berrigan-Perea's understanding of what was considered in DWR's analysis. So part of the reason I was asking of the notice of determination, maybe I should bring that up. Ms. Mullen, can you please bring up DWR 18, PDF 27?
I'll just also note as we're doing that we would have a standing objection to this being outside the scope. The notice of determination postdates the SEC process, and the witness was testifying about considerations regarding intake 2 or intake 8 during the SEC process.
The objection's noted, but I will allow this because I think Ms. Carroll, my understanding is Ms. Carroll is going to get to this question of, but Ms. Berrigan-Perea's understanding of these respective resources are.
If you could go down a little bit, Ms. Mullen.
So could we establish what this document is and the witness's familiarity with it?
Sure, I thought I did, but
Well, let's go to page 1. Start with that. And this is I think you represented, it's
oh, it should be the NOD.
right. There we go.
That's the wrong
Some
example.
confusion.
It's okay. I'll go back to this. So, we can take this down, Ms. Mullen. Ms. Berrigan-Perea, do you know what archaeological resources are as they were evaluated for the Delta Conveyance project?
Objection, vague. Evaluated in what sense? For the purposes of CEQA, for the preparation of the environmental impact report, or during the SEC process?
For the purposes of CEQA.
No, and I do not make those claims in my testimony, nor am I an expert on tribal cultural resources or on archaeology. The extent of my testimony about what I observed, about input into the decision-making around intake 2 or intake A, is what I observed through the process, what notes were taken by the SEC, and what came out with that technical report several months later. That is the scope of what I considered.
Okay. I'm going to move on to your testimony regarding HABs. Can you name who the State Water Resources Control Board water quality experts are that provided your sampling training to the Restore the Delta staff?
I can see the person's face, but I can't remember the name right now, because that was in 2021, I believe, 2022, and there's been turnover from the position.
Okay. And was that training conducted in person?
There was training that was conducted in person in Stockton. There was online training, I believe, conducted at one point as well. And then when we were prepping the program, I believe there was an online meeting, if I recall, when we were setting up resources to start the program with the hiring of Spencer Fern.
And when was that?
I guess Spencer's, I want to say maybe that was actually 2022. It gets a little blurry for me with when we were in and out or with COVID, because setting up part of the program may have started earlier, and then we brought Spencer on, and I want to say he started in November of 2022.
Okay.
Okay.
And which Restore the Delta staff are trained on HAB sampling?
Spencer Fern is the permanent staff member, and then Morgan Snyder was trained on it. Cynthia Cortez was trained on it. Maybe Artie Valencia. I think she's filled in before, but I'm not 100% sure. And then we had our initial crew of interns that were trained, and then now Spencer, Morgan, Cynthia train the existing interns every year based on the protocol that the water board established for us at the beginning.
So the interns for Restore the Delta receive HAB sampling training yearly?
Yes, because there's usually a new crew. Once in a while, we have on the interns, someone who will stay over depending on their undergraduate schedule. But generally speaking, we're training a new crew every year. Cynthia Cortez was part of the initial crew that was trained under Spencer Fern. And then she was also trained by DWR, if I remember, because she handled part of the aerosolization project that we participated in with DWR.
Okay. And do your permanent staff receive refresher training on HAB sampling?
I don't know if they get direct refresher training on it. Spencer Fern in particular, he's part of MARHABS. He's part of DSC studies with universities. So he interfaces with the water board and people in the industry on a regular basis, and I believe is really up to date on the best practices, strategies, and current studies.
Are Restore the Delta staff trained to conduct nearshore sampling?
Objection vague as to near shore sampling.
I believe you mean taking samples from the shore. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then what equipment do the Restore the Delta staff use to conduct their HAB sampling?
I couldn't list every specific piece for you right now off the top of my head. My testimony was used about PPE, but we own the poles, we own the bottles that were shared with us from the state water boards, and then purchased more. We use a hooded vent at a lab owned by Pelican Industries that we are guests in their lab. The state has been out with us. We do regular sampling with DWR right now on certain projects. So, and with the Army Corps of Engineers, we do boat sampling with state and federal entities. So I do know this. All the equipment that we use was what we were instructed to use by the water board, and we are boringly consistent people on that front. So
Boring.
deviate.
So what PPE does Restore the Delta provide their staff in conducting HAB sampling?
From what I can remember right now, without having a checklist in front of me, the N95 masks, the water rubber boots. But remember, again, as in my testimony, some of these pieces are only used when HABs are visually present, okay? Gloves, the polling material, we wear reflective masks, not reflective masks, N95 masks, but reflective vests when we're out conducting training. We have the venting system. There is protocol for how you open samples, where you open them, how you do it with the hooded vent. We have cleaning materials so that we are cleaning off equipment properly before it goes back in vehicles with people. For any more information on that, I would have to go back to Spencer Fern.
Okay. And do you Restore the Delta staff always wear the provided PPE when HABs are visually present?
Yes, except when it's very, very hot outside, if the temperatures, really start hitting that 102, 105, 110 mark, we will skip some of the testing, even if they are present, because it's too dangerous to put people in that much PPE directly, because you have to sample midday when the sun is at its highest, and those areas generally don't have shade. So we're not about to send people out there in PPE and have them collapse.
And are you yourself present at all of the Restore the Delta sampling events?
Oh, no.
Is Spencer Fern?
Yes. I would say 99%. Once in a while, someone may have to substitute in with him, but 99%, yes.
And you testified that there are no nearby flow gauges that corroborate Dr. Priest's opinion with public data. That's on page 6, line 3 of your testimony. Is that correct?
In this testimony?
Could we pull up the testimony, please,
Yeah.
that you're referring to?
116?
Thank you, Ms. Mullen.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It's line 3 on page 6.
I'm sorry, one more time, line 3 on page 6.
Yeah. You see it there? No nearby flow gauge corroborates Dr. Priest.
Oh, public facing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Public data.
Yes.
Are you aware that a flow station was placed in the Stockton waterfront location from September 2024 to February 2025?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence. We can ask the witness whether she is aware of something, but not state the fact.
I just said, are you aware that a flow station was placed in the Stockton waterfront location from September 2024 to February 2025?
And I will clarify, I don't think your intent was to assume that fact, but whether you're aware, Ms. Berrigan-Farida.
Well, I'm not aware in the fact that I directly observed it. I think this goes back to prior testimony from Dr. Priest at the site visits that there was perhaps data collection there, and she had discussion of flow data. And my whole reason for raising it here isn't to dispute whether that happened or not. My point is it isn't public data.
Okay.
And our team was not aware of it during that time.
Are you aware that Restore the Delta requested the data from that flow gauge?
Objection, again, just to the framing of the questions, that they assume the existence of a fact and ask the witness to confirm those. I believe that if I may, I think we could ask if she is aware whether something is established as a fact.
Can we do it that way, Ms. Carroll? I was trying to figure out the grammar myself, but I think it works.
Is asking if she is aware insufficient? Or do I need to say, are you aware whether?
I think whether, because that clarifies that we are not assuming the underlying fact, and I appreciate that. I think we're all on the same page, but we're trying to be clear for the transcript.
Perfect. Are you aware whether Restore the Delta requested data from DWR from the flow station that was placed at the Stockton waterfront location from September 2024 to February 2025?
And this is not to not answer the question. Am I at the moment aware? No, but my question back would be when.
It was after your request, so I can't really answer that one. Okay, then I'm going to assume you are not aware.
And I would say that if I knew, when I ask when, I'm asking about when was the request made, because it would give me context to see if I could remember.
Oh, it would have been during this hearing in December.
Oh, very possibly it could have been requested if it was during this hearing.
Okay. Then you won't know the answer to my next question, so I'll move on. Do you know if the Community Benefits Program is meant to be a substitution for environmental review and mitigation for the Delta Conveyance Project?
Community benefits programs are never a substitution for environmental mitigation or analysis. And it was made clear to us during the SEC that community benefits were separate.
Have you heard of
in the eyes of DWR and the DCA?
Thank you. Have you heard of a group called Ag Innovations?
Yes, I have.
Do you know what Ag Innovations does for DWR with respect to the Delta Conveyance Project?
Well, I initially did because I was one of the people that recommended them to DWR to fulfill that contract for doing the outreach. I believe they were involved in the conducting the survey around environmental justice, and I think they do a certain amount of outreach for DWR around the project.
Okay. And do you recall attending the April 28th, 2021 SEC meeting?
Again, I think I attended almost all the SEC meetings except for the June-July period in 2021.
Do you recall that Ag Innovations gave an update at that meeting that they had conducted 44 interviews regarding the community benefits program?
I remember a presentation from them. I do not specifically remember the specifics of that.
And do you recall that at an SEC meeting in June of 2021, that DWR gave an update that they had hosted 4 workshops regarding the community benefits program?
Objection again to assuming facts not in evidence on this. This is again assuming that those facts exist and then asking for the witness's recollection of them.
And whether you are aware, we will clarify that this is whether you are aware, Ms. Bergen-Priya.
I cannot instantaneously recall what was done meeting by meeting without going back and looking at logs and presentations.
Do you have any recollection whether DWR hosted 4 workshops on the community benefits program?
I know they hosted workshops. How many and exactly when, I couldn't tell you without going back and refreshing myself.
Have you reviewed the Delta Conveyance Project Community Benefits Program Final Implementation Plan and Guidelines 18 that was released in August of 2025?
Very briefly.
Are you aware, or do you know, if DWR has been coordinating with various parties on community benefit agreements since 2022?
Yes, we recommended the communities participate.
Okay. That is all of my questions for Ms. Bergen-Padilla. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Shall we go ahead and take another 5 minutes and then we will come back? So let's go ahead and take, we'll do 6 and 2:42. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, looking to our court reporter, are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am.
Thank you. And I will make sure we have everyone here, Ms. Carroll, Ms. Safdie, and Ms. Worth.
Hearing Officer Kenzie.
Yes,
Miss Carroll had asked a question that I couldn't remember the names of people. I did not
Yes.
talk to anyone. I didn't contact notes. It finally just came back
it
to
came
me.
to you, please.
Yes. Okay. So for the State Water Resources Control Board, the person who had trained us, her first name is Trish. I can't remember her last name. And Janice Cook from the regional board. So that's how the training was conducted, and it happened at different stages and at different times.
Thank you, Ms. Berrigan-Perea.
Yeah.
Yes.
Breaks are good for that. The things come. And I'm going to shake us up just a little bit because I have actually a follow-up question or questions. Ms. Carroll, I'll probably turn back to you if you have any additional questions after mine to make sure, and then I will return to Ms. Worth. Can we, Ms. Mullen, pull up Ms. Berrigan-Perea's testimony, DTEC 116, and I'm looking at page 6, paragraph 12 near the bottom. And I'm looking at this first sentence here in paragraph 12, where you state that, in your opinion, DCA and DWR should have developed and adopted as project mitigation a robust water quality monitoring and mitigation system. And this is open-ended, but I'm wondering if you can tell me more about what you meant by that, please.
I was maintaining during the SEC, before the SEC, and at the water board and other hearings consistently, that you cannot manage for HABs without a full testing system for HABs and for water quality monitoring, and particularly with operation of the project, because while I am not a hydrologist or a modeler or a biologist, based on our on-the-ground observations for years, flows do impact, and a project like the DCP could change the hydrology of how water moves. And we were concerned, and especially during the SEC process, because that's where we were going in and out of extreme drought years, that there needed to be, as part of mitigation, a robust way to monitor what was happening with HABs, to consider project operations around if additional flow is needed at certain times of the year to mitigate for HABs. And that's how it relates to the DCP.
Thank you. And then based on your experience since the SEC meetings, has monitoring for HABs in the Delta changed?
Well, our program was put into place, so there's more consistent monitoring around hotspots. And then there have been these other studies. There's the MARHABS program. There was work done with USGS. There's an Army Corps project. But I'm concerned that it's still not robust enough, given what the impacts could be in changes and inflows throughout the entire estuary. So I think that there really has to be funding set aside for that, and a robust program during construction and operation if the DCP were to come to pass, to have an understanding of what could happen with operations and how projects should be operated. In another arena, really gets to also the need for monitoring to eventually build in California a HAB standard for public safety.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that additional discussion. And with that, Ms. Carroll, I wanted to make sure if you had any follow-up now based on that, you're welcome to.
I think I do, but I'm trying to make sure I use the word weather. Hold on. Ms. Berrigan-Padilla, are you aware whether the State Water Resources Control Board is proposing to do the monitoring you suggest in the draft Delta plan?
Objection, vague as to monitoring you suggest.
That you just spoke about with the hearing officer.
I don't want to get in trouble because of ex parte if I'm going to speak about the Bay Delta plan.
Ex parte rules don't apply to the Bay Delta plan update.
Okay, all right. We have a very deep critique of the inadequacies of HAB's monitoring and a HAB standard in the Bay Delta plan. I don't see either as being adequate. It is at the core of one of our major concerns based on what we believe will happen to the Delta. And I would just say that a lot of Dr. Karen's analysis in an expert opinion in technical terms expresses what my fears are.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
Okay.
And thank you. And with that, Ms. Worth, if you have redirect questions.
Yes, just a brief redirect, if that's all right. Ms. Berrigan-Padilla, do you recall Ms. Carroll asking you whether Restore the Delta staff always wears personal protective equipment during HAB sampling?
Yes.
And just to clarify for the record, because I think it got a little bit muddled on cross, in cases of extreme temperature, do you continue testing for harmful algal blooms without PPE?
Not if they're present. So if they're present, I won't have them test during extreme heat because you can't have them go out without the PPE and you can't have them wear that much PPE and be safe in extreme heat.
So when Restore the Delta does conduct HABs testing, does Restore the Delta staff always wear full PPE?
Restore the Delta wears gloves at all times, whether HABs are visible or not, and that full PPE list when they are visible. That was the guidance we were given.
And do you recall being asked about your recollection of certain discussions during the SEC process on the community benefits program for the DCP?
Yes.
Do you recall being asked about your understanding of the community benefits program documents since 2025?
Yes.
And could you just clarify for the record, do you view this community benefits program as an adequate substitute for the problems with community engagement and consideration of environmental justice that you've testified to today?
Here's what's my
Scope of the cross.
Oh.
I'm sorry, there was some overlapping audio, so I didn't quite hear it. Was that an objection as to outside the scope of the cross?
Yes.
Ms. Worth, will you say the question again, please?
If Ms. Berrigan-Padilla could testify or could clarify for the record if the community benefits program was an adequate substitute or is an adequate substitute for the problems with community engagement and consideration of environmental justice that she's testified to today.
And my cross question was whether or not it was a substitution for environmental review and mitigation.
This is squarely within the four corners of Ms. Carroll's cross. She spoke for a line.
I think it's fine. I'm going to allow the question. Ms. Carroll, if you want to ask a follow-up, we can do it that way. Thank you. Please, Ms. Berrigan-Padilla.
Can you say it now one more time? Okay, thank you.
Could you it is a lengthy one. Could you clarify for the record, do you view this community benefits program as an adequate substitute for the problems with community engagement and consideration of environmental justice that you've testified to today?
The community benefits plan in my opinion, is not a substitute for past engagement, outreach, or mitigation. The community benefits plan is supposed to be additive. And my concern with it is that it is too small and too inconsequential when I have concerns over that mitigation footprint and the efficacy of mitigation.
Thank you, Ms. Bergen-Priya.
Okay.
Officer Kinsey, that concludes our questions for redirect.
Thank you. Ms. Carroll, it is back to you.
I don't believe I have any further questions.
Wonderful. Thank you. Ms. Bergen-Priya, it's lovely to see you again. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I very much appreciate your answering our questions and your testimony today. Thank you. And you are excused.
Thank you for your consideration. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, with that, I believe that completes the presentation by DTEC of your rebuttal testimony. Is that accurate?
That's accurate. Thank you, hearing officer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Worth. Thank you, Ms. Bear. And thank you, Ms. Safdie. I believe we are turning to Mr. Burke and possibly Ms. Meserve. Let me see. Yes, Ms. Meserve's hand is raised. Can we please elevate Ms. Meserve? And we probably should elevate Mr. Burke too. I anticipate that's where we're going. Welcome, Ms. Meserve. You're welcome to come on camera and make your appearance.
Excellent. Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. So this afternoon, we're going to be hearing from Mr. Burke. This will be regarding groundwater, and there's Mr. Burke. This testimony is being presented on behalf of Central and South Delta Water Agency, as well as local agencies of the North Delta. And just for clarification purposes, you will be hearing from Mr. Burke later in the program in a week or two regarding the other topics that he has testimony on, but this is a separate topic that he has rebuttal on.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Meserve, and welcome, Mr. Burke. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And do you recall previously taking the oath with respect to your testimony in this hearing?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Then with that, it's to you, Ms. Meserve.
Okay, great. So we'll just go through a couple separate materials before we get to his PowerPoint. Good afternoon, Mr. Burke. Is SWA 7 a true and correct copy of your resume that was previously submitted?
Yes, it is.
And how long have you been working with groundwater modeling?
I've been doing elaborate groundwater modeling for about 20 years now.
And can you just briefly explain some of your experiences in groundwater modeling and dewatering that is depicted in your resume, SDWA 7?
Sure. Yeah, my name's Tom Burke, and I'm a water resources engineer. I have over 45 years of experience in surface and groundwater modeling, and I'm also a licensed civil engineer in California. For the last 20 years, I've been working in the design and analysis of dewatering systems for large, deep foundation construction projects. In that role, I typically develop groundwater models to evaluate dewatering requirements for the specific project, as well as using those models to evaluate the impacts that lowering the groundwater will have on the surrounding area of the project. Some of the projects that I've worked on is the Transbay Terminal in San Francisco, the new 3rd Street subway system in San Francisco, Salesforce Tower, the Mormon Island Auxiliary Dam, which is part of this Folsom Dam complex, and the New Irvington Tunnel, which is a second water supply tunnel for San Francisco's connection to Hetch Hetchy Reservoir.
And Mr. Burke, is SDWA 105R a true and correct copy of your written rebuttal testimony concerning groundwater?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any corrections to SDWA 105R?
Yeah, I've got two small corrections on page 9. The top of the page, lines 1 and 2. there was a cut and paste that I had done at this to get a quote from another testimony. And when they did the cut and paste, the PDF line numbers came through along with the quote. So on line 1, the quote is, importantly, the 11 DCP, the 11 should be removed. And the line below that, therefore, any 12 potential, the 12 should be removed.
Thank you. Is that the only correction?
Yeah, that's the only correction.
Okay. And then for this testimony, our exhibits SDWA 106R through SDWA 111R, the supporting references cited in your testimony.
Yes, they are. And
then if we could just, Ms. Mullen, and he's going to be referring to it later, pull up SDWA 111R, which is a figure used in his testimony. And this figure, Mr. Burke, this is cited in paragraph 11 of your testimony, right, Mr. Burke?
That's correct.
And does this exhibit or this figure show wells and potential wells on Lower Roberts Island in relation to the DCP proposed facilities?
Yes, it is.
And is it your understanding that the permitted well locations were obtained from San Joaquin County Environmental Health Department staff?
Yeah, I understand that the well information from San Joaquin County was mapped and plotted out at these locations on this background figure from the DCA.
And those wells were marked with a blue dot on the figure prepared by Heritage Business International?
Yes, those are the permitted wells that they were able to obtain information from San Joaquin County.
And for purposes of the figure, was a possible well marked with a red dot at each location where there appeared to be a residence?
Yes, Heritage was trying to identify locations where there might also be domestic wells that weren't necessarily registered with the county. So they went through the map looking at locations where there are residences within this area. And wherever they found one, they assumed that at that residence, there would probably be a water supply well, since there is no other domestic water supply in this area.
And was the permitted and possible well information laid on top of the base maps of the DCP proposed facilities from DWR as indicated in that legend at the bottom?
Yeah, I reviewed the map and looked at the other mapping items from the DCA, and everything looks like it's plotted on the correct locations with regard to the DCA or the DCP facilities.
And then did you use these permitted and possible well locations for the example dewatering analysis you conducted regarding Lower Roberts Island in your testimony?
Yeah, we're looking at the potential impacts or modifications to groundwater that could develop from dewatering of some of the facilities within the DCP, specifically the shafts. There's 11 shafts. We wanted to see, well, what potential effect could those shafts have on groundwater and local domestic water supply wells that are in the vicinity of each of these shafts.
Okay. Now, if we could go ahead, Ms. Mullen, and bring up Mr. Burke's PowerPoint testimony, that's SDWA 104R, and we could go ahead and let Mr. Burke summarize his testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to present my evaluation of the testimony of Dr. Hatch with regard to the impact that the DCP has on groundwater in the Delta. My analysis addresses some of the concerns I have on Dr. Hatch's testimony, specifically with regard to whether or not the analysis conducted by himself and the DCP modeling team was able to accurately assess the impact of the project on the local groundwater resources. Next slide, please. Thank you. In reviewing the DCP project documents, which included the FEIR and case-in-chief and rebuttal testimony of Dr. Hatch, I've developed 5 major opinions concerning how the impact of the DCP is on groundwater and how it was evaluated and presented by Dr. Hatch. My first and primary concern is the resolution of the groundwater model that was used to evaluate the project. The coarse resolution of the Delta groundwater model, both vertically and horizontally, is too large to be able to pick up the effects that the components of the DCP will have on the groundwater in the vicinity. Two, there is no quantitative evaluation on the impact of the water that's needed for construction of the project and what that water requirement will have on the area surrounding each one of the project components. The water requirements for construction were evaluated qualitatively, but I feel that the volume that may be necessary at some of these locations is so great that I think it deserves to have a quantitative assessment so a determination can be made on whether or not it's going to impact the local surface or groundwater resources. The third element that I have concern with is that there's no detailed evaluation of the impact the construction of the project shafts will have on the local domestic municipal wells. As we saw in the figure that we just looked at, we evaluated what dewatering of some of these shafts would have on the local wells to determine whether or not it's worthy of being evaluated in more detail rather than just qualitatively be assessed and not being evaluated in any detailed fashion. Next slide, please. My fourth concern is the criteria used in the FEIR and reiterated by Dr. Hatch in his testimony to evaluate whether a change in groundwater is an impact that is an impact, and is it taken as a function of defining what an impact is or just abiding by an arbitrary determination of what might be an impact and without evaluating whether or not there truly is an impact. The last concern I have is on Dr. Hatch's analysis of the Hood well, which used an analytical procedure that assumes that the homogeneous aquifer assumes a homogeneous aquifer around the well and does not take into account the screened interval of the well. That's a gross oversimplification of the site. It's conceptually correct, but it does not actually provide reasonable and accurate results in a site that's sited on the ground in an actual situation. The results of this analysis are questionable at best. Next slide, please. Returning to my first and primary concern about the methodology used to evaluate the DCP on groundwater is the model that was used in that analysis. The model, delta GW, is a cut-down version of the C2V SIM FG groundwater model that was developed for the Central Valley. The C2V SIM model was developed to evaluate changes to the Central Valley aquifer on a regional scale. As such, despite its name, it has a very coarse grid with nodes ranging from 3,000 to 4,000 feet apart. The delta groundwater model that was used for the DCP project was constructed by removing the northern and southern sections of the C2V SIM model and converting the upper model from 4 vertical layers to 6 layers to better represent the delta aquifer. One of my main concerns on this is the vertical resolution of the model. This 6-layer model, which is better than the 4-layer model from the C2V SIM, still might not be adequate for evaluating local phenomena. It was more than likely adequate for large regional-wide planning level studies, but it's inappropriate for evaluating the DCP components, which are small isolated elements that are within the grid. The top 3 layers, which contain the DCP elements, are 65 feet, 50 feet, and 50 feet thick, for a total thickness of 165 feet. Simplifying the complex vertical stratification of the top 165 feet of the delta aquifer into 3 simple layers will not accurately model the DCP components that are on a much smaller scale than the delta groundwater model. The geologic stratification of the delta is very complex. Modeling within this environment requires a much more detailed model to analyze the small project components that compose the DCP. The project components are not exactly small, but they become very small when compared to the grid resolution for the delta groundwater model. Even more concerning than the vertical resolution is the horizontal resolution of the model. Horizontally, the delta groundwater model has a resolution, as I mentioned before, with nodes that are between 4,000 and 6,000 feet apart, with an average model element area of roughly 0.6 square miles. The issue here comes down to a question of scale. The distance between the nodes is so large that a change in groundwater that may result from the DCP component will be lost within that wide grid, and the resulting change in the model results would not be computed correctly and potentially not even show up at all. For a groundwater model to accurately evaluate the effects of a structure within that model domain, the grid spacing of the model should be, at a minimum, as close to the dimensions of the structure that it is you're trying to evaluate. To come close to providing an accurate result would require the grid size in the areas of the model that contain DCP structures to be in the tens of feet, not thousands of feet. Using a grid this large is like trying to see the effect of dropping a straw into a bucket of water. It's just not going to show up. And what does show up may be artifacts rather than actual results of a change within the model and groundwater elevation. Next slide, please. This is a map showing the extent of the Delta groundwater model grid. The area of the Delta groundwater model is in the center of the map and is shown with the line with arrows. And what this is a subsection of the larger C2V SIM model. The shaded areas at the northern and southern ends of the map are part of the original C2V SIM model that were removed to create the Delta groundwater model. Although the individual elements look small at this scale, when zoomed in to evaluate where the DCP components are located, the model nodes, which are the computational points of the analysis, no longer look small. Next slide, please. This is an example of what I'm referring to when I say the model grid is too large. This is a plan view of the northernmost diversion intake. I've overlaid the Delta groundwater model on top of the plan for the diversion intake. The light gray lines you see on the map represent the Delta groundwater model elements. These were the colored polygons that were seen in the previous slide. The model nodes are located at the intersection of each of these element sides. So whenever you see a line come together and intersect other gray lines, that's where a node or a computation point in the model will be located. As you can see from this layout, there's only one node representing the intake structure and the deep launching shaft that is part of that facility. That node is located down near the southeast side of the facility, and you can see there where the gray lines intersect. The next closest node to this element is roughly 4,000 feet away. Now we're trying to evaluate the groundwater impacts from something that's only 100 feet or 200 feet deep with nodes that are thousands of feet apart. You're not going to be able to pick up the groundwater impact of that. It's just, the grid is way too coarse. It's just not going to work. The changing groundwater elevation from a structure typically involves a drawdown curve from the background groundwater elevation in the case of a dewatering scenario, or the rising groundwater elevation if the tunnel is blocking groundwater flow. Both of these scenarios will develop a groundwater curve in which a gradient moves across the facility, moves across the aquifer in the vicinity of the structure. To capture and model that change in groundwater elevation or flow and the gradient that is derived from it, the model will need to have nodes spaced close enough around the structural element to capture that change. To get an accurate estimate of that change will require node spacing that is much, much closer than the nodes here, which are nearly a mile away. Although the Delta groundwater model, as calibrated, may be able to estimate groundwater stage and flow characteristics on a regional scale from regional changes to the basin, the grid resolution is not fine enough to translate local changes in the aquifer that are that much smaller than the grid size, such as the tunnel, shafts, and intake structures. Those changes, which may be significant, will be lost in the coarse grid of the model. Next slide. The second of the 5 concerns that I have listed earlier is the potential effect that construction water needs may have on water supply and availability in the remote areas where the DCP facilities are to be built. Dr. Hatch refers to a qualitative assessment of the construction and maintenance water needs, but in my professional opinion, the volume of water may be so great that a quantification of the required volume should be conducted. Given the remote locations and the lack of municipal water supplies in these areas, local sources may be required to meet those construction needs. In my opinion, some of the water needs may be significant and should be evaluated to determine how the water would be supplied without adversely impacting the local water sources, whether they be surface water sources or groundwater. Some of the construction requirements are for concrete batch plants, dust control, equipment cleaning, and among many other water needs that are typical of a construction project. Trucking water in may not be feasible if the water requirement is large. Having pipes and tunnels to bring water to a particular site is not feasible, so it's likely that either groundwater or surface water may be used to meet that construction need. The FEIR defers to a qualitative assessment of this impact and proposes a generic mitigation recommendation of maintain groundwater supplies in affected areas. And they leave it at that. That's a pretty vague kind of mitigation process, especially when they don't know what the water requirements are going to be at any particular location. A more detailed assessment of the construction requirements, and given the lack of availability at remote locations, especially the Twin City complex and the Lower Roberts complex, needs to be evaluated numerically, not qualitatively, to determine how much water could be supplied and the potential impact of local surface and groundwater resources. Next slide, please. The third concern that I listed earlier describes the potential impact to domestic wells in the area of the 11 launching and receiving shafts and maintenance shafts as part of the project. The 11 shafts go as deep as 219 feet below ground surface. Most of that depth is below the local groundwater level. There have been several construction methods presented that will require dewatering. The final process for constructing these shafts has not been decided upon. 6 of the 10 proposed shaft construction methods will require some form of dewatering. For those methods that will require dewatering, there is the potential for significantly impacting groundwater in the area of the dewatered structure. The extent of the effect of groundwater is a function of not only the depth that you're dewatering, but also the duration that dewatering will occur over. This concern is based on the many domestic wells that are spread around the delta. An unknown number of these wells may be within the zone of influence of any shaft or structure that may require dewatering. As an example, I've put together a dewatering approach to one of the shafts to determine whether or not conceptually it had the ability to impact the domestic water supply wells within the area of the shaft. Ms. Mullen, if we could pull up SDWA 111. Thank you. This is the figure that we had looked at earlier. It's a map produced by Heritage Business International. They've taken a base map from the DCA documents that covers the area of Lower Roberts Double Tunnel launch shaft. They then plotted the location of the known domestic wells in the vicinity of the shaft. For this, they used information that they obtained from San Joaquin County, as we had mentioned earlier. Those wells, which are shown in blue on the map, are permitted domestic water supply wells. Also in the figure, Heritage identified and plotted the location of potential domestic well sites. Those are shown in red. These potential well sites were placed at locations where houses were observed in the area, assuming that each of these houses would likely have a water supply well. Using this base map and well locations, I developed a conceptual groundwater model to see what the potential impacts of dewatering the Lower Roberts Island double shaft would entail. Ms. Mullen, could we go back to SDWA 104R? And slide 9. Thank you. This is a plot of the groundwater drawdown contours that result from dewatering the lower Roberts Island launch shaft. These drawdown contours were constructed from a 3D ModFlow model, groundwater model of the dewatering well at the shaft. The contours represent an equilibrium condition at the site where the groundwater drawdown has now been stabilized. The drawdown from the well forms a cone of depression around the dewatered shaft. So the groundwater is all moving towards the shaft, creating this cone around the dewatered area. The drawdown in the figure represents an equilibrium condition, as I mentioned, and each of the blue lines represents a 5-foot contour. And what this represents, the 5-foot contour, the outermost contour or blue line that you see in the plot, represents a groundwater drawdown of 5 feet from the background groundwater elevation. And each successive line represents another 5-foot drawdown going from the 5 foot on the outside down to the 200-foot drawdown in the center of the shaft, which would be necessary to dewater the shaft to the point at which the Tremie seal can be placed in the shaft. Now, various construction methods require different types of dewatering. Since one has not been selected, we looked at a worst case scenario to see what could possibly happen if they don't select a procedure, or they do select a procedure that requires dewatering. And as you can see in the figure, the extent of the drawdown curves extends out significantly. It extends out a significant distance from the shaft and is interacting with many of the wells in the surrounding area. The DCP has made no attempt to determine the number of affected wells for the different shaft drilling alternatives and what the water supply might be required to mitigate that impact. Given the 11 shafts and potentially large zone of influence of dewatering from dewatering these shafts, there may be many domestic or municipal wells that could be affected or impacted by shaft construction. The FEIR lists this impact as less than significant, with a generic mitigation again of maintain groundwater supplies. Now, that's an easily mitigation statement to make, but actually supplying each of these wells with the water they would be losing from this drawdown is an unknown quantity. And so the significance of that is not known. So I think it deserves being evaluated to a more quantifiable level so that they can determine whether or not an impact is actually being created and how are they going to mitigate this impact. Next slide, please. The fourth of the 5 concerns that I listed earlier addresses the criteria used by the FEIR and repeated in Dr. Hatch's testimony to determine what level of change in stage or river groundwater interaction would constitute an impact. The criteria that is being used is primarily taken from the approach of the groundwater sustainability plans. These plans have been developed to try and achieve a stability of the groundwater table within a specific plan area over the next 20 years. Also, an attempt was made to look at natural variability that occurs in the delta, looking at changes in groundwater flow and groundwater elevation using output from the delta GW model. And that is not necessarily a bad approach to take for understanding what the natural variability would be, but using that as a criteria for establishing what an impact is not necessarily the correct approach, because none of that information is related to an impact. Just because the natural variability shows that groundwater can fluctuate at such a level over time doesn't mean that that's an impact or that is not an impact. During that fluctuation, many wells may have been impacted. It's not known whether or not that has occurred. They're just looking at an arbitrary frame of reference to determine what of the natural variability should be considered as an impact without truly evaluating what an impact is. And a lot of these criteria were developed as a planning level criteria to reach GSP's long-term groundwater sustainability objectives. They were never intended to be an indicator of impact in any one specific location. What would constitute an impact has not been evaluated and should be addressed on a site-by-site analysis. It should also be remembered that these changes to stage and flow, as computed in the FEIR and discussed by Dr. Hatch, are based on the results of the coarse groundwater model that is unlikely to model the groundwater changes that would likely exist from the DCP components anyway. So what little information they are getting on comparing a DCP versus a baseline condition is not going to be correct. And it's amazing that they can see any change at all. Next slide, please. The last concern that I have that was listed earlier in the references is the methodology used by Dr. Hatch in evaluating the Hood Well 25. His approach used an analytical model that assumes a homogeneous aquifer around the well. Assuming a homogeneous aquifer and using the method of images to assume that the Sacramento River is a constant head barrier oversimplifies the aquifer conditions surrounding the well. Dr. Hatch's analytical approach assumes that the aquifer is uniform and homogeneous vertically as well as horizontally throughout the area. This homogeneity ignores the screened interval of the well, the variations in geologic stratification, and assumes that the well is pulling from the full depth of the well, not screened at any particular interval. Although from a conceptual viewpoint, this analytical approach may be of some educational value in a classroom setting, its use for analyzing an actual well in a complex aquifer environment is of little use. Different geologic strata, along with vertical profile of the well, can be complex and discontinuous, especially in a historically dynamic area adjacent to a river. Much more aquifer detail is required to correctly assess the distribution of water sources that may be impacted by the DCP that are feeding the well at this time. Next slide, please. I guess that may be the last slide. So in summary, my 5 opinions are the Delta groundwater model, although a good model for regional groundwater analysis, is not the correct model to be used to evaluate the components of the DCP. The scale of the model grid is grossly mismatched with the scale of the DCP components. Given that mismatch, the model will not accurately reflect the effects of the much smaller DCP elements. The results of the model are at best questionable. My second opinion is that no quantitative analysis has been developed for the water requirements necessary for construction or maintenance of the DCP. Obtaining water in these remote areas where construction will occur could impact local resources. Estimates of the water requirements should be quantitatively developed, not qualitatively, so that a more specific mitigation can be developed other than the generic maintain groundwater supplies that is shown over and over in the FEIR. My third opinion is that a more detailed analysis of the effect of drilling the 11 shafts should be developed. The potential for impacting local irrigation and domestic wells is highly dependent upon the drilling process that's chosen. So a process should be chosen, or at least a range of processes should be chosen, and each of them evaluated to determine what those impacts may be. My fourth opinion is the criteria chosen to determine if a change in groundwater elevation or flow is an impact is flawed. That criteria is based on a planning criteria that is developed for long-term planning to promote groundwater stability, but the criteria was not developed as an indicator of what change to groundwater would actually define an impact. My last opinion is that the analytical approach that Dr. Hatch has used to evaluate the Hood 25 well is not appropriate. His approach assumes that the aquifer and well characteristics are homogeneous in the area surrounding the well. That is not likely in a dynamic and complex aquifer situation adjacent to the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Ms. Morris, it looks like you're back in the hot seat. So with that, I will turn to you. Do you have questions for Mr. Burke?
I do. Back in the saddle. If we could, Ms. Mullen, I want to clean up a couple things here and understand. So if we could go to SDWA 111R. And Mr. Burke, the R is for rebuttal, not revised, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, because I just want to be clear. So everywhere there's an R in your testimony, it's for rebuttal. Whereas some other people are using it for, most other people are using it for revised. And I just want to make sure
Yeah, sorry for the confusion, but yeah, the R in our case is for a rebuttal.
Yeah, we just clarified that, so we're good. What kind of entity is Heritage Business International?
I'm not familiar with what kind of a company that they are. I just know that they put together this map to identify where those wells might be, and we utilized it in our analysis.
And who at Heritage Business International put together this map?
I haven't actually talked to anybody at Heritage International to see who had actually put the map together.
What data from the county did they receive to be able to put this map together?
I understand that it was well completion data that the county was holding through their environmental services group for wells that have been registered with the county.
And do you know if the well completion data used to put this map together included GIS coordinates?
No, I don't know. I would expect that it probably didn't. Some of this well data probably goes back. These are older wells that are been around for quite a long time. It's probably related to different roads and streets in the vicinity to identify the location of the wells.
How did you get this map?
It was provided to me by Ms. Meserve.
And did you look at any of the records that you just described from the county that support the formation, the creation of this map?
I scanned through some of the records that they had.
How did you get the records?
They were provided by Ms. Meserve also.
But did Ms. Meserve tell you who prepared this map?
She told me that it was produced by Heritage International.
Do you know if Heritage Business International has any affiliation with Protestant Heritage Land Company that you represent in this, that you're providing testimony on behalf of in this proceeding?
No, I'm not aware of any connection between the two.
As an expert, do you normally rely on, well, let me strike this. If you don't know who prepared this map, do you have any idea of what their qualifications were?
No, I don't have any information on what their qualifications are, but we took the information that they provided in the map and I translated that information over to a GIS and double checked to make sure each of the different wells occurred at a location that would have a residence or a business that would need to have a water supply. And
So
kind
you
of
only
double check it in
verified
that
it.
fashion.
You only verified it by looking if there was some kind of business or residential location. You didn't verify the accuracy of like by GIS data or from the records. You just looked at an aerial photo to see if there was some kind of structure.
I did kind of a logic check. Does it make sense to have a well at this location?
As an expert, would you normally rely on a map produced by someone you do not understand their qualifications or
And
have not met or discussed what they use to prepare this map?
Objection, argumentative, asked and answered.
Overruled. I'm actually very curious to know, Mr. Burke, please.
in the context of how this information was used, I would accept that. Because what we're looking at here is trying to identify where there might be wells. Now, we could have gone through and just identified the structures ourselves and applied wells at those locations, but they were able to provide information that they obtained from the county, as well as identifying some structures that might have wells. This was just an example analysis to determine what kind of wells might be in the vicinity of some of these shaft structures. And if the shaft was dewatered, would those wells be within the zone of influence of these dewatering operations?
And Mr. Burke, just because there's a house or some other building, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's a well, correct?
I would assume that if the house is occupied, there's a well there because no one's going to live in a house without water supply. So it's more than likely that there will be a well at each of these structures.
How do you
And
know
if I
they're
was,
not using surface water?
I'm sorry, what was that?
How do you know that they're not using surface water?
I've never seen anybody use surface water for a drinking water supply in the Delta. I suppose it's always possible.
So your testimony is that all of these red and blue dots are domestic wells?
They're wells. I really didn't care whether they're domestic wells or whether they're agricultural wells. What my concern was how many wells could be influenced by a dewatering operation that could occur at one of the shafts.
And to be clear, this map, you use the dots on this map to produce the map in your testimony. SD W104R. And if you want to go there, I'm going to pull up, I'm going to have Miss Mullen help me by flipping through the slides really fast.
Sure. Yeah, no, I use this map to identify some of the locations that were in that SDWA 104R analysis.
And specifically, I guess we could look at your testimony. And the figure 5 in your testimony, which is also in this slideshow. Yeah, sorry, Miss Mullen, if you want to go to page 11, we'll stick here. The red and blue dots came from this previous image we just were discussing, SDWA 111R, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know what purpose, what was the purpose of putting together SDWA 111R?
Just so we can identify where wells might be in the vicinity of the shaft that we were looking at dewatering.
Right, but you didn't put it together. So the original Heritage Business International, some unnamed person with unnamed qualifications, do you know why they put this map together?
I would assume that just to help us out in analyzing what the potential impacts could be from dewatering in the Central Valley or in this area of Lower Roberts.
Okay, if we could go back to your SDWA 104R slide 4. I have a slide 4, thanks. When you talked about this slide on vertical resolution, normally vertical resolution in a model is by layer. So are these, the vertical resolution and the horizontal resolution descriptions, flipped in this slide?
No, actually that first bulleted item is covering 2 items. I have concern with the vertical resolution, and the element areas are roughly 1/2 square mile. On the second bulleted item, I talk about the horizontal resolution of the nodes, and the nodes are in the 6 different layers. Actually, let's see. No, I think you might be right. They are kind of switched around there. Yeah.
I'm not very good, but I am fairly decent at groundwater modeling. I've spent way too much time on that. Okay, so those should be flipped.
Yeah.
Okay.
The vertical resolution is the 6 layers that are covering roughly 200 feet of aquifer stratification.
Okay, great. All right, let's go back to, sorry, Ms. Mullen, SDWA 105R, and let's start working through some of these questions. And if we could just go to page 4, paragraph 6. And Mr. Burke, I think you and I have done this before, but I just try to give you a page number and a paragraph of where I'm going to ask questions just to kind of orient you. I'm not going to reread your testimony into the record, but it appears in paragraph 6, you state that the resolution of the Delta groundwater model is too coarse to be used to evaluate elements of the DCP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you say elements of the DCP, what do you mean by elements?
I'm referring to each of the construction elements that are involved in the project. That would be the shafts, the tunnel, the intake structures, and the Bethany discharge structure.
And you also state that the Delta groundwater model is too coarse to be used to evaluate the impacts of the DCP on a more localized scale, correct?
That's correct.
And when you say more localized scale, are you talking about local impacts during construction or operation?
Both.
So your testimony in 105R is focused on localized effects during operations.
No, my testimony 105R is focused on you need to be able to pick up the localized effects if you want to extrapolate those localized effects out into a regional area. If your grid is too coarse, you miss those localized effects, and you're not going to be able to extrapolate those localized effects or perturbate those localized effects out into a wider range. The coarseness of the grid misses that drawdown curve or the groundwater rise that might occur, and so it's not able to accurately represent what that change in groundwater elevation will be as you move across the grid.
Would you agree that the construction of a shaft is not going to have continued localized impacts during operation?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand how to does the Delta Conveyance project, do you know whether the Delta Conveyance project proposes to pump groundwater during operations?
I'm not aware of any groundwater pumping that's going to occur once the project is built.
So I want to ask in terms of construction. We just identified that the tunnel shaft was not going to have continuing ongoing impacts during operations. So let's focus.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Are you aware that the purpose of the Delta groundwater model was to evaluate impacts on groundwater during project operations, not construction?
That's true.
Construction assumes facts, not an evidence.
The witness answered.
Facts foundation as well.
Just based on your knowledge, Mr. Burke.
In my understanding that it was used to evaluate project operations, not construction. The construction was essentially ignored in the model in terms of quantitative analysis, and they never tried to use the model for that purpose.
Are you aware that there was additional modeling looking at dewatering at the intakes?
I understand that they're trying to understand what dewatering might be necessary at the intakes, but I haven't seen any modeling results from that.
When you say the model is too coarse, do you mean in relation to the model that you've developed for Lower Roberts Island?
The model is more coarse than the model that I developed for Lower Roberts Island, but I say that it's too coarse for evaluating the components of the DCP based on my knowledge and experience working on dozens of projects of this size and about trying to evaluate the effect of those projects on the surrounding groundwater.
Did you do any other modeling analysis other than the modeling that you did for Lower Roberts Island?
No, I didn't.
Would you agree that the experience that you cited in the beginning of your direct recital of your rebuttal testimony was specifically related to dewatering?
Yes, it is.
And the projects that you were describing were construction projects with dewatering, correct?
That's correct.
What impacts are you anticipating seeing on a more localized scale?
One of the impacts, if they do the dewatering for the shafts, is what I showed in my plot in the presentation on, yes, that's figure 9. But we didn't do any further analysis on dewatering for construction because the model that they have put together or they're presently using, the Delta GW model, is not appropriate for analyzing those types of conditions.
Do you agree that your analysis focuses on dewatering for shaft construction?
That was one of the elements that I looked at, that wasn't the total focus of my analysis or my review.
And one of the assumptions in your model is that there will be dewatering for shaft construction, correct?
Yeah, we looked at the proposed methodologies that they are evaluating for shaft construction, and I think it's a 4 out of the 10 alternatives that they're looking at require some form of dewatering.
Did you review Dr. Hatch's direct case-in-chief testimony in this proceeding?
It was a while back, but yes, I read through it.
If the Delta groundwater model is not used for dewatering, what effects do you believe the Delta groundwater model should be able to show?
The Delta groundwater model is capable and probably can show up very well is looking at regional changes to water movement through the Delta. Not something that's a point source or a point evaluation of something that's within the size of a single grid. In order to see the change in groundwater elevation or flow, you need a much finer grid. So it can show the existing conditions and it can show changes to that existing conditions for changes that occur over large swaths of the Delta, but it's not going to show any change realistically for a construction project that's so much smaller than the grid size.
In preparing your testimony, you reviewed AHO 1057, correct?
You have to refresh my memory of what that document is.
Okay, we can. Let me go back to, I want to make sure that which alternative in the final FEIR did you review to prepare your testimony?
I'm not sure what you are referring to when you say alternatives.
Well, you understand, you read the FEIR, right? Or portions of it?
Chapter 8 anyway.
Do you understand that there were several alternatives that were being analyzed in the FEIR?
I know that they looked at different components of the model and they looked at different procedures for excavating the tunnels.
No, I'm talking about alternatives like alternative 1, alternative 2, alternative 3, or
Okay.
the alternative 5, which, so do you, what do you know which alternative is the proposed alternative for the
It's
Delta?
alternative 5. I didn't review the other alternatives. I didn't know you were referring to the different project alternatives that were no longer being examined.
So you believe that you were looking at alternative 5 and
That's
the
true. That's
EIR
correct.
citation? Okay.
Yeah.
Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up AHO 1057? And we should go to page 1 to. Okay, do you recognize this is Appendix 8B, impact analysis for groundwater model results?
I do.
And did you review this? Does
I
this
did.
refresh your recollection? And did you review this document, the AHO 1057, where it discusses the implementation of the DCP tunnel alignment and the Delta groundwater model?
I read through that. Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you know how the tunnel and intakes were implemented in the Delta groundwater model?
I'm not sure exactly how they were implemented. I know for the shafts, they were implemented by putting in barriers around the shafts to minimize the groundwater inflow to the shaft.
Yeah, my question was about the tunnel and intakes.
I didn't think I recall exactly what the methodology was for constructing the tunnel.
But you have an opinion that the tunnel element was not appropriately modeled, correct?
I do.
But you don't understand how it was. How can you have an opinion if you don't understand how it was implemented in the model, Mr. Burke?
There's no way you can actually evaluate or implement the tunnel within the model correctly with a grid size this large.
Okay. Did you review an AHO 1057 where it discusses how the baseline and the with DCP operations were implemented in the Delta groundwater model?
I reviewed the comparisons that they made between the two scenarios.
Were you aware that the Delta groundwater model relies on calcium 3 for surface water flow and deliveries?
That seems reasonable, but I didn't focus on that particular aspect.
Do you know what the resolution of the calcium 3 deliveries are relative to the Delta groundwater model resolution?
I know the calcium 3 deliveries are typically done on a monthly basis temporarily, and usually at the upstream end of the Sacramento River on a spatial basis.
Doesn't the Delta groundwater model have multiple model elements per calcium 3 delivery area?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Do you know if the Delta groundwater model has multiple model elements per calcium 3 delivery area?
And when you say model element, what component of the model are you referring to?
One second. I'm specifically referring to the size of the mesh of the model.
Okay. And what about the size of the mesh?
Are you aware if the Delta groundwater model has multiple model elements or mesh, as we've described, per calcium 3 delivery area?
To my understanding, there's only one mesh that I've seen with the Delta groundwater model. Now, the calcium 3 input to that model could be inputting different flows at different locations, but there are no multiple meshes within the Delta groundwater model. It's a single mesh.
But you didn't go back and look at what the calcium areas were and what was being delivered into the Delta groundwater model. Is that an accurate statement?
That wasn't a factor in my evaluation of the model's ability to represent the Delta Conveyance Project items or components.
So you didn't think that that was important to understand?
Objection, argumentative. Also, this appears to be outside the scope of what he's testified to, because he did not testify about calcium.
I'm going to allow the question, please, Mr. Burke.
Could you repeat the question, please?
You didn't think it was important to look at the calcium locations as they, in what areas they were delivering water to the Delta groundwater model?
Not with respect to my evaluation of the grid size with respect to the Delta Conveyance Project element size. No, I didn't.
On page 4, paragraph 6, you refer to figure 3 at the bottom of the page, and you state that the resolution only provides a few points of detail around the structure, correct?
Let me read that for a second. Okay, yes, I agree with that.
Well, it's your, I'm just reading your statement. Okay.
I agree with myself.
Orient us. I'm glad you agree with your statement. It's getting late. How does this suggest the model is too coarse?
In my experience, in order to evaluate what change you'd have to groundwater based on either dewatering or the structural blockage of the aquifer, you need to be much closer than 4,000 feet. You need to be tens of feet within the distance of evaluating a groundwater drawdown curve or a groundwater buildup if you're blocking flow. It's so absurd that it doesn't take a detailed evaluation to realize that this isn't going to capture that level of detail to evaluate what the impact's going to be.
Doesn't the intake structure correspond to a similar size as the model element?
Pretty close. But what I'm looking at when I do my analysis is the distance between nodes. So you'll have one analysis and one element or groundwater level at that node that is occurring over the top of that intake structure. The next node that is going to be calculated is 4,000 feet away. Now, a lot can happen in 4,000 feet. You're going to lose all of the impacts that may be occurring from that structure in your next calculation point.
But would you agree that the element, it's the element that is blocked, not the node?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that, please?
Never mind. Wouldn't using modeling elements in the model that are larger than the tunnel to represent the changes in flow across the tunnel alignment overestimate the tunnel's impacts?
I'm sorry, again, could you repeat that?
Yeah. Wouldn't using model elements in the model that are larger than the tunnel to represent the changes in flow across the tunnel alignment overestimate the tunnel's impacts?
No, using model elements larger than the tunnel will not be able to accurately represent what's occurring at the tunnel. You need to use elements that are much smaller than the tunnel. Now, in a large model like delta GW for the Central Valley, you can't make 10-foot model elements all the way across the valley. So what you typically do is you make smaller elements and smaller nodes near your structures that are of importance, and you gradually increase the size of those elements as you move further away. That way you'll capture what's occurring at the structure, but still able to perturbate that change through the rest of your model without having 10 billion cells.
And just to be clear, because you switch back and forth without saying which one you're doing, are you talking about just the tunnel being there? Are you talking about construction of the tunnel when you're just describing those impacts?
I'm talking about the ability to model any impacts with the existing delta GW model, whether that be for construction or whether that is for operation and maintenance of the structure once it's completed. Both of those analyses require a grid that's much smaller than what we have with the delta GW model.
But you agree that the delta groundwater model was not intended to evaluate construction impacts, correct?
It wasn't developed to evaluate construction impacts or the existing operation of the DCP. It won't do either.
In your opinion, why?
The coarseness of the grid is so great that you're going to lose the details that are happening as your groundwater is moving from either a dewatering scenario or a buildup scenario for a blockage. It's not going to be able to capture the level of detail necessary to evaluate what's actually happening with groundwater.
Okay, let's look at page 7. Sorry, page 7. Yeah, page 7 and paragraph 7. I have a couple questions here. In your testimony, you indicate that the vertical resolution of the delta groundwater model will miss the complex stratification of permeable and impermeable layers that can dramatically influence groundwater flow, correct?
That's correct.
Did you rely on any data or references to come to this conclusion?
Partly on my knowledge of the delta stratification and aquifer characteristics, partly on review of the Wood-Rogers well log that they developed for well 25.
Did you rely on, or what impermeable layers exist in the subsurface in the vicinity of the delta?
I'm sorry, you're going to need to be a little more accurate than that.
Well, it's your statement, and so I'm trying to understand where in the delta you believe these impermeable layers exist in the subsurface.
But typically in the delta, the stratification that you're going to see is intermixed layers of clay, silt, sand, over and over in different thicknesses, at different orientations. Some are continuous around large areas, some peter out and disappear. It's very chaotic and very stratified. You need to look at each site individually in order to understand what the stratification and what type of soil layers you may have below your site.
And are any of those soils that you just described impermeable?
Clays are typically impermeable. Silts are less permeable. Sands are more permeable.
And just going back to what my question was, impermeable. So is it your testimony that only clay is impermeable?
No, it's not only clays. Clays are the least of the impermeable layers, but it's more of a continuum. It's not like there's a hard line. You got sandy clays, silty sands, silty clays, clay silts. You've got a variety of different soil combinations, each with its own different permeability. If you wanted to look at an impermeable layer and you wanted to find something that was just like that, then you'll be looking at a pure clay. That would be impermeable.
Again, my question was about completely impermeable. So is your testimony that the only description of soil that you described that's completely impermeable is clay?
In terms of soils, those would be the least permeable. If we're staying out of rock or that type of layering, the clay is typically considered the least permeable soil layer you can run into.
And least impermeable, excuse me. Least permeable does not mean impermeable, correct?
That's true. That's true. even the most impermeable clays will move some water through.
Yes, thank you. In your testimony, you also imply the DCP elements need to be evaluated on a local scale, correct?
I guess that's true.
And then can you just describe to me what you mean by local scale?
That means using a grid resolution that's at the same appropriate scale of the actual structure that you're trying to evaluate. So if you're looking at a structure that's 10 feet by 10 feet, and you want to look at what's happening around that and what the aquifer is doing, you want to have a grid size that's probably around 3 to 4 feet, maybe 5 feet in size in that immediate vicinity. Now, as you move further away from the structure, you can increase your grid size. But in order to capture what's happening from that structure and its impact on groundwater, you need to have a grid size of the same order of magnitude as the structure you're trying to evaluate.
Have you ever developed a regional model, Mr. Burke?
I'd say probably the largest model, I don't know what would be regional, would be for what is it? An island in the Delta. Can't recall the name of it now, but I think it was about 5,000 acres.
Okay. And you would consider that regional?
Within that specific area. I wouldn't have called it, regional in terms of statewide regional, but for the evaluating the island and putting a lake in that island and determining what the groundwater surface water interaction was, I look at that as being regional.
What in the Delta groundwater model with DCP operations would derive local scale changes that you suggest need more detailed model layering to be evaluated?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
What in the Delta groundwater model with DCP operations would drive local scale changes that you suggest need more detailed model layering to be evaluated?
I'm not saying that the DCP would drive local changes. I'm saying in order to be able to see those local changes, you need a model resolution that allows you to see what's happening to the groundwater in the vicinity of those structures.
If DCP operations wouldn't cause any impact, why would we need to evaluate that?
I didn't say it wouldn't cause any impact. I would imagine that the tunnel is going to have an impact or an effect on the delta. I would imagine that the shafts are going to have an effect on groundwater movement around those shafts. These are not small shafts. They're very large shafts in depth as well as diameter. And then the different intake structures are going to be down deep enough so that they can affect groundwater movement. The Bethany facilities, they're going to be down deep enough within the groundwater to affect groundwater movement. At any of those facilities, you're going to need a model that's fine enough to be able to understand how groundwater is interacting with each of these facilities.
And is it your testimony that you have quantitative analysis that those elements that you just described would be a total blockage to groundwater movement?
No, I'm just saying that you're never going to know with the model that we're using right now, the Delta GW.
Let's look at paragraph 8 on page 7 of your testimony. You identify the Delta groundwater model uses an old version of the integrated water flow model software. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it correct that you cite the most recently available version of the model IWFM 2025.0.1747 was released in September of 2025?
At the time I was writing this report, that's correct.
Do you know when the model was completed for the Delta Conveyance project, the groundwater modeling?
I don't recall. I think it might be 2024, 2025, something like that.
But, okay. Do you believe that the groundwater modeling was completed prior to September 2025 or after September 2025?
No, I don't know when the groundwater modeling was completed. But I
Okay.
do know that the model they used was an older model. They didn't use the most recent one or not even close to the most recent one. Matter of fact, they actually used two different models. They used one version of the model to do the preprocessor for the model, and then they use another version of the model to actually run the model. How those two versions work together, I'm not really sure, but they didn't even use a single version of the model when they were putting it together.
Is that in your testimony? Or are you just
I'm not-
adding that on? Because I didn't really ask that question. I'm just trying to find where can I find that statement in your testimony?
No, I don't
Right.
think I testified to that. I was just answering your question.
No, I don't think that was an answer to my question. I believe the beginning was that you didn't know if it was prior to 2025 or after was my question. So I would move to strike the remainder of that answer.
All right, we can strike the remainder of that answer. I'm looking at the testimony here. Where are we, Ms. Morris? Do you have a question out?
No, I was waiting to ask my next question.
Ah,
I'm in section 8 here, in paragraph 8. In your testimony, you also highlight that running an IWFM simulation is a two-step process that involves running a preprocessor and then a simulation executable. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you also indicate that a different version of the software was used for the preprocessor than the simulation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you perform any analysis to see if running the preprocessor, strike all of that. I'll start again and see if I can use my words here. Did you perform any analysis to see if running the preprocessor with the same version of IWFM as a simulation executable makes any difference?
No, I haven't.
Okay. And looking at the next page, paragraph 9.
and let's pause. I think we may have introduced confusion here, and now I'm confused. I'm not sure if it's confused. I'm not sure if it's important. When you move to strike the testimony that Mr. Berg provided in response to your question, Ms. Morris, my understanding was what we were striking was his testimony with respect to the two different models that were used for the two different parts of the process. And then we just got into that testimony, which I see now is farther down in the paragraph. Did we just strike the testimony? I mean,
Yeah, we can't, yeah, just, I've
Okay.
kind of lost track a little bit, but if it's in his paragraph, I mean, you're welcome to file something if you want to object to it, but that's part of his testimony.
I just wanted to clarify that we're talking about the same thing. That's why
No,
think-
first of all, my question that I asked to strike the rest of the answer, because I was going to get into some of this, but not all of what Mr. Burke said, was whether if he knew the DCP groundwater model had been run prior to or after September 2025. That was a simple question. The rest of his answer was non-responsive. And I moved to strike it.
on that basis. Okay,
that
well, we can
basis.
strike it on that basis, but you're under the same understand. I'm not confused when it's the case that we got into exactly that substance, basically with your next question, right?
Well, and
Then,
the
sorry,
other
Mr.
thing,
If I could finish. Then he went on to say beyond my questions was he didn't understand how they could do the two and how they could run it, which that is not in his testimony.
No, I didn't say that I didn't understand how they could do it. I
I
just
can't-
said that I know
like-
that's what they did.
Okay.
All right, so the portion that I said was stricken, it can be stricken. Ms. Meserve will have an opportunity, you will have an opportunity to talk to Ms. Meserve, but we will have an opportunity for redirect as well. I just wanted to note that there's definitely some confusion right here on this point. Ms. Meserve, please.
I felt the question was somewhat misleading with respect to the dates in that it seemed to indicate that there was some reason that DWR couldn't do additional work on groundwater after certification of the EIR in December of 2023, which I'm not aware of any bar on DWR doing additional work on groundwater and bringing it forth.
And I
into
think
the
all of
hearing.
that, Ms. Meserve, goes into your closing brief. I mean, that's exactly, and so I think we're at a stable place here. Ms. Morris, back to you.
Okay. Paragraph 9 on page 8. In your testimony, you state you have not found a comprehensive accounting for groundwater that may be required for construction of the different components of the DCP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the only component you specifically discuss in your testimony and in paragraph 9 is dust control. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, go back to the question again.
The only component you specifically discuss in paragraph 9 is dust control. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the only one that I quantify.
What is the basis for the 4,000 gallons per acre per day estimate?
That was from the air quality district that requires they estimated that was the amount of water that one truck would be able to produce in a day.
And did you cite to where you pulled that from? Did I miss it?
No, I don't think I cited that.
And what do you mean that one truck would produce in a day?
That a truck going back and forth spraying water on a construction site to keep dust down, they would put about 4,000 gallons per acre per day with a single truck.
How do you know that that 4,000 gallons would be used in one day just because it's in a truck?
No, that's what they were estimating it takes in order to control dust in the Central Valley during the summer.
And do you know what that estimate is based on? Is it based on wetted land, completely dry land?
I would imagine it'd be based on completely dry lands.
Do you know what the moisture content of the RTM stockpile would be?
I believe it'll be variable. It'll be very moist when they first take it out of the ground. They're going to let it wet dry in a draining basin. Then they're going to spread it to dry it out. Once they start spreading it and drying the muck out, then it'll slowly change its moisture content over time as it dries.
So you don't have any specific idea of what the moisture content of RTM stockpile would be?
I don't believe there is one moisture content that will exist. It's going to be changing daily.
Do you know if the 4,000 gallons per minute that you assumed would take into
Objection,
account?
misstates testimony. He didn't say minute.
Will you just
Sure,
state
I'm
the
happy to
question, please?
restate it. Do you know if your 4,000 GPM, gallons per minute assumption
I
takes
think
into
Objection,
Before-
it says gallons per day, or
Yeah.
gallons per acre per day is the figure, Ms. Morse.
Sorry. How about this? Do you know if your assumption shown on line 16 for dust control assumes any moisture content of the soil?
No, I think it's an average value that covers a wide variety of conditions. But I think would be more typically when you have your top 1 or 2 inches that are dried out, you're going to need to keep those moist in order to keep the dust down. Even if down 3 or 4 or 6 inches below that, you may still have moist soil. It's slowly draining into the ground. What you want to do for dust control is keep the top several inches wet.
Is it an average or is it based on dry soil in the Central Valley?
I think it's an average. You're never going to get exactly 4,000 gallons per day per acre. You might have 3,000 gallons per day, depending on whether it's windy or not windy, whether it rained last week, whether it didn't rain this week. It's a pretty variable number, but it's an order of magnitude of what you might expect in the summer months in the Central Valley.
But you don't know what assumptions were used in coming up with that 4,000 gallons per acre per day that you rely on, correct?
Asked and answered.
Just to clarify, please, Mr. Burke.
Okay. No, that's typically what they say they see for a construction site in talking to people at the Air Water or Air Quality Board. They're concerned with dust control. And so I asked them what they would typically recommend for a construction project. And they said they thought they saw about 4,000 per acre per day would typically keep the dust down in the Central Valley during the summer. On a windy day, it might require 6,000 acres. If there's no wind at all, you may be able to get by with 2,000 gallons per acre per day. It's quite a variable number.
So
This is just an average.
So this was information that was provided to you verbally?
That's correct.
And who was it provided to you by?
I was talking to someone at the Air Quality Board. I don't recall their name. It wasn't intended to be a hard and fast number to design by. What it just shows is an order of magnitude of what you might expect when you try to have dust control on a construction site.
And did you have a conversation with this unknown person at the Air Quality Control Board?
Yes, I did.
And did you share that information with anyone else?
No, I haven't.
And did you take notes of that conversation?
I think I did, yes.
And was 4,000 gallons per acre per day the only number that they provided you?
Yeah, that's the only number they provided me.
So the other numbers that you just were discussing are numbers about wind and not wind. Those are numbers that you're just now.
Yeah, I'm just talking about my feeling of how that could change under lots of different climatic conditions. When you've got a lot of wind, things are going to dry out faster. You're going to need to do more watering. How much more, I don't really know. When you don't have any wind and it's humid, you might not have to do much, water control to keep dust down. I know it's variable, but yet, no, I don't have a design number for any specific condition.
Does your 4,000 gallons per acre per day assumption that was provided by you to you, does it assume the use of other techniques for reducing dust like erosion control grasses?
No, I believe it's just for bare dirt.
In preparing your testimony, did you review section 3.4.15.5 of the FEIR?
You have to refresh my memory on what that section is.
It discusses water supplies in the vicinity of the construction sites.
Okay, I don't recall reading that section.
In your opinion, Mr. Burke, if dust control is being done with trucks, is that necessarily water that is being taken out of that exact location, or is that water that's being trucked in from some other location?
It varies from construction site to construction site. It can go either way, depending on the volume you have. If you have a lot of water that you need, trucking it can become very expensive.
I just want to confirm that you didn't, if we could very quickly, Ms. Mullen, pull up AHO 1005. And I want to look, if we could, this is the chapter 3 from the EIR, description of the proposed project and alternatives. And you said you didn't, do you know if you read this chapter or reviewed this chapter at all?
I believe I skimmed through it. I didn't read it in detail.
And if we could go to page 66, and I'm hoping this is a PDF page. I think these are the same. 3.4 yes, local water supply, drainage, and utilities. Did you review this section in preparing your testimony?
I might have looked through it. I don't recall the details of it, though.
Do you believe that this section might help explain why groundwater accounting was not done for Lower Roberts Island construction activities?
Could you repeat that, please?
Objection, argumentative,
If
and vague as well.
overruled,
Why?
Ms. Morris, I think we need you to repeat it though.
Okay. If you want to just look at specifically at lines 32 through 34, beginning existing groundwater supplies occur at all of the project construction sites, and then it says existing surface water rights diversions occur on all parcels at the intake sites, Lower Roberts Island tunnel shaft. Do you see that?
I see that.
Would this text perhaps explain why groundwater accounting was not done for Lower Roberts Island construction activities, Mr. Burke?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence. This doesn't say anything about that.
I agree with that, sustained.
Do you recall reviewing this language?
I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And we could take this down. In preparing your testimony, did you review CER Appendix C6?
You have to refresh my memory on what that is.
Did you review any CER in preparation of your testimony?
Yes, I did.
Which ones?
Primarily the one for the shaft construction.
Do you recall which? It's
That's
okay.
it.
I'll
CER Appendix H1.
H1. Okay. Do you believe that planting erosion control grasses on RTM stockpiles would reduce the amount of water necessary for dust control?
I'm not sure if you can effectively put erosion control grasses on top of your drying beds because you're constantly adding more dirt to it periodically. therefore covering up the grasses that you're trying to grow. When you've completed your layering of the muck piles, trying to dry out your materials that you're getting from the tunnel, then the final project that you have there, you can put erosion control grasses on. But I don't think it'd be very effective while you're still piling dirt on there.
Well, while you're still adding soils, RTM, if you have a layer that's starting to dry and then you add a layer that has more moisture content, would you agree that that would help reduce dust?
It can, yeah. If you can pile it on fast enough, the key is when you're trying to dry the muck out, you can't put it on so fast that the layers down below don't get a chance to dry. So you want to put it on so at a rate at which each layer will dry to a specific moisture content. Then you put another layer on that and have that dry to a specific moisture content. If you put it on too fast, then the lower layers down below won't dry out properly and it'll become a real mess. You'll start losing your equipment into the pile.
And looking at paragraph 10 of your testimony on page 8, which is SDWA 105R. In your testimony here, you summarize the transcript from Dr. Hatch's rebuttal testimony saying he did not consider the impact of the DCP on local water supply wells near the DCP components that may require dewatering. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And could you please specify which DCP components you are referring to in this section?
I think I'm vaguely referring to all the different components that might require dewatering.
In your review of, let's pull up AHO 1055. Please, Ms. Mullen, sorry. And did you review this chapter 8 groundwater?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and if we could go to page 30. I think lines 12 through 17. So the tunnel shafts would be wet constructed. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you review this section where it describes how the tunnel shafts would be constructed?
Yes, I did.
And what is your understanding of wet constructed?
That means that it's constructed without dewatering the site directly, but it still has to be dewatered because as you read here in these between 12 and line 15 is they surround the shaft site with slurry walls. That will prevent groundwater from moving horizontally towards the shaft that they're constructing, but it will not prevent water from coming up vertically within the shaft as you're constructing it. So you're still going to need to water within that shaft, and that dewatering is going to need to bring your hydraulic head down to a level that is going to affect the groundwater outside your shaft. Not nearly as much as it would if you didn't have the slurry walls or cutoff walls in place, but it's still going to have a very similar effect, just delayed to a certain extent by the presence of the slurry walls.
So would the impact be that groundwater would just flow around?
No, it wouldn't flow around in terms of constructing the shaft. While you're constructing the shaft, water would be flowing up from the bottom of the shaft because you've got a bathtub with 4 sides, but an open bottom. So there's still that difference in pressure gradient from the groundwater outside your slurry walls and the pressure inside your slurry walls, which wants to equalize. So water is going to move up into that structural area.
And just to be clear, on line 12, when it talks about wet construction, it's talking about the tunnel shafts. And it continues on line 14 that the shaft would be constructed downward under wet conditions and the base would be formed using concrete-based trimming plugs that seal the bottom, correct?
That's correct.
And is it your testimony that even with the trimming plugs, there would, well, let me ask you this. With that construction in mind, what local impacts would you expect to occur?
Well, it would vary. It depends on how the shaft is being constructed within that slurry wall or cutoff wall zone. As you look through the different methodologies proposed, different levels of dewatering are required. One extreme level of dewatering is you dewater within your cutoff walls as you move down and excavate the structure. So that would have a larger effect. Some are moderate amount of dewatering so that you lower the head of water that's pushing on your cutting gears. And it varies depending on the methodology you want to use and the cutter procedure that you're following. But if you're dewatering, you're going to change the groundwater levels outside that structure, especially for the amount of time it's going to take to have the structure completed. Now, once you're done constructing the structure, you put in your tremie plug down at the bottom of the shaft, then you don't have to worry about groundwater anymore. At that point, now you can work in the dry within your tunnel or within the shaft.
If you read further down, like on line 16, it says, because the water would be removed from a closed system within the tunnel shaft after the concrete liner and plug have been constructed, the adjacent groundwater formations would not be affected during the dewatering of the shaft. Do you disagree with that statement?
It all depends on at what time in the process is the tremie plug put in. Depending on the methodology you're using to drill your shaft, it can be put in totally in the wet, or can be put in while it's still being dewatered, or any combination thereof between.
What if the tremie plug was put in before dewatering?
If you were to excavate your whole shaft in the wet, underwater, and then put in your tremie plug without dewatering anything, then no, you wouldn't affect the groundwater outside the shaft.
Okay. And looking at, are you aware of mitigation measure GW1?
Yes, I am.
And in your opinion, what does mitigation measure GW1 do?
Let me pull it out and take a look.
I think we can maybe pull it up. Are we in 1055, Miss Mullen? If we aren't, maybe we could pull up AHO 1055. If we are, if we go to page 35, I think that we can all see it. Thank you. I realized I'm asking Miss Mullen a question and
and she's not, but you communicated effectively. That was impressive.
Okay, it's up here on the screen. If we want to scroll down, we can, so you can see more of it, let us know. Okay. And would you agree that mitigation measure, instead of making you describe it, I'll just ask you some questions. Would you agree that mitigation measure GW1 accounts for potential impacts of the DCP on local groundwater wells in the vicinity of DC components that may require dewatering?
Objection. It calls for a legal conclusion because she's asking whether it accounts for these impacts.
With the caveat that we're not asking for a legal opinion, Mr. Burke, if you have an opinion.
Overall, what the groundwater mitigation measure is trying to achieve is that you're stating that anytime that there is a problem with dewatering and affecting groundwater wells, they'll supply water to mitigate that impact to the wells. But they're saying that without knowing what those impacts may be and how much mitigation may be required. And is it even reasonable to be able to provide that type of mitigation in these remote locations where the construction is being conducted?
Did you review Dr. Hatch's testimony where he discussed tunnel shaft construction and mitigation measures?
I believe I did. Yes.
Overruled.
I did. He said, I believe I did. Yes. So I think we got our answer. Is that correct, Mr. Burke?
I've read through all of his testimony. I don't recall exactly every specific instance of what he was talking about, but if you want to bring that particular section up, I can take a look at it.
I want to bring up a section where you quote, and I'm searching through my notes here, Dr. Hatch's case in chief testimony. I'm trying to find, because I know there'll be objections, so let me just take a minute and find what page it is on your testimony. We'll go back to SDWA 105R.
I might bring up a procedural issue while we look for that.
Sure.
I realized as the questions are going on, I'm not sure how much more Ms. Morris has, but I am not available tomorrow morning to continue this cross defense. So we would have to go in the afternoon with Mr. Burke, like the late afternoon. So I apologize to the hearing officer and everyone, but if we're going to be continuing, which it looks like we're not done going to be able to finish today, I just want to give a heads up on that. I apologize.
Noted. Thank you. And we'll see how far we can get and we will flex accordingly.
Page 9, right there on the top, where you made a correction. So reading it without with the corrected version, you state, or you quote Dr. Hatch's case in chief testimony, importantly, the DCP is not increasing groundwater withdrawals as part of the project, and therefore any potential impacts are likely to be regional. Is that correct?
That's the quote that I'm taking from his testimony.
And are you aware in the transcript whether he was talking about operations in that quote or about construction?
I'd have to take a look back at his testimony to see what section that came from.
So when you say that is not correct, is that not correct if it applies to DCP operations?
Let me read the rest of the page that I'm referring to.
Objection, this is misleading in the questioning, because if you look just farther down in his testimony, he does refer to construction.
Well, Mr. Burke does, but we're trying to figure out, we don't know what Dr.
Okay.
Hatch was referring to.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
In my response to that quote that I'm taking from his testimony is that it's not correct because there can be local impacts from the construction process. And the construction impacts that were only evaluated qualitatively in the FEIR. And without knowing what the magnitude of that impact may be, they don't know whether or not they can mitigate it effectively or reasonably.
Okay. I was trying to do this quickly, but I guess that's not happening. So let's go to, if we could pull up, I believe it is volume 6 of the DWR transcripts, which takes us a bit longer, Mr. Burke, because it's a different folder. I think that this is misleading as to what Dr. Hatch was saying. So it's volume 4. The date is April 17th, 2025. 2025. Did I say 26?
No, I think you said 25. I guess I'm puzzled. I will see where you're going. I'm puzzled why we're not going to the citation, which is to his testimony, his written testimony, but maybe it's.
So I think it's to the hearing transcript.
Well, it says Dr. Hatch also testified in DWR 01000, and that's the reference to this quote. This quote, I think, is from his.
We can go there, but the citation I have is to the transcript when he's being asked about.
It's your question, so I'm happy to. We will go where you please, and we're here at volume 6, so we,
Okay.
You can check it out.
If we could go to page 77. Okay, and do you see lines 1 through 5?
I do.
And would you agree that Dr. Hatch is saying that potential impacts during construction are not analyzed using the Delta groundwater model?
I need to read this to make sure I understand what he's saying. I don't believe that applies to the quote that we have at the top of page 9 of my testimony. This is referring to two different things.
Okay,
I agree with Dr. Hatch that impacts during construction were not analyzed with the Delta groundwater model. But that's not what I'm saying on page 9 of my testimony with that phrase that I took from Dr. Hatch's testimony.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Let's go back to your testimony 105R. on paragraph 11. Is on the bottom of page 9. Yes. I had one other question, and this was the map that was prepared. We talked about this quite a bit, SD 111. Do you know if the wells location, do you know the well locations that are shown on SDWA 111, what the location accuracy is?
They're pretty accurate because I transferred those locations over to a GIS model that I used for my groundwater analysis. And for each of those wells, I was able to verify that it occurred at a home, at a residence.
Let me try this again. You said that the information came from the county and you did not obtain that information, correct?
I looked at the information that came from the county, but I didn't evaluate it and map it onto a SDWA 111.
And those were well driller completion logs, correct?
That's correct.
And did they have GIS coordinates?
I don't recall whether they did or not.
So you can't testify as to the specificity of the location accuracy, correct?
No, I can't specify or I can't attest to the absolute accuracy of each of those wells, but I can testify that the wells were located in a reasonable and customary spot if they were to be associated with a residence at that location.
Have you worked with a lot of well driller completion logs, Mr. Burke?
I've not with domestic wells, no.
But you testified that you don't know if those wells were domestic or ag, correct, earlier when we talked about those?
That wasn't a concern for me because that wasn't the objective of my analysis. My analysis was to determine how many wells could be within the zone of influence of a dewatering activity that could occur at the lower Roberts shaft.
Okay, let's break my questions down because did you or did you not testify that you did not know if the wells shown on SDWA 111 were domestic or agricultural wells?
No, I didn't know, and I wasn't concerned with if they were either.
Okay, so when you just testified that you haven't worked with well drillers logs for domestic wells, have you worked with well drillers logs for agricultural wells?
I have, and I didn't say that I haven't worked with well drillers logs for domestic wells. It's just not something I do all the time. But for most of the projects I work on, we look at the location of domestic wells adjacent to any structures to ensure that we're not impacting them.
And are you familiar with DWR's online system well completion report?
I've heard of it.
Have you ever used it?
No, typically when I'm looking for domestic wells, I go through the county health department that maintains records of water wells for residences.
So you don't know one way or the other how accurate the locations of the county well drillers completion reports are. Is that an accurate statement?
I'm not sure it was accurate enough for me to understand that they made sense where they're located and they're adjacent to homes that would require a well. Whether they were on the left side of the house or the right side of the house, I couldn't tell you whether that level of accuracy was there. But there was a well at this residence location, and that was what we were looking for is it reasonable to see where this well is located? And the locations of each of these wells seemed reasonable to me. But the actual location down to the foot, no, I couldn't attest to that.
Do you know whether or not well completion records can be located? They can often have locations that are more within a square mile than being in an exact spot that is specified, the level of accuracy.
The ones I've looked at
Section
haven't been.
J. Is there a
Which part?
specific example you're trying to get to?
Do
Are you
want me to
asking
respond?
generally, Ms. Morris? I'm thinking, but are you asking generally?
Yes.
The well logs that I've looked at have usually been within probably 100 feet of the actual location of the well. they'll get down to the street intersection and they'll have a drawing showing the home, the garage, an outbuilding, and an approximate location of where the well was drilled. They'll have a little map that goes with each of these well completion reports. And that's typically what I've gone by in the past.
And just did the well driller logs that you reviewed or spot checked from the information that you received from, I forget the name of the heritage company, have that level of detailed information?
No, I kind of worked backwards from where they plotted the locations of each of these wells. And then when I blew the map up to a high resolution, each of these wells was located at a residence. And that was the level of accuracy that I was looking for in that analysis. I didn't need to know the exact coordinates of each well. I just needed to know, does this residence have a well?
Earlier, I thought you testified that you looked at the county records that were used to develop the map DWR 111. Was I confused?
No, I have a copy of those records and I looked through it, but I didn't use it to actually plot the wells up.
Okay. If we could go to page 10 and looking at paragraph 12. You say, depending on the method of construction used to drill the access shafts, a considerable amount of groundwater drawdown can occur in the vicinity of the shaft, correct?
That's correct.
And would that be true if the concrete trimming plugs were put in the bottom of the shaft in the wet?
If there was no dewatering at all and they completely put the trimming seal down in a completely submerged condition, you might be able to avoid dewatering it and then you wouldn't have an effect on groundwater. But we have no information to show that that is the methodology that the DWR is going to use to construct these shafts. I believe there is 10 possible options that are being considered or methodologies, and I can't recall exactly, but I think 6 of the 10 required some level of dewatering.
And where did you find these 10 different methodologies?
Let's see. And it shows up in Appendix 4C, Shaft Conceptual Design of CER Appendix 4C.
And what page number?
Let's see. Near the very end. Page 26.
Is there anywhere else, Mr. Burke,
Anywhere else for what?
where it describes those methodologies the 10 methodologies that you were talking about?
This was the only place where they defined that I was able to find in the engineering reports.
And let's go, as part of your testimony, you developed a conceptual groundwater model using ModFlow, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how does your model handle the cutoff walls that will be installed around the tunnel shaft site?
My model looked at a worst case scenario where you put in cutoff walls, which are installed as barriers within the model. But since the excavation of the shaft had no bottom, there is no tremie seal in there because I'm looking at a worst case scenario. What could happen if they used that methodology? We didn't have the cutoff walls because we wanted to dewater the site down to the very bottom of the shaft. Putting in this cutoff walls isn't going to stop you from needing to dewater. You still need to dewater. The cutoff walls will only slow down the rate of expansion of your cone of depression away from your site. You're still going to get the same level of dewatering and groundwater drawdown for each scenario, whether you're with or without cutoff walls. It just happens slower with cutoff walls.
I think I got lost in your answer. Does your model include cutoff walls or does it not?
No, it doesn't. Had I put the cutoff walls in there, it wouldn't have made that big of a difference because we're looking at a steady state condition. The cutoff walls only slow down the rate of groundwater drawdown outside your site. They don't stop it.
Does your model include the Tremie seal at the bottom of the tunnel shaft?
No, my model assumes that the Tremie seal hasn't been put in yet. You won't put in the Tremie seal until you've excavated down to the bottom of your shaft. Then you pour your Tremie seal, and then you can stop dewatering.
That's how you would do it. I don't think that.
It's one methodology.
Is that, are you suggesting that that's the Delta Conveyance project methodology?
I believe it's one or two of the 10 different alternatives that work that way. Each of them requires some level of dewatering, some more extensive than others, depending on how their machinery is constructed.
If your model does not include both the cutoff walls and a Tremie seal, how can it provide a reliable estimate of drawdown due to dewatering pumping?
But once you put in a Tremie seal, there is no dewatering. The groundwater level is flat. You only dewater so you can get down to the bottom of your excavation and put in the Tremie seal.
Would a steady state model be the appropriate choice if cutoff walls are being used?
If you're looking at a worst case scenario, you might want to look at a steady state to determine what kind of impacts you may have if you do dewatering for the site. You might decide that another methodology, which might be more expensive but requires less intensive dewatering, is more appropriate. But you want to balance the impacts out from dewatering with the cost of dewatering or the cost of the more expensive drilling equipment.
Am I correct that your model is the steady state model, correct?
It is.
And are the hydraulic properties used in your model based on field data?
They're based on my experience of typical data in the Delta. It's a medium dense sand is what I assumed.
Earlier, I believe you said that there could be several different kinds of soil layers, correct? In the Delta?
That's true. Yeah.
But you just assumed a medium dense sand for this location?
For this example, yes, I would never use this example as a way to design a particular system. But if you wanted to find out what a worst case scenario or the potential for impacts to facilities around your shaft, this might be a good place to start.
So are you describing, just so I'm clear, are you describing your model as a worst case scenario situation?
Yeah, I would say it is. It's a situation where you dewater all the way down to the bottom of your shaft before you pour your Tremie seal.
And it doesn't have cutoff walls.
It wouldn't make any difference if they had cutoff walls.
And it's not constructed in the wet.
No, that's the whole purpose of dewatering, so you can avoid building in the wet.
The ModFlow model you developed to estimate drawdown impacts on nearby walls only has one layer, correct?
That's correct. And again, it wasn't considered a model that I would design some system by. It was just trying to demonstrate the potential impact that you can have if you use a dewatering scenario in your construction of the shaft.
And you criticize the Delta groundwater model that only is evaluating operations for not representing complex stratification by only having 6 layers, correct?
Well, I'm not using my model to design anything by or evaluate a regional impacts on groundwater. I was just developing a conceptual model to look at the potential impacts at a single location if dewatering is conducted.
And looking at paragraphs 13 and 14 on page 11. In your testimony, you state the assessment of changes in groundwater levels does not consider the changes that changes would be in addition to the normal fluctuation in groundwater levels. Is that correct?
Let me read that for a second. Okay, could you repeat your question now?
In your testimony, you state the assessment of changes in groundwater levels does not consider that the changes would be in addition to the normal fluctuations in groundwater levels, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand that question. Maybe if you repeat it again. Sorry, it's getting late, I guess.
It's getting late. I'm not going to be able to finish this.
I gathered that.
Yeah. So do we want to keep going, or do we want to?
We can break now and talk about it since we're not going to be able to, I mean, and Ms. Meserve will get a chance to redirect as well. So assumed we'd get there.
My preference would be to keep going as long as we can, just because our schedule is quite impacted. So if Ms. Morris is able to get in a couple more questions, I think she should. And then I would suggest that we tack Mr. Burke onto tomorrow at the end of the day, so as not to disturb the careful rescheduling that's been carried out by others, and just see if we can get Mr. Burke, squeeze him in tomorrow at the end of the day. And I double checked back.
What is your proposal if we don't get to an end of our day?
Then I'm informed that the 26th is the day that has additional room in it.
Possibly.
That it could roll to, but I think the preference would be to try to get Mr. Burke through if we could tomorrow. But again, with the caveat that it would be only if there's room at the end tomorrow.
Looking at the schedule for tomorrow, it looks like Seawin is up first, and they're just the two witnesses are combined 40 minutes.
We have North Delta Water Agency first, I believe.
That's not how the schedule was provided to us. We're prepared to do Buckley and Gomberg in the morning and DWA in the afternoon. Based on, I believe
that's my understanding. Yes.
Event. So if that's changed, we would need to know that now.
I'm sure you're correct.
Yes.
I'm not, because I didn't put it together. So
someone will, I'm sure Ellen will correct us.
Okay.
Now it looks like we've prompted hands. Let's go ahead and elevate Mr. Cho and Mr. Moore in case there is confusion to be corrected here.
Yeah. But in any case, all those folks would go, and
Mr. Burke is coming back anyway, conveniently. So
I'll be here on the 25th, so the 26th, I guess, would work.
And that sounds like I got confirmation that you're right, Ms. Morris, on the ordering.
All right. Mr. Cho, did you need to jump in here? And welcome. Hi.
Just confirming that the present order of CUN witnesses going first tomorrow and then North Delta following is the correct order.
Great. Thank you. And Mr. Moore, were you confirming that as well?
I was confirming that, and there was a particular reason for that. The two CWIN witnesses have now been rescheduled twice. They are available in the morning. They need to be concluded by 2:15. So it will certainly work better to have the current witness come, later in the day rather than before, if he's come back to tomorrow. It is going to be very difficult to reschedule the CWIN witnesses after tomorrow on any of the currently scheduled hearing days. So I'm hoping that we can follow what we figured out and start the day.
Great. Well, conveniently, Ms. Mazur can't be there either, so that is all working together. I think we have a plan. It's 4:49. Ms. Morris, I will leave it to you. I mean, we broke your your run here. Do you want to ask a few more questions, or is this a good place to break?
I will try to be efficient and continue, despite wanting to say I'm done. I'm kind of done. Okay. Back to SCWA 105R and looking at paragraph 14. The question I was trying to ask you, I'll just read your language. What this assessment does not consider is that the 5 feet resulting from the DCP would be added to the normal fluctuation that has been observed historically. That's your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
Are you saying that the changes in groundwater levels due to the DCP operations would always occur at exactly the same time as the historical fluctuations in groundwater levels?
No, you would never really know when they might occur, but they would be additive to those historic fluctuations.
How do you know if they're additive if they occur at a different time? That's what I'm trying to understand. As you sit here today, you don't know if they're additive or not, because you don't know when those historical fluctuations would occur in the context of the DCP fluctuations, correct?
They're always going to be additive, but they're not necessarily going to coincide so that you get the 5 feet of drawdown from the DCP at the exact same time you get the 5 feet of drawdown that would have occurred historically. Maybe the 5 feet of drawdown from the DCP occurs when you have only 1 foot of drawdown historically, or the water level may have come up during that period. It's going to be additive, but you don't know exactly what the two are going to add up to because they're not going to happen, concurrently. So you don't know exactly what's going to happen, but they are going to be additive because you're adding on to the existing scenario or the background scenario.
So are you saying that the changes are always moving in the same direction to be additive?
No, you could add a positive and a negative. They're still additive, but they may not, make things worse, but they may make things worse. It all depends on the luck of the draw.
It could be +5 and -6.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure additive can mean different things to different people. Did you review table 8B19 in the FEIR?
Which table is that? Can you bring that up?
Sure. This is in our 8 minutes. Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up AHO 1057 page? Well, we should show the title page first, and then we'll go to page 19. Okay, this is Appendix 8B, Impact and Analysis Groundwater Model Results.
I've looked through that.
Okay, and then if we could go to page 19, please. And if we could make this, I'm looking at table 8B-19, which I think is slightly down on this page. And if we can blow it up a little bit, thanks, Ms. Mullen. Okay. Based on this table, can you tell me how often the width DCP simulation shows a greater than 5 foot change?
For a time frequency between 0 and 1%, it'd be 4 feet or 4. But I have to put a caveat on this that I think this table is completely wrong. This table is based on the ability of the delta GW model to actually evaluate the impact or the changes to groundwater flow and movement based on the DCP components. And I don't believe it is, not even close. So I don't believe that the numbers in this table have any real meaning.
Yeah, I didn't ask you to confirm that they were right or wrong. I asked you a very specific question, and which is, tell me how often the width DCP simulation shows a greater than 5 foot change. And what is your answer?
It looks like, depending on the time frequency, it would be 4, if for the 0 to 1% of the time.
So the change based on the model, with your caveat that you disagree with everything that it says at every location, are you showing a change in groundwater levels of more than 5? Are you saying a change in groundwater levels of more than 5 foot that occurs less than 1% of the time is a significant impact?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
With respect to significant?
Yes.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I don't think you can make that assessment from this table because the model is so incorrect that these numbers are almost meaningless.
Mm-hmm. At every single location throughout the entirety of the regional model, it is incorrect. Every single
The difference between the DCP condition and the baseline condition is incorrect because the base DCP condition model is not picking up the DCP.
So let's talk about that in detail then. So is your testimony that this table is completely worthless, and I'm characterizing that, so whatever you said before, just insert for worthless. Is that based on the fact of DCP operations or DCP construction, or both?
Delta model GW grid size. That's what I'm basing it on. The model isn't capable of picking up the differences between the baseline model and the DCP model.
And your testimony is that it's grid size because of the DCP elements, correct?
The grid size is not correct for the size of the DCP element and what you're trying to get from the DCP element, whether it be a blockage of flow from the tunnel or dewatering from a intake shaft or whatever you're doing. You can't evaluate construction conditions or even the operations condition with a grid this large. It's crazy.
And then just to be clear, we read in Dr. Hatch's testimony that the DCP, the ground delta GW model was not intended to analyze construction impacts, correct? It was intended to analyze operational impacts.
it can analyze construction about as well as it can analyze operation, which is not at all. It's just totally inappropriate. And I hate to say that because I think it's actually a good model, but it's just being applied to the wrong task.
I think other people might disagree with you, but we'll save that for another day. I will let me ask a couple more questions in our 4 minutes. Did you analyze actually, I think we covered this. Could the changes also result in a reduction in historical fluctuations of groundwater levels?
What changes are you referring to?
I'm talking about the historical fluctuations that you testified to on page 11.
And which changes?
Groundwater level. That's what we're talking about.
Okay.
The historical fluctuations that I testify to on page 11 is a criteria that was used in the EIR for determining when an impact were to occur. And so how are you referencing those?
Could it changes historical fluctuations in groundwater also result in a reduction in historical fluctuation? You know what? Strike that. I'll just start when we do this again. I'll just pick up. I think 3 minutes is okay to throw in the trash.
Yeah. I think you've done admirably well, Ms. Morris. Thank you. All right. Is there anything? Thank you, Mr. Burke. Thank you for staying with us late. And
No
is
problem.
there anything else we should address before we break until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.? And with that, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you again, hopefully tomorrow by the end of the day. And we are adjourned.
Thank you. Bye-bye.